When you start to count down 30 seconds or what?
Copy that. So we got about a minute.
Okay.
Are we live now?
You suggested I re-log in when I catch one, or should I do it now?
Sign in again. You have to wait till 8 o'clock, so I just wait till you caught one.
What lake
Yeah.
are we on?
Okay.
Lake Geneva,
And then
Wisconsin.
once you log in, it'll
head
be
to head.
good for the rest of the day.
Here we go.
Okay.
Getting ready.
Cool.
Beautiful day. Cloudy, raining, but we got sunglasses on. And I got a Packer fan here in the back of my boat for a camera.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Be real nice.
Do they give you a countdown?
Lines in, bud.
8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's show them what we
Here we
came
are.
here to do.
Dan, we're good to go. Let's see what we find.
So what you think?
Good morning, everybody. This is Matt Trott. Sitting right next to me is Andy Cleveland. What's up, Andy?
Not much. I'm just excited about day 2.
Day 2, head-to-head
Yeah.
fishing, the original head-to-head, Southeast Smackdown. We're on Geneva again. We have fresh 8 anglers today. This is going to be an exciting one. I want to, while we bring up the angler kind of profiles here, look at the conditions compared to yesterday. So we're probably going to have a little different camera lens view because it's misting down there. The winds are a lot higher. You kind of look between Gary and Gregory here, kind of the different areas that they're fishing already. Did hear from tournament director Kyle, and he said we're going to see a lot of the A-rigs today. There's a lot tied up on boats.
I tell you, I'm excited. When you look at the fish that were caught yesterday, they were big fish, a lot of big fish. And that is Geneva showing the potential that it has and showing why everyone talks about going down to Fish Lake Geneva. That 511, I still can't get over. I mean, that was just amazing.
I was watching the highlight clips that Zach had put together for yesterday's event, and that 511 largie was on there that Travis caught. But then I was remember back to that 4-pound that Stu caught on that A-rig. That
Right,
was
right.
a giant as well. There's some big fish caught.
He was in mid-sentence talking about putting the A-rig down.
Yep.
And then that fish almost took it right out of his hands. Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm excited. You know, I got a chance to talk to a couple people after yesterday's event. There's just a lot of excitement around this. I want to say good morning to everyone. Hey, I'm going to say good morning to my wife Heather, my kids, Autumn
nice.
and Jack, and I'm going to even give a shout out to my dog Biederman.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today? So let's kind of go over our matchups here. Right now we're looking at John DeMay and Matt. Oh, God, how did we say his name yesterday?
Bachanich.
See what happens.
Bachanich.
Yeah, you nailed it. It was
Starting off with New Kalen's Google Eye football jig with the built-in glass rattle. And you can rig a plastic on it or a skirt. I put a skirt on it because I'm going to fish a crayfish pattern today. They eat a lot of crayfish out here on Lake Geneva.
Wow, Matt's dropping some straight knowledge
Just give
right
it little
away.
pops and get that clicking going with the rattle.
Class has started.
So this is the Google Eye jig he was throwing from Kalen's. Most of the time you're going to see that probably thrown for walleyes.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, look at Josh Credidio. You look down to the lower right, there's that A-rig ready to go.
Amongst 7 other rods.
Right.
Then on the flip side, you look at Mike's rod, you know, selection. What is he down to 4 or 5 plus the one he's got in his hand?
Yep. Yeah, Mike looks like he's out in a little bit of wind, a little bit of weather there. It's always good to wash the deck of the boat from time to time.
I agree, Tony Malika. Let's put the hammer down here. Let's start seeing some big old fish caught. So you're probably going to see that a lot today, like you're seeing right now on Josh's camera. The camera officials are going to do their best to keep these lenses clean until that moisture kind of, stops. It's going to be a fun day out there.
Mm-hmm. And the wind, I think, is going to be more today than it was. It was forecasted to be between 10 to 20. So definitely the wind's going to play a little bit more of a factor.
So Chris has a question right away. He wants to know what exactly is the A-rig, and it's, we have some people mentioned it's very similar to it is the umbrella rig,
right.
A-rig, umbrella rig, they kind of call it. But, if you want to, you got an example there. We won't have it on camera, but if you do your best description here, it's like you're, telling about a story.
Right. So it's called the A-rig because when it first came out, I think that was the name brand, and so that was the most popular one. In saltwater fishing, it's been around for a while. The umbrella rig, it's referred to, and what it is, it's a single presentation that allows you on that presentation to have multiple baits. Now in Wisconsin, you're only able to have 3 baits on this presentation, or 3 hooks presented. And the traditional umbrella rig is going to have 5 different arms that come out of it. Typically there's one that's going to come out the back, and then there's 4 arms that come out of the side. And so you're going to rig up 3 baits or 3 hooks on 3 of the arms that come out, and then on the other one you can either put dummy baits that have no hooks, or you can just put things like spinner bait or spinner blades on there, and you're going to throw that out, and what it mimics is a school of bait fish coming through the water. And during this time of year, when you have fish moving up, this is a phenomenal bait to throw, because these fish are typically going to put the feed bags on this time of year as they're coming up. It's that pre-spawn. Now the umbrella rig, it's a great tool to use all year round, but I think that in the springtime and too in the fall, but in the springtime it's a great thing to throw. It allows you to cover water.
Yep.
And just help to figure out these fish a little bit. And yesterday, man, you saw the quality of fish it brought in. Several 4-pounders in.
Stu, who fished yesterday, said in Wisconsin, no dummies must use a blade. So yeah, every state has different, classifications on the A-rig. You have to check your listings on your DNR website to find out what is allowed and what isn't allowed. But it's going to be used quite a bit today. I'm excited. We're probably going to see some jerk baiting again today.
Yep.
And hopefully if the weather calms down a little bit, we'll go back to the shorelines. We'll see some dock fishermen. But remember, Geneva has a good population of large and smallmouth bass, which we saw a good representation of that yesterday.
Right.
So it's going to be an awesome, awesome day of fishing. Remember, this is the Southeast Smackdown. The lakes that we're going to be fishing throughout the week are listed above. Delavan, Geneva, and Whitewater. And then remember, on Championship Friday.
I got a hit.
Tyler Zimmerman
just got a hit.
Just got swung and a miss. But on Championship Friday, it's going to be a question mark. We're going to fish one of the 3 different lakes, but tournament director Kyle is going to make that announcement on Thursday.
Yeah.
So kind of a little bit of more suspense to the end of the week here.
So do you think these guys are going to be bribing Kyle through the week?
I don't know, my man. It depends on how the bite goes.
With some sandwiches?
With some Dagger Sammies? Could be.
Kyle's a pretty tough egg to crack, I can tell you that. I've tried a lot of different tactics, and I can tell you I've not been successful.
So I got a lot of people on the chat here. Good morning, everybody. Remember, you can watch Head to Head Fishing on Facebook, YouTube. Headtoheadfishing.com is also where you're going to find a lot of the information. People yesterday were new to Head to Head. I think they're enjoying it. I've seen a lot of names that were on here yesterday are back again. So thanks everybody for tuning in for a great day of bass fishing here in Wisconsin. And do us a favor while we're starting about it is share this, subscribe to it on YouTube, get it out there. The name Head to Head Fishing for those who are regulars, we appreciate it. For those newcomers, thank you so much for joining us, and let everybody else know how awesome Head to Head is. Our goal yesterday was reach 5,000 at one time.
Absolutely.
We got close. We didn't get close. We got close, but we didn't. Yeah, we didn't quite get there. I'm thinking today might be a total viewers for yesterday. I think we were north of like 2,500.
Okay.
So I mean, the Walleye Nation is kind of putting the Bass Nation to shame here. What's going on?
Well, I tell you what, and this is a hard truth. It hurts for me to say this a little bit. We are living in a walleye world. We're just bass guys living in a walleye world.
I agree.
And
yeah.
Hashtag bass guys just want to have fun. So it's definitely tough. If you're looking to break into bass fishing up here, it's a little bit harder than when you go down south.
That's a great point.
But as we were saying yesterday, we have some of the best lakes in the nation for Sturgeon Bay, Lake Winnebago. Even though it didn't show it, it's there. It's the potential's there. It's there. But the Mississippi River, Lake Geneva. Look at Lake Geneva. And you look at other Big Green. My God, what a factory those places are. So yeah, there is no shortage of world-class fishing up here.
We're talking about the lakes, and that's a great point. And we're actually going to try to go to Kyle at some point today, before the end of the show, and talk to him about what he's seen, because he's been scouting Delavan now, taking his boat out there. He says he's working. I call BS to that question, but he's going to give us kind of a report of what the temperatures are in Geneva, how the anglers have been feeling the last couple of days, and then he's going to tell us what he's seen on Delavan as well.
Right. One thing that we should actually spend a little bit of time talking about is the weather that these guys are facing. You look at this time of year, it's the spring time of year, and I think that the weather has the potential to not only change a fish's mood, but completely move them from where they are.
Yep.
Because these bass they're as it's progressing, these bass are coming out of their wintering spots. They're coming up. They're wanting to go onto these flats. They're thinking about the spawn. But when you have weather that moves in, and you have drops in temperature, or you get significant rain, or you get weather changes, you can have one day a flat that is just loaded with fish. Something changes and they're going to pull back, and they're going to pull right off. And when you look at this, I very much think that could be what we were seeing yesterday. Look at the quality of fish these guys were around. Whether it was the fish's mood or whether the weather just pulled the majority of those fish back. Oh, we got a hookup.
John DeMay.
Feel big. Oh, it came off.
Oh. Come on. Yeah, Adam on YouTube says the Madison chain's another phenomenal. I mean, we could talk in entirety for the whole.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
For the whole 5 hours on how great the bodies of water are out here. Yeah, and like DeBryan was just saying to us, he was saying that it's becoming a known thing how good the northern part of the United States is for bass fishing.
Oh, absolutely.
We were excited to potentially go to Minnesota this year. I mean, we had some great lakes picked out over there. That unfortunately with COVID wasn't able to happen, so we're going to put Minnesota probably back on the schedule for 2021. But when we had that MLF guys in the store, in the Real Shot as of last year when they were in here fishing the Bago system like you were talking about, they like coming up here in that middle summer portion because it's too damn hot down south.
Right.
The fishing gets tough. They get those dog days kind of that, earlier than what we do up here. So they love coming to the northern part of the United States because it's just really getting good at that point.
Well, there's a number of things when you think about the diversity from the southern to the northern. Northern fishing or fisheries are a lot less pressured than southern fisheries because down south you can fish year round.
Yep.
And so there is a lot more pressure on these fish, and you'll hear a lot of those southern guys when they're talking about coming up here, they kind of call our fish stupid because they're so willing to play, they're so willing to bite. And it's absolutely, when you look at, when bass started coming up here for the Elite Series, they first did their one out of Green Bay, and then they ran, I think, 4 of them out of La Crosse. And then, you know, MLF coming up to Lake Winnebago, and not only that, but you're starting to see, just like you said, with the Minnesota, and there is definitely a northern presence now in the bass world.
So we're looking at the battle between Tyler Zimmerman and Douglas Becker. Remember here, this is the way for those who are new to...
Oh, I can feel it. We're in the juice. We're in the juice.
For those who are new to head-to-head...
That call was supposed to be a 4-pounder.
Fishing, the way the scoreboards and everything is broken down on the screen here is you're looking at our title, or not our title sponsor, one of our amazing sponsors, Sport Motive, is on what we call the Weight Life scoreboard. So as an angler, oh, it's locked up for once. Yeah, you caught it. Take a drink.
Take a drink, jackpot.
Oh, it changed. Oh, it's locked up again. What's going on?
We ain't gonna make it past the first hour, man.
Yeah, I know. But anyways, so we're talking about our sponsors on the screen right now. But the way the screens typically be broken down is you're going to see a head-to-head matchup like you're seeing right here. These anglers are fishing against each other. You may potentially see the quad screen. We'll have some matches top and bottom. And then usually when we get a hookup, you're going to see a single screen. We're going to go directly to that angler. If an angler is making a point, just like we're seeing right here with John DeMay. But anyways, here we're back to Tyler. But anyways, so our sponsors flash across the screen here. The Real Shot is one of our amazing tackle sponsors for head-to-head fishing, and they're actually nice enough to throw out a code for everybody that's watching head-to-head fishing today. It's H2H10. So before you check out with your purchases from therealshot.com, which Andy and I do our best, if we see products that are good ones, we'll drop links in the comments here. You can click right on those, go right directly to those. But then, excuse me, use that H2H10 code to save 10% off that order. Top right now, we got Meg's Custom Rods, and another phenomenal sponsor on top of the Waylife scoreboard is Omega Custom Tackle. Well, we're going to actually be talking in depth about the Omega, line of bass baits that we carry here at, head-to-head fishing at the Real Shot. Meg's Rods, I'll be dropping their website link in here. We carry those products again at the Real Shot. We're just waiting on our order to get in here. Everything's a little behind with Corona.
Yeah.
But they're working hard to get us their next shipment of rods in stock, so you can continue to check those out. Yeah, so here's kind of a weather forecast for the Geneva area here. Right now they're saying it's about 52 degrees, and surprise, surprise, it's cloudy. It's a north-northeast wind that's about 12 miles an hour. I call BS to that. It looks a little stronger in the body of water today. I've seen some rollers. Humidity is about 99%. The dew point's at 52, and the pressure is 29.94, and it's rising. You play that pressure game quite a bit. You pay attention to the barometer.
Boy, I tell you what, that is a great topic to talk about, and the barometric pressure, it can give you clues as to what the mood of the fish could be, and everyone, I think, looks at it a little bit different. And one of the aspects of fishing is whatever gives you confidence, do it, right? And when you look at how the barometric pressure, I look at it as, okay, when we can get, and this is very rare in the north, if you can get 3 to 5 days of nice steady weather, that is going to be typically consistent
big balls
fishing.
Of bait right
you
now.
know, whether you can run a pattern across the entire lake, but typically it's going to be consistent fishing. When the barometric pressure changes, it's going to change the fishing. And so when I look at it, I don't necessarily look at it as, okay, well, this is exactly what the fish should be doing, but I'm going to look at it to go, okay, the mood of the fish may change, and just kind of clue you in that the way you were catching fish might not be the way you're going to go catch them today, and that you might have to make adjustments. And there's some, I don't know if you call them general rules, but typically one of the things is if it's a low pressure system, largemouth, high pressure system, smallmouth. And like anything, there might be some truth to it, but I think really it's about just being aware of conditions and changes of the conditions to help you figure out what the fish are doing and to help you figure out adjustments that you need to make. I'd love to hear what do the viewers say about pressure. Is that is pressure something that they watch, or is everyone jumping on there and looking at the pressure before they go out and making decisions?
There's even some anglers that look into the moon phases.
That's
Yeah,
major
I've-
and minors.
This time of year, I'm a big believer in moon phase. When it's the full moon, I think
Little
that
8
really
ounce
starts drawing,
swim
or
bait
triggering
Google Eye
those
with a
fish
little
to
3-inch.
Oh, we got
spawn.
Matt's talking about what he's
Kalen's grill.
throwing.
A lot of little minnows out here right now. Big balls of them. They're all like inch long.
He's talking about huge schools of bait fish he's seen. That's probably why that A-rig, that umbrella rig, is popular right now.
Absolutely.
Somebody back in the chat, you probably have this in your fantastic note, says that Matt is the vice president of marketing for Kalen's, the Acme Tackle.
Yeah, actually, let's take a look at Matt.
Flipping through this, Andy came prepared. He built a lot of nice bios on the anglers, reached out to some of them responded, some didn't.
Yeah, so Matt, he's worked in the fishing industry for the last 16 years selling fishing tackle. So he worked at Acme Tackle, yeah, and he's the VP of sales. He's also involved in marketing. They own the following brands: Acme Tackle, Kalen's, Beaver Dam Ice Fishing, Adam Plugs, Feed Trolling Sinkers, Little Stinker Catfish Baits.
Little stinker.
Little Stinker. And then he's also, he's been, you said, fortunate to film over 100 TV shows in the last 16 years.
Wow.
Yeah, he said he regular on John Gillespie's Water and Woods, Midwest Outdoors TV, Fishing University, Joe Bouchard? Butcher?
Booker?
Butcher. Booker.
Booker.
Joe Booker. Oh, I tell you, you get some CHs put together this early in the morning.
Yep.
Joe Booker Fishing TV. So yeah, he's very, very deep in the fishing industry.
For sure.
Yeah, I was hoping it was.
And he said that he's going to start fishing team tournaments with his son Jacob this year. Some Angler's Choice and WAPTA. So that's awesome. That has got to be cool when you're able to. My son is 6, and daughter is 8, and I look forward to when we might be able to get out there and do that. Of course, I have to make sure they're willing participants first.
100 shows, 87 with Gillespie is what Jason's saying on there.
Wow.
He's a regular, I would guess.
Wow.
I agree with Larry. I've learned to watch. Larry says I've learned to watch over the years animals, even cows. If they're active, fish will be too. When they're laying down, stay home. Yep. Yeah, I relate that a lot to the deer hunting as well.
You can't tie any of those bluegills on for bait. They're floating everywhere.
Yeah, I saw a lot of bluegill the last 2 days. Look like they've been biting.
Wow, the water temperature really came down last night. Really came down.
Oh, so we're gonna get our water temp here.
The water temp really came down last night.
Sticky hook. Sticky hook. Andy's in the studio here playing with that Omega, the Slayer Ned head here. He's got it rigged up with a
I am
high tech.
I'm going to do a public service announcement that if you're getting these Omega hooks, that you should also make sure you have a box of Band-Aids nearby, because these are sticky. Wow.
Yeah. You're playing. He's like a kid at the candy store right here. We have a basket of goodies for him to look at here, so we can reference these during the. And he's playing with yesterday he was playing with the Alpha Shad from Omega. He's got some Vision 110s here from Mega Bass. He's just looking at. I mean, we got a lot of products that just easy to talk about them while the anglers are throwing them.
Yeah, I tell you, if you guys wanna just need to get out and feel better, come visit your friends here at the Reel Shop, because I felt like a kid at Christmas yesterday walking around the store. It was fantastic.
Good morning, everybody in the chat. David says, what's up? Oh, can we beat our 511 from yesterday? Man, I'm sure in the heck hoping so. Chuck, that scale is called the Rapala High Contrast Scale. The Reel Shot does sell them, except I don't know if you'll be able to find one of those in the United States right now. So what happens is we normally carry them. Rapala shuts down for, I think, 2.5, 3 months. We buy as many of them through distribution as we can here at the Reel Shot and Head-to-Head Fishing, because we need them for backups and everything like that. So I don't think you're going to be able to find that scale. We do have them ordered. I think last time I heard we had 60 ordered, and we have a number of them that are going to back orders through the reelshot.com. Those will get fulfilled first. And then I told the buyer yesterday, Justin, I said, if you had 60, you might as well add another 60 to that, because people want... Oh, there you go, Tyler.
That one feels better.
Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, nice one.
There's flashing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at...
What are you doing?
Oh, God. Oh, look at that thing. Oh, beautiful largemouth.
Oh yeah, she should go. She's fat. She's got a belly on her.
It's the only time that's a compliment.
All right.
So what Tyler's looking for is any bass, large or smallmouth, that's 2 pounds or bigger.
Scales are at 0.
Look at the belly.
Yep. That fish, I would definitely tell you, it would say is in pre-spawn mode.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's got to be 4.
Here we go.
Oh, not by much. 212.
No.
212.
What? Do I have my H2H goggles on?
Well, the gunner.
Well, there you go.
See you next time.
Put that sucker in the app.
Nice way to start the day for Tyler.
So what you seeing Tyler doing there is
212.
he's entering that fish into his Waylive app that is on his phone that automatically populates to the bottom of the Waylive scoreboard where Meg's custom rods is sitting on top of there, and it'll flash across the screen. So there is our first Southeast Smackdown Day 2 head-to-head legal fish. It was a greenie.
Greenie.
Yeah, I'm excited now. Let's let the good times roll here right away. So head-to-head is a 5-hour event. These anglers put in at 8 o'clock, or lines in were at 8 o'clock, and they have till 1 o'clock Central Time to try to catch as many plus 2-pound bass as they can today. Brian, we had a lot of people asking yesterday if all those rock bass were supposed to count. Yeah, there was yeah, that's a big no-no, but there was like so many rock. Can you imagine a 2-pound rock bass? Man, that'd be huge.
You know what? I think Big Green has those.
Obviously, it looks like Geneva has the potential for a 2-pound Rocky. Greg says the Wisconsin weather is brutal this spring for fishing tournaments. Very challenging. I totally agree.
Absolutely.
It's brutal for a lot of things. Yeah, I agree, Daryl. It's we played that game yesterday, Andy and I here. We had to get, used to looking at those fish and guessing the weight again. And it's one thing you go.
What match are you today?
Huh?
Are you? What? Do you know what match number you are?
No, not right off.
Okay, all of them are 0, except match 4. It's not you, but they're one guy has 1 fish.
This camera official is talking to Gary Shield there. So right away, we got a couple of guys throwing for docks here. Adam on YouTube says you can hold a rock bass tourney on Big We have the single view here of John DeMay offshore, rearing into one.
Oh, look at that.
Brian just said makes him want to go fishing.
Oh, nice
boat
fish.
flip, nice handle.
Nice largemouth. Oh, God.
There, now he's safe.
Okay. All right, Matt. I blew it on the first guess. What do you got? What do you think?
It's gonna go, and of course, yeah, I agree. I was gonna say I'm gonna go 2-2. Brian says 2-4. What do you got? What do you got?
I'm gonna be with you at 2-2.
Okay.
Confirmed at zeros. $2.7.
Oh.
2 pounds,
Hey.
7 ounces.
Brian's the winner.
We'll get a little picture of that.
Actually, no. Joseph on the chat said 2-6. Oh, and Renee actually said 2-7.
Look
so
at
you
that.
lose.
These guys are tuned in already.
They're ready to roll. Yeah, so, excuse me. Vasila is talking about the exceptional area that Geneva and those lakes down there are. So Geneva, for those who are not familiar, is in Walworth County. Boom!
Oh.
Tyler again!
Oh, he might go too. I don't think so. Get in the net. I think he's short. I'll weigh him just to be sure.
Yeah, weigh that sucker.
He's short.
I'm gonna say 110.
Come on, Mama. Grab it.
You know what? These fish look long. You know, looking at that fish right now, I mean, it looks like, what, a 16-inch bass?
Yeah, he's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it.
Oh, I'm choking on that one, Brian.
Not gonna play on the team, but zeros.
All right, give us the 2, baby.
Pierce says we just needed a baseline.
Yeah, I got a good eye. 112.
112.
Nice.
short.
Jason locked that one down.
Go tell your friends we need the big ones.
You know, and Brian, Andy and I
Fish
talked
hit it
about
twice
this
in that
yesterday.
same spot. Tells me how subtle they want this presentation right now.
Right?
That water temp gets above 50, it's gonna be bonkers out here. Till
Awesome.
then, we gotta fish slow.
Are you surprised at how many
Gotta
guys are
fish
using
slow.
nets?
Oh yeah, we still got some time. Found a decent spot though. We're catching them.
We're catching fish. Just needs a couple
Oh,
big ones.
dragging
We're in good
something
shape.
there.
Dragon looked like a cross style
Now
bait.
that they got the future Hall of Fame Jordan Love quarterback.
Yeah.
Right.
Credidio is a Bear fan. I swore. I just swore.
You know, what's
Okay,
funny is we're gonna say
I have to come clean
talk
on
trash about
something,
the Packers
man.
all day, and I'm not gonna catch a fish.
I have to come clean on something.
Yeah. This might be his last day in studio.
I am too a Chicago Bear fan.
Oh my God. Yeah. I knew it was either gonna see the B word or he's gonna say the V word.
True confessions here.
Well, you know, may people forgive you for. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not your fault that, you make poor decisions in life.
Well, is it hereditary or conditions, right?
Now you have the chat they're gonna jump all over you.
Yeah, when I was a kid, and it was good. It was good to be a Bear fan, and I wanted to be Jimmy Mack.
Yep.
absolutely. And it was good.
Hey,
and then,
what was it? The '85 Bears were the Super Bowl team. Yeah,
of course,
yes,
the greatest team ever.
Yeah.
Ever. You know, it. You know, ever. Best defense ever.
Yeah. Hey, they had some studs: Walter Payton, Mike Singletary, Richard Dent.
Oh yeah.
Bears had.
Yeah, Willie Gold.
Yeah. He used to be. Yeah, Walter Payton.
Walter Payton.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim McMahon. Yeah. Oh, DeMay just missing that one. Yeah, Brian said he really sets up his hook sets. We noticed that quite a bit yesterday. Those guys, we saw a lot of tiptoe and pucker yesterday.
A lot. Guys were swinging some hardware.
Until you watch a bass guy, that phrase could be taken in a lot of different ways. But when you watch them, they're almost like a ballerina up there. Their body looks like a snake. You're up on the tip of your toes, and
so.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we saw a lot of the old hashtag H2H tiptoe pucker yesterday.
Yeah, and that's not for a proctologist, right?
I didn't say Ed McMahon. I said Jim McMahon. I know what I'm talking about. Ed McMahon's the wrestler.
No, Ed McMahon is the big guy, Publishers Clearinghouse. Vince McMahon is the guy.
Oh, Vince McMahon.
Yeah,
now I don't know what the heck I'm talking about.
Yeah, which as long as we're doing confessions, I'm a closet WWE fan too. I mean,
yeah, when it was good. When it was good.
I absolutely
I'm
love.
not gonna. Oh yeah. Yeah, when it was, I'm not gonna lie. Like on Fridays, I'll be flipping through. I don't have cable television. I just have regular, and I'll be seeing the WWE, the Smackdown. It's hard to watch it when there's no fans.
It is different.
It is. It's totally different. And it's something that we're probably gonna have to get used to here for the rest of the 2020 year. I mean, a lot of events, if they're gonna have it, there's be very little sport fans in the crowd, but it's hard. And the hardest thing for me is
Jerkbait bit off.
Is the fact that those guys talk smack and they're talking to nobody.
Yeah.
I mean, they're talking to the viewers, but yep. Yep. Yeah, it's a little tough, and it's a good job for those. I mean, there's a lot of acting involved. I'm gonna say it for those guys. They're really working on their skills. But look how it pays off for some of those guys. Look at The Rock, one of probably the highest paid movie stars, superstars out there. Who's that other
think
guy
he
that's
is the highest paid ever.
Yeah,
John Cena.
John Cena. He just looks weird with so much hair.
I know he does. I just wish he would, people are getting used to me without the long hair, and we're getting used to Cena with long hair, with hair.
What we should do is, do you have any pictures that we could show people of your long hair?
Oh, God.
Can you go back into are you on social media?
I am.
Yep.
I don't know if I like where you're going with this, man.
Can people go to your social media pages and check out the
I think they could.
Andy Cleveland of the day?
The flamboyant Andy Cleveland. Now I'm just the charismatic Andy Cleveland.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, Kyle had a nice heart-to-heart with me, and he just let me know. And when I'm around him, he just feels down. And and I could just see it, and in his confidence and the way he carried himself, and he's a friend. He's a dear friend. I don't want to see him like that.
Right.
So I said, Kyle, I'll do it for you, buddy.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long did you have the long hair?
About 15 years.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Me and my wife got married October 2004. And the day before we got married, I got my last haircut, and I told my wife, I said, that's going to be the last one for a while. And you know, at the time I was in a band, played out, you know, so it was kind of the whole band life. And
So Andy probably could probably write us some songs. I didn't know you were in a band.
Many talents sitting
does
over
it
here.
all.
But you know, so said, you know, that's my last haircut for a while, and it was
15.
I played guitar and did a little bit of singing, although I do not sing without a guitar.
Oh, okay.
Or with people around me.
So you could, so you could probably help us out here. We had put a post out there, or not a post, but we had make mention one of the last times on Head to Head last week that we're looking for somebody to help write songs for intro songs. We have some other projects that we're working on. Maybe you can be the man to help us with that.
Boy, I don't know.
Can you write a good little ditty?
It's been a while. My last show that I played was about 12 years ago. So it's been a while. There's a little bit of rust on these golden fingers, but we might try it.
Steve says, "Did your hair look like Pete Mayna's?"
No, mine was gorgeous.
All right, there it is again. Look at their sponsors. They're not the same right now. We got Omega and Megs. I noticed it before while we were talking. It was the same, so I had to take a drink. It reminds me of that game right there. There's Motorsock and Omega. Is that one where it's what screen was that where they had the the bouncing from corner to corner? Not the game. It was like Vizio or something like that where it would bounce and people would sit there and wait for it to try to hit exactly in the corner.
Oh.
It was like
I remember on Screensavers.
Yeah, Screensavers. It was that, but it would bounce, and then a lot of times it would look like it's heading right for the corner, and at the last second it would hit just outside the corner. All right, well, why don't we do that at 9 o'clock? Let's go at 9 o'clock. Brian just told me that we can Skype in with Kyle as he's down there. I believe he should be on Lake Delavan at that point. So we'll Skype in around 9 o'clock with Kyle. Yes, sir. Yeah, the office style. No, head-to-head is notorious. So what Brian just meant is we can't, for a head-to-head event, we can't get a beautiful day, right?
It's coming.
And it started in 2019 when we had those first 2 weekends, right? Like, we knew that we were pushing it date-wise on getting a little late in the season, but not really. Like, it was end of September, first part of October. A lot of guys go out and catch a really big fish that time of year. Because like you talked about, they're putting the feed bags on, right?
Absolutely.
But the weather was just like you're seeing right here. It was windy, rainy, it was like 30, 40 mile per hour winds, cold, and it was that way every single day. So in going into 2020 season, myself, Brian, Zach, we talked about, okay, this is how we're going to tackle this stuff. We're going to make it so we don't have to do double headers because of the weather, so on and so forth. And damned if Mother Nature says you're not going to have a head-to-head event without crap weather. Wisco Bass was the same way. We were talking about the Green Lake event yesterday.
Oh,
I mean,
my gosh.
every Sunday for a Wisco Bass last year was terrible.
Yes.
Shauna Lake, were you out on the Shauna Lake?
No, I was at home watching that, and I had to put extra clothes on at home because that one just looked brutal. Yeah, that's the one Kelly Jackson
won in the channel.
He won in the channel, and man, was that a phenomenal win for him.
Kelly, I watched him. We were back at the landing getting ready for the post show at that time, and Kelly put, I think it was 2 or 3 bass in the boat, throwing a frog. Will you stop that? You don't get insurance in here for stabbing yourself with baits.
Those hooks are just unreal. I'm gonna need, Brian, I might need some Band-Aids in here. I'm putting together an A-rig. Yeah, good God.
It's having fun. Brad Fuller, you got a...
Yeah, I've been watching 12.
Ton of bait. You're going to eat eventually. right?
Tell you, let's spend a little bit of time talking about some of the equipment these guys are using. The advancement in trolling motors over the last few years, combined with power poles and talons, has made boat control so much better. You look at a day like today, like look where Matt's fishing. Wind coming in, he can put that spot lock on and he can fish exactly where he needs to. He can make the same cast. He's not staring at his GPS, making sure that he's in the right spot. He's not doing the captain Captain Morgan, where he's up front. You know, you're a lot more stable. You can focus a lot better, and when you catch a fish, you don't get blown. Oh man! When you catch a fish, you don't get blown 100 yards. If
that was one holding on or not. Felt funny.
So just the advancement in gear makes it so much easier. And I tell you, having two small kids, one of the best things that I love about it is you can go out pan fishing with these things.
Yep.
Hit spot lock, and you are not dealing with anchor lines.
Yep.
And yeah, and the same thing with the power poles, same thing with the talons. And I tell you, really, where I use my power poles or my talons the most is launching and landing the boat, because it is such, when you're doing it by yourself, it is such a convenience to be able to pull that boat off the trailer, peg it down, and know that it's going to be there.
So going a little more in depth on what those really are and how they work. So for anybody that may or may not know what a power pole or a talon really is.
That's a great point. So what it is, they're shallow water anchor systems, and there's two different brands right now. There's Power Pole, which works off of, you have little hydraulic pumps that are in your boat. You have a little reservoir that has hydraulic fluid in it, and when you deploy it, they scissors out. So you either have one or you have two. You hit the button and then they scissors out, and you can get them in different depths as far as length of rods. Talons are electric, so they have electric motors in them, and instead of scissoring out, they telescope down. And I know the talons, you can get them in 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet, and I think 15 feet is the deepest that they go. Someone on the chat, let me know how deep the power poles go, as far as, is 15 max with that? So, okay, so yeah, they're just a great tool to use. So when you get into shallow water, especially when you look at bass fishing, dock fishing, or you get into shallow structure fishing, it allows you to put that down and not move the boat. And one of the things this time of year, these fish, they can be very finicky. And by being able, like if you're in a shallow water structure, you can put it down and you can actually shut your trolling motor down, making less noise.
Yep.
So it's a little bit more of a stealthy presentation. I know some guys, what they do is they actually shut their electronics off, so they stop the noise from going into water. They stop that clicking noise, and it's a little bit more of a stealthy presentation. So you're not disturbing or upsetting the fish when they're real finicky.
Yeah, Jesse, like Jesse says here, bed fishing, those talons or those power poles are an absolute must.
Yeah.
Get you right on the spot, get you far enough away. You don't have to worry about, like you said, controlling an anchor line or, playing with the trolling motor at that situation. So the other question would be with those is, do you recommend one or do you recommend two?
It's really up to the person, because they both accomplish the same things. They accomplish them a little bit different. I guess it's just, it's Ford, Chevy.
Well, with one though, do you run the risk of, like, it's running one anchor, do you run the risk of turning with, the wind? Does the front of the boat move a little bit?
Yeah, so if you're bass fishing, or if you're fishing and you really want to peg your boat so it doesn't move, having two is the best case scenario. You can put both of them down. I do know that there's some guys that they have one, And what they'll do is they'll put it down and then they'll spot lock their trolling motor up front. And so it holds the nose of their boat whether it's in current. Some guys will put one down in a current situation just to save a little bit on the trolling motor battery, just to have that nose sitting up front. But when I go out and I'm going to fish a dock or I'm going to fish structure, if I'm able to, I love putting boat down and having that boat position where it's not swinging back and forth. Because when you're fishing, especially like you just heard the one guy talk, he didn't know if there was one on it or not. You don't want the boat adding additional movement to your bait. You want to be able to be as stationary as you can, and you control how much movement you give that bait.
I haven't caught a northern.
Look at this on YouTube. We have a Go Bears.
Yeah.
Highway to the Danger Zone.
We've had a couple of those. That's all right.
My brothers.
Yeah, it's all right. We here at Head Fishing are just fans of everybody in general.
Yes.
So in order to keep our viewership up, like somebody had mentioned earlier, once you made that announcement, we dropped off viewers by like 350 people. So we have to allow all fans, whether you are, right or wrong, it's all right.
We are all inclusive.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, Ed noticed it. Ed's playing the drinking game. He said Sportomotive top and bottom. Now the real shot is. Ah, all right. Let me get my my sun drop, my diet sun drop.
I'm grabbing my coffee.
Yep. Let's just take a little sippy. Ah, yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. Jason, who is a big walleye guy, says walleye guys will use the power pole paddle when trolling in big winds and waves to help slow the boat
it's
down.
just like this. I think Wisco's how they originally tested these cameras, I guess. But it was more just like a box and then a GoPro mounted on the seat. So that, you know what I mean, there's no cameraman.
So Josh, we talked about, has fished a lot of the Wisco bass, and I've filmed him a couple of times during that event. He's talking about how much our equipment has made the advancement. Now, don't ask. We ain't going to give the secrets away how those things made the advancements, but it's amazing. We started out, we had a box, a backpack, and a camera. Now it's just down to a backpack and a camera. So
yeah, when I came in here and saw this place, all I have to say is wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Brian Keller is an evil genius.
He's something, all right.
And Brian, he's in studio with us today.
Yeah, he said he was he couldn't handle it. He was wherever he was on his secret mission. He was on his way back from Missouri. Hey, did you know that Brad Fuller saw you? Okay. What are the chances of that happening? So let's talk about one of our awesome sponsors here, Sportomotive. I've actually, during the slower periods of fishing, I talked about this yesterday, as we look at Douglas Becker here. I perused their website, look at some of their... That is a beautiful handlebar mustache. So you can check out Sportomotive at sport-o-motive.com. I'll drop it right here in the links on Facebook. You're going to get to look at it first. Check them out. They have some awesome.
Oh, he's hooked up.
Tip. Look at the tiptoe.
Yes.
Look at the tiptoe. Oh, you lost it.
Man.
Yeah, I think I would have slammed the water right now. A lot of. Is that a bladed jig or a swim jig?
No, I think. Yeah, he's throwing it. It looks like a craw.
Oh.
And it looks like he's got some sort of a bullet sinker up top. You know, maybe an Omega
custom
tungsten weight bullet sinker. You know, those Omegas are just something. I'm looking at them right now. Just the laser engraved weights on there is just fantastic.
Mike Mann thinks it's a tube. Could be a Texas rig tube. We talked about like the Get Bit tubes yesterday. How I'm surprised Danny Elsner hasn't reached out and sponsored one of these events. Come on, Danny. Josh Pink says that was an impressive
That's what makes the first round good. You got to battle through the weather conditions.
Back to Tyler, who right now is the only angler with a legal head-to-head bass in the boat. It's kind of the matchups right now. Oh, and John's got one too.
Oh, here we go. Tyler again.
There we go.
It kind of gives you a good indication the size of the fish by the way they handle it.
That's the third small bass, ain't it?
Yeah. Ain't a word. I say it all the time though. I love that. Adam on YouTube, thanks for watching. Adam says, any way the Reel Shot can get a hold of some 3-inch mega bass spark shads in AU and albino. Ooh, I know we carry that spark shad.
Those are fantastic colors.
Oh, we just have the, oh no, here's the 3-inch. Got them in stock. Here you go, Adam. Order them off this link and use H2H 10.
And you know what, with that great promo code, I mean, you got to be thinking about birthdays,
yes.
Father's Day coming up, or just because you're a nice person. We should make it official. Buy a bait for a friend day.
There you go.
Nothing says I love you than a special order from the Reel Shot.
Well, you know what I didn't realize until late yesterday is this upcoming weekend Memorial Weekend already?
Yeah.
Holy shnikes.
Yeah. The reason you don't know that is because we're still in our full winter gear as we go out fishing.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Jeremy had a bunch of angry faces. I'm like, why so angry? Kind of like the Joker type of talk. And he says, because he lost a good one. I feel your pain, my man.
That wind just whipping out there. When you have wind like that, it sure makes it difficult to have that line control, especially when you're trying to feel that bite and finesse it. It is really tough to fight that wind.
You don't like it? No. Oh, I love it.
I'm good.
My whole life I've never owned a boat, so ice fishing is my freedom.
Yeah. I get why it's fun. You just can't catch, you really can't catch a lot of smallmouth through the ice.
Who says?
Which is what I like to do.
In the lower right, you got Mike Gable. He's throwing the umbrella rig.
But up there, I mean, ice fishing's different, you know? Like you catch good fish, like big perch, big bluegills. Do you eat all that stuff?
What's that?
You said you eat them?
So once in a while, depending on what I get.
Well, why don't we take a little bit of time? Let's do a little angler profile here.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about Mike Gable. So Mike, 68 years old, lives with his wife Sarah in St. Charles, Illinois.
So are they like in you
And
talking to you?
they were just blessed, he said, with his 5th grandchild. So he says now there's 4 boys and 1 girl. And then they also have 2 rescue dogs. Now, Mike here, I'm going to read a little something he wrote. He's kind of my sentimental favorite here. He said he's been retired for 9 years. He said he retired in 2011 when his deceased wife, Rachel, was diagnosed with a brain tumor. And he said since her death in 2014 that he's been donating 90% of his tournament winnings to Loyola's cancer research program. And he said that I retired from and I'm a very proud member of the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 150. So I think that's fantastic. 90% of his tournament winnings.
So you get like 2 graphs, you get basically everything, how this is laid out. So like 58.
He also said he just wanted to say something about his brother, Bill Gable, who passed away last month at the age of 70. He said not only was he my big brother and someone that I always looked up to, he was my fishing partner for over 50 years. He's sorely missed, and he wants to give a shout out to his cousin Eddie. And he said that his passion for fishing could not be realized without the love and support of Sari, his wife of almost 2 years. We fished together in many team tournaments, cashing checks in our very first tournament. So, very cool to get to know Mike Gable.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, so Mike, he is my sentimental favorite right now. He's going up against Josh though, and that is a tall order,
right?
Because Josh is he is a very accomplished fisherman.
So, yeah, never mind. Brian, you saw the message, right? Okay. So what we're talking about is we said shortly around 9 o'clock we would try to go to tournament director Kyle, who's on Delavan Lake, I believe. He just said let's try it. The only thing is he forgot his earbud, so any questions we might have to repeat him a couple times. But he's old, so it could be just an excuse.
It happens.
So as we work on bringing Kyle into virtually a virtual studio for us.
You know, and Kyle's an emotional guy.
A little bit slower start to the day today, but that's all right. It's going to only get better here. Remember, we got 5 hours. You're looking at the bottom of the scoreboard where Meg's custom rod sits. There's 3 hours and 57 minutes remain here in the southeast Smackdown of head-to-head fishing. Don't forget, it's the original head-to-head. Throughout the day, we'll be dropping some links from the Reel Shot, again another sponsor of head-to-head fishing, in the chat. If you're interested in purchasing anything from the Reel Shot, use the code H2H10. That'll save you 10% off your order. Remember though, if you don't use it, you lose it. So
Will you say something? See if they can hear you.
Boy, I tell you, you look at this lake today, and that wind and the waves are definitely changed things out there. And you know, when you have the cloud cover and combination of the waves kicking up, obviously that affects the light going into the water. It can dirty the water up a little bit. You know, I know Geneva, very clear water lake, and I know smallmouth, they're such a visual sight feeder. If that water starts getting a little more dirty.
Matt's hooked up.
Hooked up. And it is a pike.
Oh.
Got a pike. Wrong kind.
Oh. Good colors on that fish, though. Look.
Come here, fella.
Old strategy here, not going with the net.
Popping that tickle tail off the bottom.
Look at that. Nice swim bait.
There he goes.
Tickle tail, he referred to it as.
Always check your line. Popping that Kalen's pickle tail off the bottom. A little perch imitator. See if we can get the right species now.
Joe, they're fishing on Geneva again today, so we'll actually have Kyle. We're gonna Skype him in here. There he is, Kyle. No, hang on. We're working on the audio, Kyle. Hang on, buddy. His head's so big it doesn't quite fit in that little screen. I know he can. We're working on the audio, Kyle. Be patient, my friend. You gotta remember, it's just Brian today, not Zach saving him. You look good though.
He looks well rested. Of course, maybe we should have him take them sunglasses off, and I'll tell the truth.
This is the best time to talk to Kyle because you can't hear his smart-ass comments.
Yeah. After a while, you learn just to tune it out anyway.
All right. Well, while we get that, oh wait, say something once.
Something.
There he is.
Hey, he's there.
Hey.
Good morning, buddy.
Hi.
Kyle, how you doing out there, buddy?
It's windy. I'm
Yeah?
on Delavan, just looking at water temp and water clarity. It's dirty. It's windy, cold, 55 degrees, water.
So,
Wow.
I didn't know we were back to February.
yeah, tell me about
Right.
it.
So, Kyle, do you know if water temperatures have been changing drastically, dropping drastically?
No, they haven't. They've been pretty much staying steady from what I hear. The guys on Geneva said it dropped a couple degrees overnight with that rain, but not anything real substantial.
Okay.
And doesn't seem to be a whole lot of fish spawning, so I don't think that water temperature change is going to affect them much. But
Right. So do you think with the weather conditions, obviously today, sitting here, it looks a lot windier. It looks like these guys are bouncing a lot more. Do you think that these conditions could adversely affect the fishing, make the fishing better, still unknown?
well, smallmouth love the wind, so I know personally if I was fishing and my boat would be wet, I would be in the wind, wherever the wind's blowing with some rock and some structure around. That's where you're going to want to be, in my opinion. Especially on Geneva. That I don't have a whole lot of experience on that lake, but smallmouth. So if you're targeting smallmouth, I'd be looking in the wind.
Right. How is the water clarity on Geneva?
It's been good. From what I can see, I haven't been driving around it, obviously. You guys fishing there. I'll be on it later this afternoon. But everywhere I can see it, it looks good.
Wow.
I know, I can see it.
To what we're watching Tyler Zimmerman just kind of.
Lost the hook to it too?
What was the water temperature on Geneva this morning?
Okay.
But
I'm
Got
not
out of there though.
checking somebody's boat. I can find out real quick.
Are you under that deck?
Okay.
You're kind of cutting in and out, Kyle. It's a little tough with that. Are you gonna? What time do you think you'll be off Delavan? Maybe we'll get back with you.
Probably about the next 2 hours or so. I'm just gonna idle around and look around the lake a little bit so I know what some structure is so I can, forward it on to you guys. We're actually gonna take a ride over to Whitewater.
Okay.
Excellent.
Well, anything? I mean, you're coming in pretty good now when you get the camera close. Anything you want to say? How is it all going down there? What's the anglers' thoughts as of yesterday?
Yesterday and this morning, everybody's positive. Like Lake Geneva, everybody wants to fish early in the morning. Yesterday, the guys were staying out here at 5 a.m. The tournament's early down here. This morning, a couple of guys did mention that too. We're giving up the best bite of the day. That could be not a lot of boat traffic, so that playing a factor for guys adjusting to the conditions. So.
Yeah, we did not see a lot of jet skiers and water skiers yesterday out there.
No, I don't think it's.
You're gonna see today.
Oh, really? There's going to be a lot more local traffic, you think, today?
No, there won't be any with the crappy weather.
Right,
Driving
right.
through Geneva this morning, it was like a ghost town. There was nobody around it.
I don't want to look at the
Well, cool, man. Well, thanks for the quick update on everything. And then once you get off the water, if we want to let me know, we can maybe get back with you when conditions are a little different.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Kyle.
See you later,
Keep up
Kyle.
the good work, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, man. So that's Kyle Carpenter, tournament director of H2H, chiming in from Delavan.
Yeah, what a great job Kyle's been doing.
Yep. It's been a phenomenal welcome addition.
Yeah, you know, I mean, the crazy thing is you guys are pioneering something new, and you know, we get to see it unfold, we get to see it evolve, and just the level that it's at right now is beyond any expectation. Just fantastic. So again, I'm sitting here as one of your biggest fans, and it is just so fun to be a part of this.
I think it's Gary. Do you hear him whistling every once in a while? That guy's just out enjoying a day of fishing.
He could. You know, Gary, he's been around a while. Let me get the dirt sheets on Gary.
And he's digging into his Fin Fact book here.
Fin Fact book. So he actually fished the first Redman tourney in Illinois and Wisconsin. He's made several BFL regional and 2-nation championship and several 12-man teams. You know, Gary, he's long time. Oh, we got a hook set.
Tyler Zimmerman again.
Oh!
You got a fighter over here.
God, that was a big fish. Oh.
Yeah, that's a good point. Brian just brought up. You know, these fish are not fully biting. They're biting short, and the adjustments that these guys might have to start making to change that.
So what would that adjustment be? Well, I mean, for light strike fish, typically like walleyes, you'd throw a stinger hook on. There's no stinger hook really for the bass world,
Right.
is there?
Well, there's a lot of things that you could do. One of the things that I would think about, you know, if they're fishing, you know, typically if they're not grabbing it, it could be an indication that they're interested, but something's just not quite right about the presentation. It could be the size, it could be the color, it could be the speed, it could be the depth. So, yeah, they're interested, they're curious, but something's just not quite right. So, I would typically start by making maybe changes in size, changes in color.
Yeah, like Eric says here, and Brian just said the same thing, probably a smaller bait.
Yeah. Yeah. Or some guys go the complete other way. If you're trying to finesse them and they're not biting, some guys might go, oh, there we got a hook set.
Gregory was just hooked up, it looked like.
Oh, looks like a largie. Hard to tell this. Ooh, he looks thin.
No,
yeah.
that ain't gonna weigh.
It's a little one, but some of the other adjustments that you could make are go into power fishing and really trigger those reaction strikes. You know, that's where a crankbait, a jerkbait. You know, one of the things I'm surprised we haven't seen is a lipless crankbait.
Coming on for you? Yep, we got zeros.
She's gonna weigh that fish. I don't think it's gonna weigh, but hey, why not? Get a good look at those fish monkey gloves he's rocking.
Yeah.
No. 110.
Been dropping some links, like I said, throughout the day. Just dropped some a little bit ago to our awesome sponsor, Mega Custom Tackle. You can shop all their awesome things here. Like Andy's hooking himself, as Tyler's
Tyler,
Rally put one to.
Keep it stuck.
Oh. Lost that big one.
Yeah. You know, one of the other things that might account for a nice release back, that might account for not hooking up good is he's fishing out in quite a bit of waves of wind right now. So it might be that he's not feeling the bite as good as he should have. So maybe he's a little late as far as setting that hook and feeling that.
I want it under there. I cannot get it under there.
Just like this, it's, you know, there's a technique to everything.
Oh yeah.
best friend quite hasn't figured that out, but he tries to beat me every time we sit in the shack.
Yeah.
Man, he will get so salty because he'll be sitting right next to me, and I'll be catching fish, and he won't be getting a nibble.
It's the technique, man.
God, whatever Josh is fishing, he is fishing it slow.
Here's what I do.
It's the old terminology of letting that bait soak.
Yeah, he's dead sticking it and then giving it a few pops. And
see, he's got that high vis line on there as well, so
yep,
helps him notice the indication of a
Get
bite.
out there and catch bass. Oh yeah. So, what's the biggest? So you don't ever catch muskie or anything through the ice, do you?
I had a time frame where I could in November, but the season shuts down, so you really can't.
Do they just stop eating in the winter? Fish
No.
like that? No, they do eat.
But it's kind of few and far between. Like, I had one come take a swipe at me this year. I purposely ducked it because I seen it coming.
Yeah.
But no, there was one huge northern that went after.
Back to Matt. So again, pay attention to the Way Live scoreboard on the bottom there. It's going to be flashing the battles throughout the day with Omega Custom Tackle.
Oh,
Matt
there we
put
go.
the pin to
Good
one.
fish, whatever it is. Real good fish. Don't be a pike again. Wrong kind.
He goes right into that
Look
toothy
at how he
critter,
did it.
doesn't he?
need a
I
bass
gotta
to do
admit,
that.
I'm a little more cautious reaching down.
Jeez.
Yeah, those are little hammer handles. But yeah, I agree with you.
All right, where the largemouth at? When they eat it, they eat it. This was 62 and 64 degrees on Friday.
They probably a lot better when it's warmer over here.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's
yeah,
there's tons of fish in here. They're just not. They're not biting because of the cold front.
That's why I was hoping that the 70s and 80s weather was gonna stay. Because I'm like, the fish would be flying out of the water if it was nice like that.
Yes. It was
Especially
10
these
degrees
bass.
warmer and the sun was out. Believe me, it'll be. I don't know how it is everywhere else, but
I was hoping for that warm weather for fish in general.
this year is the first year I've fished this in the spring. Normally, I don't come on this water until the end of June.
Yeah. It's too cold. I can see why.
Yeah, I mean,
Sometimes
there's so many other lakes around here that warm up faster than this.
Right.
You know, it takes a long
It's
time
a hit
for
and a
this
miss
thing.
here when it's warm. Yeah.
But even lakes that I normally fish in the spring are not warmed up yet. Because they warm up a little bit and then the bottom drops out.
That's awesome. Great advice there and strategy from Gary. Back to Tyler. So as I'm looking at the hour-by-hour forecast for the Geneva area, it doesn't look like it's going to get crazy warm down there. It looks like maybe a high right around 60s. That's not going to hit. Oh, Tyler's hooked up again. There we go.
Stay pin. Oh no, he's small. He is small. He's no good.
Tell you, he's a round fish.
Oh. No way, he'll go too.
So nice clean release below the gunnel there.
Four small guys.
You know, you're not going to...
They're biting.
Not going to probably see a whole lot of penalties today because the anglers that are fishing today were watching those guys yesterday.
Slide out a little deeper, I think.
And I think the biggest lesson I learned yesterday is Put the other scales away.
Yeah, that would have been a critical move if he went to caught that
swarm of bass.
5 pound.
I'm like, man, I need to get in there and just get rid of some of them.
Yeah.
Weed it down a little bit.
Yeah, it's called the bucket effect, I think.
That's the whole reason why I bought that Alabama rig.
For the little dudes?
Just for that whole cloud of bass.
Bradley, you haven't missed a whole lot so far. We can kind of recap where some of our battles are at. The battle between John and Matt. John has a 2 pound 7 ounce largie. We're looking at Gary and Gregory. That battle is obviously both at zeros right now. They're still looking for their first head-to-head 2 pound bass. Josh and Mike. Oh, I'm sorry, I went the wrong way. Tyler and Douglas. Tyler's up with 1 bass. That's 2 pound 12 ounces. Douglas is still looking for his first 2 pounder. There's John and Matt there. We kind of talked about John's up with a 2 pound 7 ouncer. And then back to finally Josh and Mike, which is still at zeros.
Yeah, answering Peyton's question, yeah, Matt is the one that was on the Gillespie shows.
Yep. It's a superstar.
Superstar.
This looks like the same bridge that Travis was fishing yesterday.
It does. It does. It is, you know, this is just a great springtime spot. You know, it's a funnel. These fish are going to be coming through here, and it's just a matter of, are they coming through and are they biting?
So it looks like the wind is pushing that water right at Gary.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of set up in a really good spot right now.
Yep. Yeah, good thing to watch here. I'm not sure if Gary's... Oh, Tyler almost went swimming. I'm not sure if Gary's boat is set up with a trolling motor that has the spot lock capabilities on it, so it'll be interesting.
Oh, there. Oh, my gosh.
He keeps getting away.
Yeah,
dude.
he's really got to be struggling with those waves and feeling bites. You know, this is something where maybe you think about repositioning the boat. So instead of fishing across the waves, you can fish with them, but then you know, then it might be pulling you out of how you want to fish. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. It changes it can change a lot by repositioning.
Welcome to the world of tournament fishing and decisions.
Yeah. But yeah, it'll be interesting looking at Gary to see how he controls his boat versus a guy with the spot lock. You know, Gary's going to be glued much more to the front of his boat than the guys with the spot locks, and I think that's why too. You might see Gary has that butt seat right behind him. It's because when you're using a trolling motor a lot, it's nice to be able to lean back and get a little more support. And the guys that have spot lock have a little bit more room to move.
John had asked earlier what's going to be the big fish of the day. I still think we'll see some 4-pounders. I think we're going to see a 4-pound, whether it's a smallie or a largie. We saw, what, I think we saw at least 2 or 3 4-pound fish.
I think it was 3.
4-pound plus fish yesterday.
Yeah. I am really hoping for a 6+ during this event.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's today, tomorrow, rest, you know, or Championship Friday.
So Dan Clausen just tagged a buddy. Thanks, Dan. Everybody else following Dan's footsteps and tag some friends here. Let's get this viewership up today.
Yeah. Take a friend you're going to buy a bait for.
Yeah. So share this. We also asked if you could share it with some of your groups. A lot of people yesterday said they shared it with groups as far as out the western part of the United States, California, and something. You know, there's a lot of bass groups out there. There's a lot. I've seen there's so many groups on social media. You know, swim bait groups, topwater groups, you know, bass groups, walleye groups. Let everybody know that you're watching head-to-head fishing and you're enjoying it.
Yeah, and you know, maybe give a shout out to those high school kids.
Yeah,
high
great
school
point.
fishing
high
teams.
schools, colleges. We have whitewaters on here a lot.
Yeah.
We had Mitch yesterday, was one of the former presidents. I think Tyler today is fishing.
Yep.
He's also a former president of the Whitewater Fishing Club. So we've had Stevens Point anglers on here. We've talked to other colleges. I think we would have had some colleges in Minnesota join up if we were able to have those events over there. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, big shout out and shout out to the guys that put that together. That is so great that they give their time and their knowledge and they share that passion with those kids. In this area, they're starting to get a lot more high school fishing teams. So I know one of the really good ones is actually in Neenah. Is Chris Jones.
Yep, the Neenah in Appleton East, Appleton North. The other thing that Brian and I have had this conversation about a couple of times is, maybe spilling the beans a little bit, but kids want to get a scholarship to go to some of these colleges. Fishing could be one of the easiest ways to get a scholarship nowadays.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. A lot of colleges are opening up fishing clubs, and it's going to be easier if you get one down to football, baseball, basketball, something like that. Heck, become a good fisherman.
Absolutely, and there's so many unbelievable resources. We're looking at one of them head to head. I am telling you, this is a college course on how to fish. And it is just, there's so many great resources out there for kids to learn. And with the other guys and gals putting together these college or high school programs, it's just such a great outlet. Another one, I think in the Menasha area is Matt Olson.
Yeah, Matt Olson, yep.
Done a fantastic
job. Tony Thiel, yep. They did a great job with that Menasha program. And the other one, too, is, a little off topic, but shooting sports are becoming quite popular in a lot of schools. Does it sound like... Yeah, like traps. Brian just said the school where his kid goes, there's 70 students. Oh, here we go. Tyler again.
He is around the fish.
Let's try to get a look at that bait.
You just wonder if those are smaller males that he's catching.
Oh, so he's going to make a move.
I think he's going to make a move to go catching the smallmouth.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on the chat right now talking about their high school fishing teams. Oshkosh West has a good trap team. Robert's giving Matt Olson a great shout out. Yeah, that's a great idea, Andy. Tag your
at the actual
student teams.
Physical store to sell AT&T stuff.
They're a store up in Marinette.
That's a decent job, ain't it?
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of Karen's, dealing with those kind of people. But.
Yeah. Well, you get all the new phones that come out, don't you? Or at least you know.
Yeah. Do you know what that reference is about?
No.
So this Michael Jordan Last Dance thing that's been on, I think it's been on ESPN for 10 episodes.
Yep.
They're referring to somebody on I think it was either the 9th or the 10th show. Was it a Cleveland fan, Brian? Pacer fan. It was a Pacer fan. But anyways, there's a Pacer fan that was giving Michael Jordan a hard time throughout this tournament or something similar to that, so they called her Karen.
Oh boy.
So I feel bad for the Karen's name who's getting bad notoriety for this, but it's a goofy situation. I haven't seen the full episode yet, but yeah, come on. Keep it clean in the boat here.
Need one.
But yeah, North Fond du Lac. What about out of state here? We got a lot of Wisconsin schools on there, and I appreciate that. I think that's phenomenal. Let's get some out of state, some southern schools on here, some western schools, eastern schools. Just let us know to, what kind of programs you have that are not, or that are fishing and hunting related.
Mm-hmm.
Archery. Archery is another great one that kids can get into.
Yeah, let us know how big the programs are too. How many kids do you guys have?
Yep. Bradley's actually going to go out and try to catch some trout. Good luck. Jacob's on here. He was the team captain for Kakana. And next year he'll be the coach. That's cool. Wow. Somebody who was a part of the team going back to help educate.
A couple of days ago when it was raining and blowing just like this, same weather, there was someone out here skiing. 25-mile-an-hour wind, raining.
Cold water.
Cold water.
That's
49, 49-degree water.
Yeah.
49.
Wow. People call fishermen crazy.
Right. 49-degree water is what he just said. So Steve says, I enjoy fishing, but my son loves it. But I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Any suggestions on how to teach him correctly?
Absolutely.
Well, it's the honesty. That's great.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely. And so here's what I would suggest, because I went through this same thing. Like I said, I started fishing late. And what I did was I started grabbing every book, magazine, and show, but I did not know how to translate it to the water.
Yep.
And so what I would do is I took all this stuff I read, I would go out to the water, and I'd be so frustrated because I couldn't catch a thing.
Yep.
And what I needed was I needed a translator, I needed a coach, and join a club, get around people, come to the Reel Shot. I mean, my God, the Reel Shot is full of people that know how to guide and to help you out. And I would just get around those people and talk to them and find out, because what you'll find out is that you're not really too far off from being able to catch fish. You just need a couple of smaller adjustments.
Yep.
And you need some guidance. And you know, like I said, when I got hooked up with the Green Bay Club, that club was full of just phenomenal sticks.
Yep.
And you know, well, when I first started, Kyle wasn't a part. I think he was drawn to the club for me. Yeah, it was for the hair. And but you know, I had a couple of guys that really took me under their wing, and they translated what I read and what I watched, and they showed me how to catch fish with it. And I tell you, it shortened my learning curve years, 5, 10, 15 years.
Yep.
So that's what I would recommend. I would recommend finding some local clubs, coming into the Reel Shot, talking to the guys here. They can definitely tune you in.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Find a club, find a group, an organization. But when I had to learn the hard way is patience. It is so tough.
Yeah.
I mean, because you want that person to also be successful, so you don't kind of look like a dummy, like you really don't know what you're talking about.
Pride is an evil thing.
So yes, patience is a virtue, like the saying goes, and it's absolutely critical when you're instructing. You know, I used to teach archery here at the Reel Shot, and you just start to make it fun, right?
Right.
And they'll learn when it's fun as well. So fishing, I would imagine, Andy, is probably the same way.
Yeah, it is. And you know, like I said, I give a big shout out to Chris Johnson. He really was the guy that you know, we live close to each other, and I would go over to his house all the time, and I can't tell you the number of seminars he gave me while we're leaning over the deck of his boat.
Yep.
And you know, he really made it easy, because when I first started, crying out loud, you know, I had all these different lures and this and that, and I had no idea what to use them. But he broke it down to 3 or 4 baits. He says, if you want to consistently catch fish, learn how to use these 3 or 4 baits.
Yep.
And he simplified it, and it was fantastic. So yeah, he helped me out a lot, and he still does. He's kind of my Sherpa, if you will. And it's always good to have that, because sometimes we don't see ourselves as we really are. And I think the biggest thing he always tells me is, get out of my head.
Yeah. I tell that to people too. Get out of your head. It's a scary place to be.
It is a scary place.
Well, when we had Ish Monroe on TRS Live, we asked him, you know, how do you get good at throwing the frog? You know, and you think maybe it's a real simple bait to throw and there's not a lot of strategy to it. He goes, do you know the fastest way to get good at throwing a frog is throw a frog nonstop.
Yeah.
You want to get good at something, you got to commit to it though.
Yeah.
He said when you throw it and they don't get the bites that you want, a lot of people are fast to put it away. You know, and this would be true for any bait or anything really out there, but he said you have to commit to it and then you'll get really good at throwing a frog.
Yeah.
And that guy's a top frog thrower really anywhere.
Right. You know, I'll tell you a funny story about pride. So, to a fault, sometimes I can be a little stubborn. And when I first jumped in fishing the club stuff, we were fishing club tournaments. And for the first 3 tournaments, the guy in the back of my boat absolutely killed me. He was catching fish nonstop. I'm in the front of the boat. I went to my spots. He's catching the fish. I wasn't catching anything. And finally, I had to have my pride beat up enough that I finally asked for help.
Yep.
So, yeah, if you really want to shorten your learning curve, throw your pride out the window and say, hey,
check that ego at the door.
Yeah.
That's awesome. A lot of people are chatting in here. I love it. Talking about joining groups is a great way, like Andy was just talking about. Rosemont Irish Fishing Team, we have 24 high school anglers, 12 junior division, grade 3 through 8, third grade
awesome.
and on up.
That is awesome.
Perfect. That's great. Big props. Yeah, hire a guide. I mean, to have a guide take you out, learn some stuff from them.
Yeah. That is another fantastic way to shorten the curve.
Watch head-to-head fishing.
Yeah.
5 hours of informative, entertainment right here. You can't go wrong.
And I tell you what, even though it's like some of the events on Bago are slower, not catching fish can teach you just as much as catching fish.
Yep.
Yeah, but like Brian just said, it teaches you more.
Yep.
Yeah, when you're winning, you don't learn nearly as much as when you lose.
Yeah, and that's what kind of Brian was saying. He coached a lot of successful sporting teams, football and baseball in particular, and he said, when what'd you say, 500? Yep, so he said you wanted to kind of be in that 500 platform until they reach the higher level because they're a lot easier to instruct and to teach, and they're willing to learn.
Yeah.
When they're winning all the time, they think they know everything.
Yeah.
While you're up, I'm going to let us drift back just a tad. You're all right.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely learn more when you... And I tell you what, if you look at my resume, I have done some learning in my day.
I was helping coach in my local football team, and I'll do it again this year. We had an offer last year. We didn't win a game. We got our butts kicked.
Like now you know.
But we learned a lot that year.
Yeah.
Now we gotta get, I'm thinking to myself, like, let's just get out of here. Like,
No, it's definitely sweet when you win.
No,
but
we're gonna stay.
you learn
I'm like, all right,
so much
How old is he?
losing.
9, yeah.
Jeremy says these tougher days of fishing teaches them one thing: to stay home and drink beer.
Oh, we just had one matched up, the real shot and the real shot. So it's time to take the drink.
He's talking about our sponsors that are flashing. So we're looking at Mags on the top right, Omega. When they match up, a lot of times on the scoreboard, they don't match up. You have to take a sip.
I tell you, Matt, one of the things we should vote on is which one of us is going to be on the floor by the end of this.
Yep. Well, lucky I just have the old Diet Sundrop, so I don't know what you got in that mix club. There's that Irish coffee.
It might be. It might be.
He's had one too many. He doesn't quite remember.
I get better when I drink more coffee.
Daniel says, not so much youth club, but growing up in Delavan and now stationed in Kansas, I started taking many people hunting and fishing for the first time and teach archery for the first time to novice hunters, and it's just satisfying. I agree.
Absolutely.
As working on bows here at the Real Shot, when you set up a bow, you get it set up right, it becomes successful in a couple different ways. Shooting it, having a good time with accuracy, and then it turns into the first harvest of whatever animal that may be, or maybe even their first Robin Hood. They come back to you and you're like, oh my God, from turning to somebody that's never shot a bow in their life to look at how much fun I'm having now with it. That's awesome and super rewarding.
Yeah, I tell you, and in doing it, I would imagine it fuels your passion to do it more.
Look at this here. So Robert Klaus is talking from the guide's point of view, but I got to skip over that one, unfortunately. He says, Chris Johnson, tell them the pre-rig worm story, Andy, with the emotions and the 7-part harmony.
Oh, my God, Chris.
Is there a story there? I guess.
Oh, you're killing me, Chris. Okay, so
in between all these angler catches that we're seeing right now, you have to filter this story in there.
Okay. So it was the first state tournament that I ever fished down in La Crosse. I think it was 2009, and still very new to fishing. And went down there pre-fish, and Chris held my hand, and we went around, and he really showed me La Crosse. The guys that fish La Crosse, I tell you, that is a different breed, because you know, when you get off those main, even when you're on the main river, all the wing dams and everything down there, but you get, you know, back in those backwater areas, I mean, you could be lost for the rest of your life. So Chris showed me the area, but anyway, so as the tournament comes on, I had this guy in the back of my boat, and his nickname was Moose. And
Moose.
Yeah, Moose. And we went out fishing, and I was back in the Goose Island area.
You got all the Uper stuff. Yeah. ATV, little pond hopping boat. Like,
And so we're back in the Goose Island area, and I had all my rods laid out, and I was going through the gauntlet, and Moose was in the back of the boat. He had a spinning rod with a white trick worm on it. It was a pre-rigged trick worm, and his reel had a squeak that I can still hear to this day every time that he's just slow rolling it, just that. I mean, it drove me nuts, but he was in the back of the boat catching fish, and I spun out on the front of the boat. I had no confidence. I lost any confidence I had. I went through every bait I had, and at one point Moose says to me, he said, Andy, you don't have any confidence, do you? And it was like the kick in the gut, because it was so true. I came in with no fish. He came in with 4 fish. He had one that was pushing 5 pounds.
On a white trick worm.
On a white, and that's all he threw, one rod all day long. And you know, it was the most humbling experience, or I should say one of them, because I've had many.
Yep.
But one of the most humbling experiences that I have ever had, and that taught me so much. And on my way home, me and Chris were caravanning. You know, he was up in front driving. We were talking on the phone, and I was just fuming the whole way. He had to talk me off a ledge. I mean, I was doing 500 words a minute with flurries up to 750, and you know, I mean, I was losing it, and he had to calm me down and kind of, you know, it's not normal that Chris is loving and nurturing, but, you know, he had to kind of be loving and nurturing. And eventually I got off the ledge, learned a bunch from it, and moved on. But that was an experience in itself. Oh, Tyler.
Look at, he actually looks like he changed tactics. He's got a spinning rod in his hand now.
Yep.
Oh, big smallie.
Oh, big smallie, he said.
Oh, he's not huge, but oh, he's nice. Definitely a keeper.
What do we got?
Stay pin, baby, stay pin. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, baby.
Come on, Tyler.
Oh, man.
Oh, God, get it in.
Come on, get in the net.
There you go.
Oh, my God.
That one away.
Hey.
Look at that thing.
Oh, that one away for sure. Oh. Boy, he's skinny though.
Look at that.
Look at that little 3-inch, like a 3-inch swim bait. Looks like it's like a pearl color.
All right, zeros.
Zeros.
Might have that on like a very similar to the Omega Spartan swim bait jig head with the screws on it.
What are we going with?
212.
212.
212. Man, he looked bigger. That fish is like you were saying, man. That fish looked long.
Yeah.
If you were fatter, you'd be 3.5. 212. I think it's the same weight as my last one.
I think it's the same size as the last one, ain't it?
New difference in fish. Smallmouth, but I think it's the same size.
Well, he called his shot, didn't he?
Yeah, he sure did.
He said he was going for some brown fish, and he sure did.
Sharing the link right now to the Omega Spartan swim bait jig head. To me, it looked like he was throwing a Kitech possibly, but he had a swim bait jig on there for sure.
Yep. I tell you, that is one of the funnest ways to fish. It is. It's one of those presentations that I don't think you can fish it wrong. You just throw it out there, and you can slow roll it across the bottom. You can hop it. You can fish it like a tube. You can, fish it in the middle, fish it up high. Use different types of weights. An 1/8 ounce, 1/4 ounce, 1/2 ounce. You can fish it a lot of different depths. It's just such a versatile way to fish, and it catches fish.
Michael says, what's with these little nets? Mine extends out pretty far to fish by myself. Are there rules on nets? So no, there really are no rules on the nets. These guys are just having those close to the chest style nets because they have to remember there could be a penalty if that net is extended and then they were to grab it or net it, and then that fish would hit the side of the boat, which typically happens when you extend your net out. So I guess there are a penalty, or there are rules to the nets. They're not the specification of the net, but the netting process of the fish.
Right.
So we kind of recap those rules, but one of the 2-minute penalties that could be enforced is you net that fish if it's not a clean transfer from the water to the deck of the boat or the floor of the boat. If it were to hit a chair, a side of the boat, electronic, a motor, a windshield, whatever it may be, there could be a 2-minute penalty enforced.
Yeah, and another thing too is it's room in the boat. There's a lot of things that are out on the deck, and sometimes it just comes down to guys want to have a smaller net for room on the boat.
Yep.
Oh, Tyler just swung again.
Come back for it.
The other thing I shared in the chat here is the chance at a $1,000 TRS online gift card by participating in the head-to-head sticker contest. So click the link for that. Get yourself entered. It's really, really easy. Plus, we gave you a plethora of time. You have till October 2nd to get your entries in. Then we're going to actually do a head-to-head format, 64 sticker bracket that the public's going to vote on once the Real Shot staff narrows that down. So if you'd like, I could share the link again.
On.
And you look at Gregory and Gary, they look like they're on completely different lakes than Tyler.
Right.
But as to your point, Matt, yesterday, you can go on different spots and get out of that wind on Geneva. Yeah, you look at Gary and Gregory, they only have a handful of rods out on the deck. They, they're probably a little more dialed into what they want to do today.
It's curious to me too, or interesting to me as well, is how many guys have pulled off of the docks already and are out fishing offshore.
Mm-hmm.
And virtually, we just looked at it, there's 4 of the 8 today, and they're all offshore.
Mm-hmm.
Gary was up close to the docks, and I think Gregory was earlier, but now they're all targeting those fish that are on that pre-spawn mode, which looks like Mike's throwing that Alabama rig, the umbrella rig right now.
Right. And you look at, even like where Josh is at, it looks like they're covering these staging areas or just a break line or transition It could be, you know, underwater points, underwater funnels, bends and contour lines. Because this, with this front passing, it could be that these fish pulled back to more of those staging areas and are just in a negative mindset.
Well, especially with the water cooling as well. And we heard it was either Travis or I'm trying to remember the other angler that was talking really a lot about this yesterday, but there's a lot of cribs. A lot of spots where, you know, floats are kind of anchored. Also, you know, cribs for fish. He saw something big on there yesterday. But, yeah, a lot of cribs on these clear bodies of water. Hey, Dan's got a question about the sticker contest. He says, is it one entry per person or per sticker? I'm confused reading the rules. So what it is it's one entry per person per sticker type. So if you buy, I mean, I can't. Yeah, so basically every sticker that you buy that's a different entry or a different sticker, you can get an entry into the sticker contest. I can't remember. Yeah, so it's basically one per sticker, and there's different sticker types is basically what it rolls down to. So
we got a match.
Oh, there it is. The real shot, the real. Oh, Sportomotive too. So Sporto, looks like Sporto and the real shot are the ones that are doing it. Because Ed again just been a hawk on that today. Ed, are you taking sips when you play this game?
I tell you what, it's time for everyone. Grab your coffee, water, tea, Bloody Mary, beer, whatever you got.
You know what you're gonna make us do? Have to go to the bathroom a lot here. People are gonna be getting up to go potty quite a bit.
Good thing we're streaming. You can take us with you on your phone.
Yeah, that's a good point. Do not send pictures to our social media of you watching on the toilet, though. We had some other ones. I'll share them today. There was quite a few people watching yesterday. They shared it to our messenger. Watching on the with a pot of coffee. Had a picture from Brian's wife. He was watching in the co-pilot chair in his travels back from Missouri. Looking at John Demme. Rocking that backwards hat. Oh, that's wet.
Oh, hope he gets it back.
Look at this.
Going in.
He's got it.
I don't think that's 2 pounds.
That's intent boat.
Hashtag in the net.
Yeah. Oh man, that is.
You know, I mean, that brings up a great pro tip. Always have an extra hat in the boat.
That's classic.
On my glasses, I didn't want my glasses to fall in the water. I'm too old and fat to catch my hat.
Oh, that's fun. Oh, Nick wants to see a replay of that, Brian.
That's all right. I needed something to cool off.
It's not even that hot out, John. He's throwing that jerkbait. I thought again got a good look at it. I believe it's another Mega Bass Vision 110.
Yeah.
Those are probably the most popular jerkbait out there right now.
They're a phenomenal jerkbait.
And we talked about sticky hooks on that Omega stuff. Yeah, here we go. Let's check John's antics right here. So I'm just going to throw this jerkbait out, have a good day, put up my trolling motor. Yep, and I'm going to put my sunglasses. Oh, wait. Oh, what? Oh, got it. Do I? Maybe. No. Now I might just be able to hook it with my rod tip, and now it's swimming away. Okay, I got it. Maybe. Oh, nope. Got away another one. Look at these shades are barely on. I think he wants to give a shout. Shout out to Frable. Thanks for saving my hat today. So here's those Vision, the 110s.
You know, I think that it's a good reminder that these pros are humans too.
Yep. On a day that you're not fishing a head-to-head, that story never comes out. You never would tell anybody that story.
No, never. Never.
So that's kind of if John was going to be known for one thing, you know, catching big fish and losing my hat.
You know, it's exactly like in the wintertime when you're walking and you hit that patch of ice you don't know is there and you fall right on your butt, and then you get up as quick as you can, look around to see if anyone saw you.
Yep.
It's exactly what it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stub your toe. I'm good. Look at the colors of these Vision 110s. Yeah. And Brian just said they're the best casting. It's the weighted system to them, right, Brian?
Yeah. I tell you, looking at that color, that clown. Go down to the clown that was just on the screen.
Oh,
there it is.
Western
the
clown.
Western clown, 3.85 inch.
I'm sure people are going to want to see this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Leo says that was very similar to like a Bill Dance style move. I agree. Oh, Ed says that's a 2-minute penalty. That net job hit the side of the boat. I told you the chat doesn't miss much. They're on top of everything.
Do you think you should have weighed it?
Yeah, it's a bold strategy there. I don't know if I even would have netted it. I would have probably tried to I would have lipped that big old. I think it was his own hat. You think it was a Dem Jigs hat?
It could have been.
I heard that he's got some of the best baits out there. I'm like to fish.
I believe it's from the wind. The wind's blowing so strong it just blows the cover back and forth.
So Matt, since it's confession day, what has been your biggest train wreck on the water?
Oh man. I gotta think about that one first. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Brian said last year I was fishing a mega bass dark sleeper, and I was fishing off a shore with my son. Wasn't that a brim? Great joke. Ray, great joke, Ray. Wasn't that a brim?
I love it.
That's awesome.
I love it.
But yeah, that would probably be the first one. I'm still rocking that backwards hat. So anyways, a pike bit off my dark sleeper, and I could see it sitting at about 8 foot of water. So I jumped in and saved my dark sleeper. Oh, here we go. That Geneva hat, our water all over that hat is going to maybe bring us some luck.
It looks good.
Perfect for timing for that Mega Bass Vision jerkbait to hit the chat.
Absolutely. It looks like it's like a chrome color.
See that? Can you see that in the face?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You can all see that.
In the mouth.
In the mouth looks like it's got a black back and a chrome side.
Oh yeah.
That's gonna go.
It could be the natural, sexy shad. Look at this bone color here. Wow. A lot of them.
Zeros.
Zero.
Well, so Brian says, yeah, they're quite expensive, but with you use H2H 10, you take 10% off that order.
A little bit higher. There you go.
2.5.
2.5.
Nice large mouth.
Nice fish.
Thank you. Thank you.
Talking like from yesterday's
we have
conversation,
derby
you know, using that jerkbait when you got the cloud conditions the way it is, when you look at how do you pick a color, how do you decide what you're going to throw for a jerkbait? You know, he's throwing something that's going to have a lot of flash. He's going to throw something that's a solid color as opposed to being a little bit more translucent. So it's a good shot right there of a good choice to throw.
Yep. So that with that hat trick that he pulled there, it kind of reminds me of like the Russell tip of Russell would leave a bait in a fish's mouth, to get the fish enzymes on there and everything like that. Maybe that was a secret move from John to get the fish enzymes on his hat.
And
Hats
start
on
thinking.
his head, think like a fish. Conspiracy theory, Zach Hoffman, chime in. I'm sure you probably think that kind of stuff. But let's go to the Kellen's comment here on the chat. He says, "Hi, I'm from Colorado. I've been fishing for 11 years, and I'm 13, almost 14 years old.
Wow.
I want to start joining clubs and fishing tournaments. Any tips from you guys?"
Very well written question. I would jump on the internet and start looking for clubs that are in your area. And I think that's going to be the best thing to do, because the other thing that local clubs are going to do is they're going to be able to put you in tune with what the lakes in your area is doing. You know,
Lake Gregory's hooked up. This could be his first scoreable fish. Oh, that's gonna be close.
It's gonna be close. I think that's gonna go.
He's gonna make it either.
It's gonna be a short too.
Yeah, he's gonna be a little light.
Brian's guessing between 111 and 112.
Boy, that thing choked it.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Still can't get a good look at that bait.
Oh, well, yeah, but I don't think he's gonna go. Zeros?
Yep.
Gregory's putting that Rapala high crown char scale to work.
He's smaller than the other one. Yeah. Knock it off. 114. 113.
Oh.
Close.
He's close. Zero it and weigh it again.
I think if you just hit the power button again, it should zero, I believe.
Yep. Teared it. Zeros again.
Yep.
Knock it off. 113 again.
No, just short.
Darn it.
Just short. But yeah, one thing that the local clubs are going to do is be able to help you out with figuring out those local lakes, because lakes in our area are going to fish different than lakes elsewhere. So that local knowledge is very helpful to start learning how. So I would jump on the internet, or being, 13, 14 years old, have your parents help you out, and just find some local people.
Which might be a tough thing for him living out in Colorado is the fact is, a lot of those bodies of water are more trout related, and if they are, they're reservoirs where they're created, right?
Mm-hmm.
I lived out there for 2 years, and so Kellen, if there's nothing out there, you start something.
Oh, yeah.
You could kind of be the pioneer of that, and you could create something. And really easy nowadays with social media,
Yeah.
and with all the social interaction you can do. You go to your school director, maybe your phy ed teacher is where it might start. Go to the school principal or superintendent. Be the innovator of this game and get something started out there if there's nothing out there. But otherwise, there's a lot of people saying in the chat, use the internet to your advantages,
Yeah.
and then once you turn a certain age, at that age it's a little tough to kind of get yourself into those kind of things. Once you get a little older, it gets a little bit easier. But yeah, I think if there's nothing out there in your area of Colorado, you could start something for sure. And it depends too. Are you a bass fisherman? Are you a salmon fisherman, trout fisherman, bluegill, whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Start a multi-species group.
Yeah, that's a great point, because if they have that question, there's probably other people that have the same question.
Yep.
Get a what today? Like Popeyes or something?
I wish.
KFC?
Ha, they're
that's
talking
right, you-
food.
You haven't had Popeyes in a long time.
Well, they have it in Appleton now.
Oh,
That's
okay.
recent.
They weren't mentioning prime rib pizza, were they?
No, they didn't. They didn't mention. Thankfully, I was gonna have a flashback.
Oh yeah, fried chicken. Dude, when I first moved to the city, I ate Popeyes like 2 or 3 times a week.
Oh, yeah.
Now I don't even eat it.
I would if it was near me. Well, not that often.
Doesn't seem like they're schooled up. There's random cruisers along this flat. Oh, it hurts that I lost that one.
I know.
Would have been a lot nicer at 3. Too late.
All right, everybody, we have a head-to-head guest in here, a champion-style guest. We're going to be joined here by Mike Mann. He's actually going to sit down and talk with Andy. They're going to talk strategies, maybe what tips and tactics they could have for anybody fishing Geneva. So that'd be a great time to ask Mike any questions on his bagel battle that he was doing for head-to-head. So I'm going to step away for about a half an hour and enjoy Mike Mann and Andy.
What's happening out there, everybody?
Mike, how are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. It's been pretty cool.
Hey, congratulations on that win on Bagel. That
Thank you,
was
brother.
something, man. So, all right, I have, this is a day of confessions, okay? Now, I am sitting next to somebody that I have given more damn money to fishing tournaments than I care to admit.
Join the list, join the list.
You and Jim Barzak have hurt my pride so much over the years.
We're showing you what to do, not...
No, you weren't showing me. You showed up with the results. I didn't know how you did it. You just showed up with the fish. So, I was in your boat that whole tournament, and I could not wait to watch you. And I got to tell you, I was glued to you nonstop. It was hard for me not to show up on that bridge each morning to tell you good luck, right?
I had so many people that actually wanted to show up at that bridge and put signs up in the morning.
I was close to doing it, but I got to tell you, I always a fan of yours. You've always been a great guy. You know, you and Jim, fantastic camaraderie. It was always fun to fish against you, and you guys definitely raised the bar around here. And I am so excited to be able to sit down with you and just to watch this and talk fishing with the legendary Mike Mann.
Wow.
I cannot
That's
wait.
bad, Brian.
So,
what the heck are they doing to me here?
we might need more than a half hour because we are just going to start going. This thing could be a complete train wreck, or it's going to be great. But
hey, Ed Romaine, thank you very much, buddy. Love you lots. Shelly, you are awesome.
Yeah. So I want to get your take. Did you have a chance to watch some of this yesterday?
I watched yesterday, and I see what these people at home are talking about because I actually didn't even go back and watch myself yet. I haven't
Really?
watched any of that. But Joe Pollock's a very good friend of mine. Mike
Yep.
Gable's a very good friend of mine. Matt Pachanic's a very good friend of mine.
Yep.
Competing against those guys for 20 plus years.
Right.
I've been tournament fishing for, well, 31 years this year.
Wow.
So, you know, you always got to learn new things. Always, always, always. You can't just do what everyone else does. You can't.
Yeah.
You know, you got to be special.
Oh.
Ouch.
Gregory.
Been there, done that many, many times.
Many times. You know, one of the things that I loved about watching you fish was you were very composed, and it was fun to watch that tournament evolve, and you expanded your areas as you needed to.
Yep.
You didn't allow yourself to get spun out. Let's talk about the mental side of fishing.
Thank you, man, Mike. Thanks, Shelly.
Yeah. Yeah,
I've had a couple in my days. You know that too. You've been there.
But Mike, talk about the mental side of fishing, because
it's huge.
Yeah, because when you look at it, I mean, Bago was tough.
Yes.
You know, that whole system.
I got
was
lucky.
tough.
Bago was off. It really was. But I planned that whole week around the wind, the weather, everything. I fished almost the whole system.
Yeah.
But I looked at what the weather was telling me, and when cold fronts come in like that and everything like that, current is an awesome help. You know, when you have that kind of thing. So I knew where current was. I used it to my advantage. I also had spots on my backup that if I needed to run and get one or two. I'm not a guy that works down a bank. I'm a guy that works sweet spots.
Right.
I love sweet spots.
Right.
And I pull up, catch one or two fish, leave, go to another spot. Catch one or two fish, leave, go to another spot.
Yeah, it truly was a clinic. And you know, I tell you, one of the guys that really,
I think I heard my name, Barzak. What's up, Jimmy?
You did, Jim. If I get a chance to sit down with you, we're talking for a while too. But you know, your first day matchup, Levi Warner.
Yeah.
I tell you what, you know, it was you and him. What a great battle that was. And I got to give. I wish I got to see more of him fishing, because he too.
Yeah.
He was very composed.
Yes.
And man, did he do a good job. And I don't think you guys were too far apart.
At the end of the day, I think he was leading again. Each day I was behind at the last 20 minutes, which I didn't know, Brian. So every day, the last 20 minutes, I find out I'm behind. How does that happen?
Yeah. But you know, it was just phenomenal to watch you guys go at it, because it was a great battle. Levi did such a great job, because he was catching some clutch fish and going back and forth. I mean, it was up into
Justin
the last
did the same
20
thing.
minutes.
He was ahead of me by 5 pounds or something on the second or third day.
Yeah.
And that blew me away. I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
So I made some major runs and just, like I say, 1 2 1 2 1 2. That's what you do.
Yeah. So it was a lot of fun. It was. And that's the great thing about this format, to get to sit in your boat with you for 5 hours, 5 days, you know, or 4 days. That was just too much fun. Too much fun.
Oh, I agree. It was a lot. It was a blast. It was very mental, extremely mental, which I love.
Yep.
Hard conditions fit me, because I could find fish and make fish bite.
Right.
You know, when it gets, you know, I can't put a jig in my hand. I'm just not a jig guy. I do everything else but.
Right.
You know, if I have to, I have to, but I'm not one of those guys.
You know, you said something there. Those hard conditions sometimes are such an advantage if you're prepared for them.
Exactly.
If you're mentally prepared for them. The only thing that I don't know if I could fish through is lake flies. I can take the wind, I can take the cold, I can take the heat.
The hard part's getting them out of your nose and your teeth when you're riding with Jim Barzak 90 mile an hour across the lake. So that's the hard part.
Yes, I tell you what, that bullet, that green bullet,
baby.
I still wake up in night terrors of that green bullet.
No, mine was the Allison. We went 99 miles an hour on the Mississippi one time. And then he tells me, oh, by the way, you can turn the seat around and have it hit your back, because I didn't have a windshield on my side. I couldn't hear him say that because my ears were blown out, but you know.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that is something. So, looking at Geneva, looking at what's going on here.
It's jerkbait time right there. Big time. Big time. Cover a lot of water. When you find one, you can get more.
What do you think these fish are doing? You think that these fish have pulled back because of the conditions that are more in that staging
They're
area?
still staging coming in. As you seen yesterday, you saw some big largemouth come in because they usually come in first when you know where the warm pockets are. All right. The smallmouth, when they come in as schools. Right. I mean, I've seen up in Sturgeon Bay where the whole bottom moves and it's 2,000-3,000 fish come in at a time.
Wow.
It's unreal. But largemouth, you'll see them sneak in. Like on Green Lake right now, you can go back into T-channels and you'll see probably 10, 15 bass back there, but they live there a lot of times. You can sit out the bridge going into Green Lake, you can't see a fish come through.
Right.
So either coming through at night or they live there.
Right.
But there's not more stacking up in there at all right now because it's still 45 degrees out in Main Lake.
Right.
So there's a lot of differences all around.
Right. All right, let me ask you this question.
Yes, sir.
Water temperature or light of day as far as what triggers fish to start their migrations?
Light of day or warmth of day? Because we've had 30-degree weather and have crystal clear skies, So. All right?
Yeah, I hear that.
I mean, when the warmth comes in, when we all seen it, like the guys are even telling me, when the warmth comes, the fish go as close to the bank as they can get or up on the top of the water column. And they're getting their bellies warm, they're getting their bodies all ready to get going, to get on a feed. You can cast a lure and it spooks the heck out of them. They're just gone. They just disappear real quick because just the shade of the lure going across the water. So that's why I do a lot of skipping. Because when I skip then, they don't spook. They ask, what the heck was that? And they go after it. And that's why every person I talk to, I say, practice your skipping because it's huge, especially this time of year.
That is a great tip. So you think a lot of times,
come on, baby.
Hook up. Come on, John.
He's reeling too fast for it to be a good one. Come on, buddy. Yeah. Oh, come on. It's in the mouth. Got to be in the mouth. Come on. It should be right there in the top.
No, it's going to be close. Is it?
Yeah, we're staring at the screen trying to figure out if it is or isn't.
It is. It is. Yeah.
There you go. Ow, he got skinny real quick. That's probably like a 110. And there's the hard part, is taking all the lures out.
Right.
I've had jerk baits and fish hanging from my hands at one time, and not fun.
This morning I had an Alabama rig hanging from my hand playing with these Omegas.
Yeah, you gotta watch that.
God, those things are sticky.
Oh man.
I almost had to have Brian break out the first aid kit.
Oh wow. There's all kinds of stuff on here blowing up on the screen, guys. I'm sorry. Mikey Durant, love you lots. Ed Romaine. Oh God, man. There's everybody on here. Jeez. Can't say hi to everybody.
All right, let's see what this big boy weighs.
Come on. What do you think?
I think it's going to be just shy.
Yeah.
Close, but no cigar.
113.
113?
113. Okay, so in the position that he's at, would you reweigh that fish?
Hard to say. 113, 114, 115, I do it. 113, it's hard to
a little far away.
Yeah, it's hard to bump that 3 inches. But that, you never know. You really never know. You might want to dip it back in the water and bring it back out again.
Right. So when you just talking before, these fish, sometimes higher in that water column, warming up. You think a lot of times,
yes,
got another
here we
one
go.
hooked up.
Ooh, he's working hard. Come on. There's your net.
I think he thought about it.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
Don't wrestle a smallmouth inside the boat.
How about that?
That's better. Very nice. Very
How about
nice.
that?
Was he throwing a 2?
Ooh, there's a 3.5. Getting there.
I think he'll weigh.
Craw. Is that a Texas rig craw? Very nice.
Yeah, with a bullet weight. Could be one of those Omega bullet weights.
Zeros?
Yep.
What's that? Me?
Sure you got your hand.
Well, give me a list. We'll take care of it.
Yep.
315.
Oh, a big smallie.
Bonus.
I think we can classify that as a donkey.
I'll tell you, though, this body of water, it's got a lot of 5s and 6s in it, and you're not seeing them yet, but it's got a lot of them in there.
Yeah, we saw that
smallmouth and largemouth.
We saw the 1.511 yesterday. I tell you, me and Matt, we came right out of our chairs.
And no one's there today.
No.
What's up?
Skunk out of the boat.
Yeah. So, do you think when these guys doing those bottom presentations that they might be fishing in the wrong area of the water column? Do you think, like, by switching to these jerk baits, if those fish are up out
Well,
of that
they're
water
looking
column?
up for sure.
Yeah.
Because bait fish are on the move right now as well.
Sweet.
So what's nice about the jerk bait, and I'll tell you, sometimes they don't want to move 3 feet, sometimes they'll move 20 feet, you know, to come up and get that bait. So I usually have 2 different depths jerk baits on, deep and shallow. There's different spots for both.
Right.
So they got to be, you know, and right now the pause is everything. The colder the water, the longer the pause.
Okay.
Always been that way.
So what is it for the jerk? Do you like to play with it? Is it short? Is it big one snap?
Here is the secrets I've learned over on fishing jerk baits is literally everyone always says jerk, pause, jerk, pause. I do opposite. I do jerk, pause, jerk. Reason being is there's so many times when you hit a fish on a jerk and then you go to redo your second jerk and you feel that fish and you're like, oh, but you're already matic and you're at second jerk. And then all of a sudden you try and go back and he's gone.
Right.
And you just don't have the response to really hit it on a jerk like you need. So if you do a rip on the first one and then do your double behind, you have better odds of hooking that fish when he took you on that pause.
Wow.
It's pretty crazy, but I've had so many fish where you learn, you go jerk, and all of a sudden, oh, he was on there on the first one. You go back on the second, and he's gone.
You know, you say that. I can, even this year, the number of times that has happened to me.
Yeah.
So that is just so cool. I tell you what, for people that are watching, break out your notebooks. Schedule some time, because the seminar is in session.
I got so many Obadiah moments that I used to do for seminars and shit. It's like, you know, hey, there's always a good one. You know, when you're reeling your bait up to the side of the boat and a fish blows up, chase it to the side of the boat. You know, it's on a jig or something.
Yep.
What do? You throw the jig right back out there and you work it just like you did before.
Right.
Well, that fish just told you everything that he wanted a moving bait.
Right.
He was chasing it to the boat, so he wanted it moving.
Right.
But no, everybody throws that jig right back out there and starts working it like a jig again. And it's like, hello.
You've been in my boat.
I had a client in the boat the other day. We're fishing a rock pile. He gets stuck in a rock pile. And he's snapping it, and he finally gets it off. What's he do? He reels it in really fast. I'm like, what are you doing? You're on the spot.
That's the spot. Yes. We're lovingly referred to as the bagel pop, right? The bagel pop.
Lose your rod when they grab it out of your hands. Yeah.
Yes.
5 on the move.
Yes.
Oh, Daniel Eisler says the smallmouth fishery down there in Sturgeon Bay has been going bad. Not good. Fishery's crashing.
Ooh.
Hate to hear that kind of thing, but hopefully rebounding comes back. I know the gobies have attacked a lot.
Ooh, Michael's got a good question. Mike, can you explain what you would be searching for with your electronics today? Pre-spawn ledges or gravel, the sand, or what?
I'd definitely be doing this pre-spawn ledges because it comes up in different elevations at different temperatures. When they come into the bays and stuff like that, that's, you know, what you want to do at this time of year is find your spawning bays and work your way out. When you work your way out, you're going to find them stacked on one spot. They'll be sitting in one area. If you can work your way out and find those magic spots, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Because it's cast after cast. But the problem is they also have to be biting at times too, but then you got to make them bite.
Right.
There's multiple ways to do that too.
Right.
So,
I tell you what, that's a good tip for breaking down water. One of the challenges when you go to do water or you go and you first get out is how do you break down water efficiently? That's a great tip for breaking down water.
Especially in the spring. I mean, you know where they spawn. You know where they spawn.
Yeah.
So
Right.
now go search for where they're coming into. It's a lot more fun. It really is, because once you find it, it's there every year the same way.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely. Great tips.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, get some catch in here. We got to get some fish.
I'm happy if I
right.
get 2 hours. We're out of northern killing it.
Chuck Stronic. Wow. Chaz, my man. Grew up in high school with him. We
Did
had
ya?
a lot of fishing going on in our days. A lot. We grew up on the Susquehanna in Pennsylvania. The true river rats. We were the true river rats.
The
way back in
river
the day.
rats.
Yeah. We swam the river whenever New Year's came in and stuff. We even got his mom to go swimming with us one time. That was awesome.
The polar bears.
Had to move some ice every now and then. But it was fun.
When they see it one
Shout out
creek.
to the polar bears.
I think they're safe and sound because there's no bass around them.
So, Mike, what all waters do you fish with clients? I know you go out, you guide quite a bit. Where do you cover?
The Bago system, Green Lake, Puckaway, Buffalo are my main. But I have clients all over the state or places or people that come from Illinois that have cottages on lake and they want to learn their lake. And they call me up and say, hey, can you take me out and teach my lake?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, no problem at all. Well, we'll do scanning. We'll do everything we need to do. We'll mark these spots for you. We'll have a good time.
That's awesome.
And I have clients that love to come on the boat and just watch. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
I'm like, catch a fish. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. And I'll tell you what's really wild is I take families out with the wives and stuff every now and then too. And the wives are the last ones to put the rod down once they start fishing. It's so weird. I've had ladies that never fished a day, and they're like, well, can you teach me? Because their kids are catching fish.
Right.
And I'm like, yeah. And I mean, I even had one lady, lightning coming. The husband's like, hey, we got to go. One more fish, one more fish. It's unreal.
It's contagious.
It is. It truly
it's
is.
contagious.
He had to go buy a boat after that. He had to. She told him. Explain. Searching for electronics. Oh, that's good.
Cut your line.
Matt Troutman from Wyalusing, PA. You got to be kidding. That's where I had a cabin. That's where I grew up fishing.
Really?
Totally serious. Wyalusing, PA.
Jerkbait.
Really?
Yeah. It's an hour from my house. My grandfather had a cabin up there, and we used to go up there every weekend. My mom was a teacher, so we'd go up for weeks at a time. It was awesome.
Wow.
Smallmouth, walleye, every now and then a muskie. Awesome body of water.
It's like John is dealing with a little bit of line management.
That's easy to do. Come on, it's all got in a knot now, so you just cut it.
Yeah.
Unreal. Not fun. Not fun. So what do you like to fish for? What's your specialty nowadays?
Oh, I love the smallmouth. I love
that's smallest from king, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I being in this area, there's so many phenomenal fisheries for it. Lake Winnebago is just it's convenient, it's close, it's a world-class fishery. Not
that it showed.
Yeah, not that it showed, but I still feel like I am very new as far as learning, because that system is so big and it's so diverse.
Yes.
And
Yes.
just watching the head-to-head fishing, it just showed the diversity. But I love fishing the Winnebago system. I like fishing the Wolf River out in the New London area. That's phenomenal. Big Green, absolutely love Big Green. Sturgeon Bay, Fox River, Green Bay, Fox River, De Beer, fantastic. High Falls.
There you go.
I love getting up to High
big fish
Falls.
in High Falls.
There are some big fish in High Falls, and I'm gonna throw a big shout out to Matonga.
Nice. Very
I
nice. Yeah.
love
When
Matonga.
the boats are off of it, it's sweet as hell.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Great
Yeah.
fall bite out there too.
Oh,
Great fall bite.
fantastic. So yeah, I absolutely love it. I wanna get more out to La Crosse area, that Mississippi River.
Awesome.
Only
body.
fished it a handful of times, but every time I fished it, you just feel like Tom Sawyer out there.
Yeah. The only thing I've only had one trouble out there was when it was real low water, and then it was the wind blowing up the river, and it was negative everything.
Really?
So it was off maybe once out of the 20 times I fished it, if not more. But low water is always a bad thing. You think it collects them like crazy, but man, it's just like you got to find them and find them and find them again. Oh, Mr. Curtis Cox wants me to know about setting an anchor. No, I did not get a trolling motor yet. I had a deal going through, but they already sold it with another boat. I thought my anchor did just fine.
You won.
Yeah, old school is old school, man. I go where the fish tell me to go. That's what I do. Matonga is a phenomenal fish. Yeah. Don't go. Now he says it's a hidden gem. Watch out.
Oh, that's Dan Elsner, Get Bit Baits. Yes, I tell you what, it's when we had the Green Bay Club going on, that was one of the favorites of the club to go there in October. And my God, it was epic. Epic fishing. And that Green Bay Club was filled with guys. I mean, you had Kyle Carpenter, you had Gary Atkins, Chris Johnson, Dan Elsner, Ken Fallish, You know, you got
just a couple of names.
Just a couple.
Yeah.
Ben Otto, right? Winning state tournaments and things out on the cross. You know, I mean, it's just, you know, Bob Arndt, another, you know, bass stud, you know, and George Eastman, there's another name, you know. So it was just phenomenal because when you're around these guys, you can't help but learn. And I think the fastest way to learn is to fish with as many people and talk to as many people as you can.
Exactly. You got to be learning new things. You have to. It just. I hate guys that pick up a crankbait. They just think it's a crankbait and they throw it and they reel it and they throw it and they reel it. There's many, many things you do. The crankbait, a jerkbait, a tube, a buzzbait, a spinnerbait. I mean, there's so many things that you can make it special for you.
Absolutely.
And if you don't want to learn those things, then you're just going to be a guy donating most of the time. And I mean, I appreciate the donating, but a lot of you guys know I love helping you out and making you better fishermen if you can. And it's a lot of fun teaching. I love to teach and help people.
Yeah, and you know that club atmosphere is so generous.
Yes.
Because it is. It's filled with guys that are passionate. You share that passion, I mean, it's going to show through, and it's just contagious. You can't help but have fun and learn, and there's just no better way to learn.
And I'll tell you, you guys out there, if you ever did a BFL or haven't done a BFL, get your butts in it. Go in as a no-boater. I mean, why not? You're out there for $100 in the day, and you're learning new stuff. Period. Even new water. That if you're a local, you're learning new water. Go in the BFL and have some fun. It's easy. It's real easy. Yeah, well, I had a guy, he put me on the bank the whole day. Well, then throw behind you. Learn how to use lures behind you instead of what you're looking in front of you.
Right.
Because those fish pulled off on that shoreline, guaranteed, and down to the next break. Now they're all yours.
Yeah.
I got a rope. The other guy yesterday caught a rope.
From Durant. Mikey, you got to shut up.
Oh, some good clubs to join for a young guy who is new to fishing. You know, it's really just jumping on the internet.
Yes.
Jump
Find something
on
in your area with people that you know or that will bring you in with no issues.
Right. What is Mike doing?
He just found something. He found something.
Okay.
It's always fun. Hardest part's getting it out of your hooks. I picked up a bunch of 30 just during the tournament itself. It's unreal. But you get all these winds and stuff out there too, and sometimes it's not their people's fault. It just blows away.
Right. Well, I mean, it gets in the water, but I think it's great to see what he's doing, taking it out so that other people don't have to deal with that same issue.
Yeah. Talk about BFL coalingers do's and don'ts. They're asking questions about. Don't bring a lot of rods with you because it's just going to take time away from you of shuffling around the boat. You're going to get hookups on yourself, hookups on your partner, hookup on all kinds of different things. Bring 3 to 4 rods. It's all you're going to need. Bring enough lures that a small care package. You should see when I do fishing a tournament, I have one box with all my lures I'm going to have in, and then I'll have my bags of plastics I'm going to throw. And the rest of the boat is a giant locker of for storage.
Right.
And I'll go through one box and one bag, and that's all I have.
Right.
If it doesn't work in that, because I'll have a whole system in my mind. So don't bring everything that you have with this guy's in the boat. You're just weighing him down. You're slowing him down to get you to a better spot.
Right. And I want to throw this out.
Bring it.
Shoes.
Shoes.
Don't wear sharp, stiff-edged shoes that are going to rip the crap out of the carpet in the guy's
or the
boat.
boat seats.
Or the boat seats,
yes,
yeah.
Definitely. Respect the other person's boat.
Respect the other guy's
smoke,
boat.
Ask. You can smoke in the back or something like that, just not around the seats. These people take extremely good care of their boats because they actually go and resell them in the future and get a new one.
Right.
So their resale value is huge for them.
Right.
You got to respect the guy in the front of the boat, and when you don't, they don't want to be part of it, so they don't want to be part of you.
And when you pull up to a area, right, and the guy is getting up front, getting the trolling motor out, don't make the first cast to his spot.
No, never to his spot. If you and in the BFLs, I think it's behind the windshield still, so you shouldn't be casting up near the front of the boat anyways. You're literally out there for a learning session, and hopefully if he puts you on fish, he puts you on fish.
Right.
If you're the good guy, he's got a good limit in the boat, well, he's going to start helping you out. But I mean, I've had many guys win the non-boaters in the back of my boat because I'll point it out to them. Hey, I missed that fish twice. It's yours. Get it.
Right.
You know, and I've done that many times. But you know, you just gotta really be, you know, very nice to the guy in the front of the boat because it's his boat. It's his time on the water. He spent a lot of time trying to get you on fish.
Right. Pre-fishing, going through. It's a lot of investment.
Very much so.
But at the
boats
same
nowadays,
at the same time though, it's I've always found it's so much better when you work together, as opposed to you know, trying to butt heads all day.
You can't always, Raymond, I know you can't always get the right boater at the right time, but it's all in the draw. But hey, the guy that's in that little boat thought he was on fish as well too, and could do well. I've done many tournaments. My dad had a smoker craft. I crashed my boat one time, and he lent me the smoker craft on the Mississippi when I did a tournament, and that was pretty well. I took 4th place, but all my fish died because the live well died.
Oh.
But it was interesting. We had a good fish fry that night though. Come on, it's bass.
That's like cannibalism.
Oh, please. Like I said, I grew up on the Susquehanna. I grew up eating smallmouth. Grew up eating smallmouth. That was my goal, was to go get fish fry.
All right. So are bass good eating?
Very much so. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't take the big ones at all, but the small ones for sure. I mean, how many guys, hey, Charlie, you know, speak about the fish fries we've had and stuff. I mean, holy crap. I mean, you're out there. We actually, Charlie and I went fishing one time and we caught a 6-pound brown trout in a place that you never see 6-pound brown trout. But we promised our girlfriends that we were going to have a fish fry that night. So we had to cook up that one giant brown trout. You know, it was like, oh, man.
Oh, man. You know, not on the screen right now, but Gary Shield.
Yes.
He is someone that we've competed against for quite a while. Yeah. Talk about him. all good, right? Nothing bad.
Yeah. Gary's a great guy. He works with you, as well. He loves to sit there and talk, and we all do. We all love talking fishing.
Right.
It's what you got to try and separate from the bullshitters and the good guys. You know, because there's guys out there that'll tell you stories, and you just when it starts, you know it's bad. You know, but you know you got to go to the guys that will tell you the truth, and you know, if you want to listen, you listen. If you don't, you don't. But Gary's always been one of those guys that's been on your side. He's always on your side.
Yeah.
And what's really cool is we have diehard people out there that we all love each other. We all compete against each other like crazy.
Yes.
But if we ever have an issue, everyone jumps on your issue and let's get it done. Let's get it fixed. How we got to do it.
It is very much so. And Gary, he's been a member of the the nation, the Bass Nation, and multiple state teams. Just is a great guy all around, and he's a lot of fun to compete against.
Swear jar. Was that really a swear word?
I don't think so. I mean, it's borderline.
I'm sorry. I tell you, I work with a lot of kids too, and working with kids just makes me glow. I started with this one kid. He's a 4-year-old when he came into the boat. By the time he was on his 10th cast with his push button, he looks at me and says, can I try a spinning rod? I said, you got it. I cast with him twice, and he looks at me and says, I got it now. Boom! He was fishing. He caught 2 bass on his own at 4 years old. And then I gave him the rod when he got off on the boat and onto his dock, and I said, here, I want you to practice. And fish on. Here we go. That was a good hook set, too. Take your time. Take your time. He was on the Smalley before, so he should have some good ones here.
Another decent one.
Nice. Oh, on, baby.
Come around this way. Get around this way.
It looked green all of a sudden. It is.
It does.
Oh, he's flipping. Greeny. Ouch. No. Another 113.
It looks
got
a
a
little
belly.
chunkier.
About 113.
Ouch.
Are you guys synced up or what?
I tell you, it's funny is.
Yep.
When I was in the boat, even I would go look at these fish and I go, oh, it's not going to, but you still weigh it. But I hate taking the time. Everyone always asks, well, why not weigh it? That's a lot of time.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
112.
Oh,
close. 112.
Sorry, buddy. Well, at least he's still up in his match, so let's keep it rolling.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, one of the biggest words everyone needs to learn out there is the word next. because that has been my go-to word forever. And everyone else says, why is that? It's because the next spot will always have your another fish. The next spot will your next fish. The next spot could load the boat. When you get down and out and one spot goes bad, you go after it and just say next.
I tell you what, from competing against you and Barzak, I can attest that that is true.
No doubt.
Because there are very few people that I've seen put as much gas out the back of that motor as you guys, and it shows, because you guys consistent. I mean, you guys, you know, still consistent fishermen. So
sure. Definitely.
Absolutely.
I tell you, that week that I had the tournament with us, the whole week I don't think I spent a half gallon or a half tank of gas. I mean, the whole week I had kept putting gas in my van, but I mean,
right.
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
Yeah, I define. Here's a good way to tear down your body of water. Is find your spots, all right, that you like the most, and then draw a circle around the areas where you have the most spots, because then you can run from one spot to the next spot and just keep going and rotating, you know. And if you have to do a far run, then you look where your other spots are going, all right, and then you have to do that. But why would you go to one sweet spot way down here, and it might not be on, it could be on, and then do a Travis Manson and run across the lake, break a bunch of stuff getting there, catch one more fish, then drive back across the lake?
Well, it's the running across in 4-footers.
Skipping, they call it skipping.
Skipping,
yeah.
Skipping.
Until you hit that one big one.
Right.
No, Travis is good stuff. We always have real good times against him.
Yeah, I tell you, it was fun competing against that guy.
He
talk
gas.
About passion. My God.
I don't know if it was passion or just being vicious.
I think it was a little bit of both.
Chuck posted a picture of the trout that we caught. Thank you, buddy.
That's awesome. Yeah, I tell you, you know, you talk about setting up the mail run, right? Setting up the mail run.
Yeah.
And just fishing smart, fishing efficient. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like I said, I fish sweet spots. That's what I love to do. I even had a lot of discussions with other guys where they hook up their electronics, so they're talking to each other. So whenever they put a waypoint on the back one, that puts a waypoint on the front.
Yep.
I hate that. The reason I hate that is my back, where I'm idling around, it has every sweet spot, or every, not sweet spots, but every mark that's on there. My screen on Bago turns black because of all the dots.
Right.
All right. So if I have that on my front up there, I'm not seeing what I want to see.
Yeah.
I want to, when I'm working a ledge or something like that, I want it to show where my sweet spot's at. That's where I'm going. All right. So I only put my sweet spots up on my front graph, and then my back one only has black. You know, all the other spots. So when they talk together, it gets to be crazy.
Waypoint management.
Oh, it's bad.
It is. And then, you know, I mean, a guy like you're fishing multiple different lakes. Right, so
Yes.
you know, how do you manage those waypoints? Do you keep them different by lake, different by area? Do you just have them all on one?
You're gonna see this thing light up. Mike Man don't have a clue about waypoints and stuff because I am horrible. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Got a pike. Now that's one of the best eating fish there is. I love
You
pike.
hit it like a pike too.
Not that size.
I think I should get
But
pliers on
yeah,
me.
learn how to get around the bones. It's all on YouTube and everything. But man, that is awesome fish right there. Its own little flavor.
Some pickled pike too.
I've had it a couple times.
Have you?
I'm not a pickle person, but
No.
That's some good stuff, no doubt about it. Good fish spreaders.
The jaws of life.
Yeah. Oh, I've definitely been munched many times. Johnstone, good.
I hooked him in the mouth too.
Hashtag in the mouth.
Yes, it is.
He ate it just like a pike.
They're asking me about fishing against Meng Lee again. Dude, I fish against Meng Lee a lot in all of our angler choice tournaments, our opens and stuff. Good friend. Love fishing against him.
He is a good stick.
Very good stick. He actually felt bad for him because he came up to me the morning of when we were competing. And he said, "Mike, I don't know what I'm going to have. I'm lost out there."
Yeah.
It's the nicest
I rooted for him the whole day. I wanted to see him catch some fish. But he's a good guy, real good guy.
Absolutely.
Always fun to have out there.
No penalties.
So what's your next tournament?
It's actually the Wapaka Bass Club Open.
Oh, the 6th of
the 6th out on the Bago system. And actually, I'm fishing with my wife again.
Nice.
So me and
so
Heather.
She'll put you in the. She'll make you get some fish in a boat.
I know. And I got my ace in the hole, right? So I'm gonna be working on my netting skills. So yeah, I mean
Awesome.
Heather and I are really excited. You know, I'm fortunate. Heather's been my tournament. She was my first tournament partner. Right,
That's
we
awesome.
were back into full throttle and
Yeah.
the big bucks and fishing all of that, and then you know, she stepped aside when we started having our kids, and then I got to give a shout out to my buddy Adam Palazzo. I tell you that kid.
I haven't seen him in forever.
Yeah, I tell you, you talk about a fisherman.
Yeah. He's after every species though.
That
he loves
is
it.
Adam,
Loves it.
and he's so much fun. I still talk to him every week,
Nice.
and you know, we get together and we still do our little fishing trips and things. But man, that kid can fish.
Yeah,
you
and
know?
at the time when I knew him, he was a kid.
Oh my god! Yeah, I mean, Adam, if you're listening, how old are you? 20, 27, 28? You know, he's still a kid.
He's still a pup.
Still a pup. Got some green behind him yet, but no, I tell you, he is a lot of fun to fish with. He's pure fishing passion. Got so much knowledge. Multi-species, you know,
big time.
Like
he guides for the what is it? Not lake trout, but
steelhead.
Steelhead. Yeah, when they come in.
Yeah, he does steelhead. Yeah, he does a lot of good stuff. Get Lucky Guide Service.
Yes,
is what he does.
Yep.
So definitely look him up.
I do with my company. I do a benefit every year for a bunch of the kids and stuff that we do a lot of things, and he always donates a guide trip for me. So that's always nice.
Yeah, he is just a great kid, and you know, he's another one in the Green Bay Club that I met. Him and his dad, Kent.
Oh yeah.
Kent Palazzo, you know, and they're just. I just can't say enough good about getting together in clubs and fishing with clubs and the guys you meet and the lifelong friendships and bonds and everything about it.
I've been involved in 3 clubs. Problem is, it just gets once it gets down the line, they all start getting back and forth on each other, and it just gets to be irritating and things. But to start with clubs and everything, you have to. You have to. You gotta go out and just go fishing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Come on, Mike. He's got to get some fish going here. This is crazy. I do not want to see a coin flip today.
No, and Josh too. I tell you, you know, you talk about another stud out there in the boat.
Yeah, I got to thank everybody for watching us on this thing. This is pretty dang cool. And like I said earlier, it's hard putting this down. I was watching Joe Pollock yesterday. Very good friend.
Well.
And I'll tell you, those last couple of minutes were pretty hairy. Now I know my sister, every day, my sister would yell at me going, "Hey, come on, what are you doing? Stop doing this to me." She just had heart surgery in November, and she's like, "I can't take this stuff. It's killing me." Here we go. Come on.
That's a keeper.
Uh-oh, I hear a jump. There we go.
Oh. Is that green?
Yeah.
Looks green.
Yeah. He's got a big bone.
In the
Nice.
mouth.
Yeah, jerkbait. That's a 2. That's
Holy
definitely a 2.
cow. Look at that.
Wow.
That'll work.
Nice jerkbait fish.
Make sure to get a hero shot of that to release that thing.
I haven't seen him in forever.
Oh. Ben Otto just poked his head through.
Yeah, that's awesome. God.
Yes.
Used to fish against him all the time in the NABCs.
Yes.
Had a good time.
Yeah. I think
Oh man, now, that is a lacrosse stud.
Big time. Big time. He knows that system very, very well.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. All right. Let's get
Hey, TJ, I remember you. What's happening, buddy? Oh, that's what do you think? Give me a guess.
Oh,
Come on.
God, he's missing two. He's missing
What?
2 ounces of tail.
3.2.
Oh hell, that's 312.
I think it's been busy doing
Might be a
something.
4.
It's the top
You
of the
think
tail.
so?
Yeah. Let's go.
Twirling. 0.
0.
It's a little skinny. Really skinny. Uh-oh. Hurt. Yeah, 312.
Very.
Oh, look at that.
It's only 3.6.
Wow.
Wow.
In the middle. We won't count
In the
home.
middle.
3.7.
3.7 it is. 3.7.
That is still.
But the skinniness got him. I don't understand the bellies right now. It's really weird.
He feels bigger.
That's got to be a female.
Zeros.
Oh, we had a 3.6 there, but it bumped it to a 3.7.
We get 3.7 if we reweigh it?
Oh, it did get 3.7?
Final.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'd be careful if I was that official.
3.6.
I was upset with them when at the end, like I say, at the end of the day, I say, hey, tell me. Make sure you tell me when they're catching fish. And then 20 minutes ago, hey, guess what? They caught fish. Off I go. But yeah, if it's their day, it's their day. That's the way I look at it. If it's mine, it's mine.
Right, right.
I did get very lucky and not miss a lot of fish. There was one that really upset me though. When I was on the wall, I had a 2-pounder on, and this 5 came up and was chasing the 2-pounder for the jerkbait.
Wow.
And I was like, and I should have. If I hit the free spool, he might have got the other one hooked up at the same time. Got one out.
There we go. Tyler's been catching some fish.
Get
today.
it, bud. Ooh.
It looks a little thin.
Not so much.
That's a little guy. Oh no, he should wait.
He might. He'll be close. I think he's gonna be a little short.
Yeah. What do you think? 111.
Yeah, I'd be right in that. Yep, 111.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be short.
Zeros.
Not spot box here.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. That's some scary stuff.
You don't want to get too close to that bouncing.
What's a dig in the boat here? Man, he's on the rough side too.
That he is. Is it just me or is that a
swim area?
No, not. I don't think. I think I'm just seeing things. I was thinking like a change in watercolor.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. That's probably the sand coming up there.
Yeah.
Come on, B2. No. Oh. 114.
Oh, 114.
We'll give it another
Close.
go. Oh. Back to zeros.
Zeros.
B2. Come on, get heavier.
Is it cold in here or something?
No.
Nope.
113.
113.
Close.
Getting a lot of those today.
All these little.
So, Mike, do you do much with the umbrella rig?
I'll tell you, I haven't thrown it a lot, as much as I should, especially on Green Lake. I tell you, when I do throw it, I have clients fishing white bass, and we'll catch 5 white bass at a time. It's unreal. And I have these special rods made just for that. It's a bait casting rod, Jimmy Barzak, made into a spinning rod. And I have 2 of them that I have high gear reels on them, everything, where I'll throw a 30-pound braid on them.
Oh,
come on,
fish.
Come on. Uh-oh. He's getting nervous.
He's starting.
He's jumping all over. Take your time, man. Take your time.
His footwork.
Oh, boy.
Easy, Doug.
Oh, no. No net? He's getting into the buoys.
Oh, you can feel the excitement.
Come on, bud. Oh, I would not be doing that. Why would you not take a net with you?
No, taking that.
He's breathing real hard. There you go. There's a 2+.
Yes. That looks like a tube.
I tell you, tubes are one of my favorite baits.
I love them.
Oh, love them. So many things you can do.
I love them. When I first started, I was told you need to learn how to fish a tube.
No doubt. No doubt. And learn how different ways to fish a tube.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Everyone can drag and stuff, but man,
Zero.
there's so many things to do. Get them to bite. Yeah, your heart gets pumping a little bit out there. Come on, buddy. Boy, that is a nice stash. Yeah, I saw Justin Kuput this last weekend. He grew his back already.
Did he?
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be a year kind of thing, but you know. Uh-oh.
No.
There's a quarter in the bucket.
I'm just adding to the suspense.
Come on, Doug. Make it count.
Come on.
Oh, did it? What's going on?
Not want to work.
It keeps having a number on there.
Yeah, Brian's saying they get nervous and stuff. Doesn't
Okay,
want to wait, right?
there's
So, but I'm on. I'm on.
Zeros, right?
Yeah, sometimes you got to take a system somehow,
it's
putting
got
those things
4.
on there.
There we go,
Because it
zero,
can
right?
get wiggled all over the place and everything, and it's all messed up on you.
Oh, come on.
No way.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
2.6, 2.7. 2.6?
Yeah, 2.6. Yes.
Nice job.
Sweet, bud. Congrats.
I tell you, getting that first fish.
Oh, huge.
How big of a milestone is that on a fishing day?
Well, I was upset the first day, all right, because I pulled up onto a spot, and I asked Brian, I said, Brian, you want to do a side bet on the first cast? And he said, hell no. Brian's like, well, he knew where I was fishing. And I actually had half my french fry was actually bitten off on the first cast.
Really?
And then the second cast, I caught the 3, and I broke my reel.
That was impressive. All of a sudden, I see you hand lining. It's like, oh my God! There
Just
we got
another day in the boat. That's all it is.
Gary
Another
hooked
day in the
up.
boat. Come on, buddy.
It is a northern
Oh.
or a muskie.
Oh, I saw a couple of muskies the other day. They are coming in to spawn right now. I can't believe it. I thought they already be done.
A
Really?
big
Yeah.
muskie.
The systems are way behind right now. Way
Big
behind.
and northern.
Oh,
Whoa.
that's a muskie. Yeah. Nice. Now, we all complain when we catch other fish out there during fishing, but we still love catching them. It don't
Yes.
matter.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, when it's in a tournament, it's a hassle.
Look at that, he
But
already
I'll
gave
tell
up
you,
the
you
bait.
get a nice muskie in the
What a
boat or a
good
nice
guy.
pike, it's always a good
What
time.
a good guy.
Yeah. Oh,
Ah,
careful,
don't let him
careful.
squeeze.
Nice.
Nice.
Very. We're golf clapping in
Yeah,
studio
exactly.
because
we were worried about that release.
I thought he
Let's
was
make that
gonna
little tail go and he's
yeah.
gone.
I thought he was gonna, you know, send him on the express train back. Whoa, whoa, careful, Gary.
All right there?
Yep.
I tell you, this year on Winnebago,
Yeah.
I have caught some of the most impressive sheephead of my life.
Oh.
I mean, I am talking 10+ pound trash can lids.
We've got 20s out there too.
Have
Big
you
time.
really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Tubes catch them all.
Oh my God!
All day long. It's crazy.
And
This is surprising. Mike's not catching fish.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
never
hey!
mind. Gotta say something.
There
okay,
he
now
goes.
what
He said a good one.
That was perfect timing, buddy. Ooh, a nice one.
Oh,
Come on, buddy. Come on, take that seat out of there. God, kills me.
yeah.
I do not work with a butt seat. I don't
No?
work with a seat at all. And it drives my partners nuts too.
Oh, get him in the net.
Come on, bud.
There he goes. There he goes. Nice, clean over the rail.
We could. I hope so.
Oh,
Ouch. Oh, it's getting smaller. Yeah, getting smaller, smaller.
you know, I think it's gonna weigh. It looks like it's got some shoulders on it.
All right. Come on, Mike. Yeah, Stu's telling everybody it's 11 a.m. It's going to be the bite's going to start turning on. I believe it. Later in the day. Man, if we had these things in the afternoon, we'd probably be whacking them in 6 inches of water.
Right. I can't believe it's 11 already.
I don't
All right, zeros?
Crazy.
Yep.
Let's get them, bud. Come on, Mike.
I felt that son of a gun swimming with it. I'm like, what the heck?
Yes, they do swim with it a lot.
2.7.
2.7.
Yeah. Nice job, Mike.
2.8.
Yep.
2.8. Nice.
Let him go over the side of the boat.
Now, what happens when you see your line swim a lot? When you're throwing up the things and you see it swim off, a lot of times it's a school of fish, and they'll try and get that bait away from the school so that they can actually eat it. Yes, no more dink fest. No dink fest.
You know, that's a great point because when you look at that, not only it tells you what's going on with the fish, how they bite.
Yes.
So paying attention not only where they bite,
right?
but how they bite.
Yes. Yes. Oh, wow. I forgot they started 2 hours early, huh?
Wow. We were 1 minute and 20 seconds away from going to a dink fest, and now by Mike doing that, it causes his guy that he's competing against to need to catch 2-pound fish.
Beautiful.
For the remainder of the event, yeah.
That's awesome. It looks like he's throwing a tube. Very happy, Mike. Very awesome.
I can hear the crowd cheering.
Yes, you can.
We are cheering, buddy. We are. No ifs or buts. Oh, man. Now, I met Mike and Joe when we were fishing Shelbyville. We did a Northland championship down there. And we'd known the guys and stuff, but we were all staying in the Spillway Motel together.
Yep.
And Barzak and I come walking by, and they had their door open to their room, and it was 3 tables together with a poker table all set up ready to go. And I said, I'm going, you know. So we ended up playing poker and everything. We all became very good friends from there on out, traveled together and stuff for tournaments. You got it.
Awesome. So we got this match that we're watching now, John DeMay, Matt Bachanich. There we go. So John he's got 8 pounds 2 ounces, and Matt, he's still looking to get his first fish.
Come on, Matt.
And then we got this match. We got Josh Predidio against Mike Gable, and Mike is just the one that he caught that 2 pound 8 ounces, prevented the dink fest.
Nice.
Josh is going to need to catch those 2 pound fish.
Yeah. Oh, imagine how 113s are no good now.
Yeah. So this matchup here, we got Gary Shield. He's still waiting to catch a fish. He caught that awesome, what was that? Muskie.
Yeah.
Caught that awesome muskie. And then Gregory, he's got 3 pounds, 15 ounces for 1/5, 1 fish. So he's done, that's a great fish catch there.
Yeah, very much so.
And then our other matchup is Tyler. He's got 2 fish, 5 pounds, 8 ounces against Douglas Becker with 2 pounds, 6 ounces. So, you know, a lot of these matchups are close when you look at it, because you look at the quality of the fish that are coming in. They're very easily, the momentum can switch like we saw yesterday, right? I mean, Josh at the end, he came back for Mitch.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, he was down, and in that last hour, he really, the momentum shifted, and he came back, and you know, so
you got to turn. You know, you got to know where you got to go. I mean, there's just no ands buts. If you have other spots, you go to them. You have to go and try these things. You can always come back. You can't just sit there and wait them out. I am not a good waiter in any kind of way. I'll throw 10, 20, 30 casts if I know they're supposed to be there. I'm gone. Next spot. Next. Word next. Always comes next. In. And I have sweet spots that I can come back to 4 or 5 times a day and catch 1 fish, 2 fish off of them all day long.
Drives me crazy.
And you just got to let them reload. Because a lot of times when you hook into a school of fish, you're pulling the school away from you, of the spot that you want to fish. So you're bringing 1 fish in, those other fish will start coming after. I mean, how many times you've seen a big, you know, and it's always the biggest fish of the group will be following your little 2-pounder all the time.
Right.
You know, and so you're pulling those big fish away. It's not like they just go right back down and go, oh, I'm going to eat the next thing that comes to me. They're now moved. So you have to wait them out a little bit. Green Lake's very well known for that. Catch a couple fish, get away from it. Go to another spot, come back, catch another couple of fish. Uh-oh, he's hurt.
Smoked it. Smoked it like a pipe.
John just had one knock on the bait.
Robert Ferrani. Yes, Jeff Williams is still fishing tournaments. He's back with his buddy Josh. see. I don't know that's bunch.
Yeah. So Paul Cleveland, my dad.
What?
My dad is watching.
Nice.
So I tell you, what my dad is excited about is the H2H going out on Michigan.
That is going to be
for
epic.
the
Epic.
salmon. And that event is coming up. Go to the H2H website, take a look, and that I am very much looking forward to. My dad, he's a Lake Michigan guy, and
Nice.
what's so
big time.
cool
Big
about
time,
that
Brian.
is, you know, with the Real Shot partnering, have so much knowledge now
Yes.
in-house.
Yes.
And so much gear in-house, but a lot of people are going to get their eyes open to that fishery out there.
Yeah. Now, I'm a financial advisor, and I've taken clients out on salmon trips and stuff, and one thing I can't stand is getting up at 5 or 4 in the morning to get over there by 5, get on the boat, and then you're back at the freaking landing by 8. You know, because we already got your limit. And I was like, oh, that was a lot of fun. I mean, what the heck, you know? Here you can catch and release and all this kind of stuff. Those guys don't have a clue what catch and release is, you know? So
right.
everything comes in a boat, goes in a basket, and you're done.
Right.
And then they go have lunch, and they go take another charter ship out.
Right. And, you know,
Fish on. Here we go.
Gary's got another one on.
Come on, buddy.
Came off. God.
Oh.
Whoop.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
Didn't mean to swear.
Yes, you did. We just, you know.
Yeah, I think it was intentional.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, the great thing about you
Which
look
I
at
can't
that
believe
fishery out
because the
there,
hooks on this
we
thing
talk
are
about how do
sharper
you
than
learn how to
nails.
fish. They are going to spend a week, and
Big
you
time.
are going to be in their boats and learning how to catch those salmon.
Yes.
And I tell you what, it is better than any. It is the best seminar.
I'll tell you, they should actually film the first half hour before they even go out because of all the rigging and stuff they're going to do.
Oh man, that
the
would
rigging
be great.
is huge. Very,
Yeah.
very huge.
Yeah, very much. And I'm excited to see how they use electronics. I'm excited to see how they control their boats. I mean, you talk about fishing Michigan. I mean, you could be out there in some serious weather.
Big time.
Right?
Totally agree. One of my first experience out there when I first moved here, my neighbor took me out. And we're actually trolling the harbor of Sheboygan. And I'm like, well, this is kind of weird, you know, and all these guys are throwing at you and stuff from up on the walls and stuff. I'm like, this is interesting. Well, all of a sudden, the rod takes off, and we're trolling, right? And the rod takes off, zinging. Well, I go back and pick up the rod. The king salmon's jumping up in front of the boat. I mean, he was around the boat up in front, jumping like crazy. 25-pound king was my first salmon ever, you know? I'm like, holy crap, that was awesome. But I was like, I got the rod up, and the line's like,
I tell you, you know, I was fishing with Adam Palazzo. We were fishing the shipping canal up in Sturgeon Bay, and I was throwing a jerkbait around the old metal bridge, right?
Yep.
And all of a sudden, I got smoked by this jerkbait, and before I knew what happened, the rod was around the boat, and that line was going, and you know, it's like Adam, he's like, that ain't no bass, you know, and that's where you kick the trolling motor on high. You know, we're not set up to have that much line for those fish.
I agree.
I was chasing that thing around the shipping canal, and we finally were able to get it in. It was a 15-pound king.
Now, hey, people, you see Josh? He's doing the double snap and then a single, and that double snap can hurt you at times because the fish will be there and then gone, and it really irritates you when it happens. Rock bass? Oh, he's not bending very much.
Got him.
Come on. Got a chance here.
We're not seeing the
he's getting
footwork
bigger.
that we saw before.
Yeah.
Okay, we're starting to see it now.
Come on. Now he's got bend. That's one thing I always hate about big smallies. They'll come up like a rock bass, and all of a sudden they get the boat. Hey, I'm 5 pounds.
And then they go down. And then they go down.
And they have that dang side of the boat. Come on. If you're going to do that, just flip them.
Oh, God. I hate when that rod is way up in the air like that. You lose so much control over the fish.
In the mouth.
Where? Way in the mouth. All right.
Hashtag in the throat.
Popped right out.
Look at that. It is a tube.
Okay. This one will make it.
Mike, what are you thinking?
Ooh, that's a 2.6.
I'm going to go with 2.2.
Ooh.
I'm going a little closer to the line.
Yours?
God, Fish is it's like wide but skinny.
Oh yeah.
2-4.
Oh, right in the middle.
Oh, closest without going over.
Hey, Brad Knight, definitely we would love to have the guys talk to us all the time. I was one of those people very adamant about wanting to talk to the people, but they have to want to talk. That's the hard part. These guys, you're in a serious moment here, and I mean, I am one of the most talkative people there is when it's on the water.
There's one.
There we, Brian, I am once in a while. You know, I can't get you to shut up.
Gary.
That's for sure. But it's very hard getting them to sit there and explain things to you. But I've tried to. Ooh, another pike.
Man.
Another pike. Ugh. It's very hard for them to sit down and just discuss things with you, especially if they're behind on the other guy. Promise you that they're thinking nothing about where's my next fish.
Right, because they're going through that emotional ride, and they're trying to figure out what do they have to do next, and it's hard to talk about what you know when you're trying to figure something out.
Wow.
I tell you what, Gary, he's got to have steel hands on fish are slimy.
I've been gripping them for years too.
Have you?
Yeah, no issues
You
at
just
all.
learn how to grip them?
Yeah, if it's the right size behind their head, you get right behind the gills and grip, no problems at all. Or
Really?
I actually love going up under the gill and holding them by that too. So.
Yep.
That's the hardest part right there. Getting your baits out of the net. I have taken scissors to my net for years on end and always end up, I went to the big rubber and hopefully it's going to work. Got some nice deep ones there. All right.
I tell you, he must have had a mega bass on
They're
there.
everywhere.
Oh, yeah?
The jerkbait. I tell you what, just sitting here as we were talking before with the Omega hooks, I had it tangled in my mic cord. I mean, these things stick to everything.
Yes, they do.
I'm telling you what, I'm having a hard time not bleeding over in this chair. I just have to stop playing with these objects. But yeah, these Omega bass, man, I tell you, those
How
hooks.
deep's that one run?
There's one.
Oh, got another one already.
Look at that.
Hopefully it's a bass.
Might be a bass this time. Nope, another northern.
Another northern one. Jeez. That's not
So,
good. Now, what's that telling you, though, is there's bait fish in the area.
Right, they're
That's
a predator
exactly what's
fish.
telling you.
They're a predator fish.
Yeah.
So this one that I'm holding in my hand, the
Same
what is
one?
that? The 110 plus 2.
Yeah.
It is the diving range is
good.
12 feet.
Beautiful.
So,
Green
yeah.
lake, baby.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
How do you like that color?
I love. I'm not gonna say that. No.
Okay. How do you like this color?
That's the Ono. I like that color as well. It always shows up like a minnow, more of a sunny day kind of thing, more of a dark day
Was
kind of
that
thing.
over the
Absolutely.
girdle?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well,
You use that over the thing?
um,
I put it over here.
I'll tell you, a lot of guys,
That's what I thought.
some of the big tricks I used to do
It's hard to see
when I
sometimes
fish
with the
rivers
camera,
and
the
systems and
reception's a
stuff
little
like that
off.
Oh, okay.
was
You haven't
go down
been
to
close at
the
all.
to
So I
the
had
water
to
and
ask,
roll a
look
rock
like-
over and
look
stuff
like
and pick up a
you're-
crayfish.
you're
See what it looks
up
like.
with those big
Yeah.
And match your tubes to it. That's all you got to do.
Right.
But I know so many people come to a body of water. Oh, I throw this back home. I throw this back home, and the crayfish are different all over the place. They really are.
Absolutely.
You'll have crayfish around here that have little orange tips on them.
Yeah.
On the end of the claws. Well,
Yeah.
dye your tips in orange. You'll be
Yeah.
amazed at the different bite you get.
So I tell you what, grab that basket right next to you. There's some dipping dyes right in here. I tell you, we're prepared to talk.
Brian, should I tell my story from the other day?
Look at that. Boy, you can smell the garlic on
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Holy cow.
It's
JJ's
all over my boat
magic
too.
right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Bass love this stuff, the JJ magic.
Be extremely careful with it. It will spill. I had it the other day. And
Really?
I hit it with my elbow. It knocked down over the front of my boat, down over all of my garage floor. Yeah, thank God gasoline does take care of that.
I tell you, let's talk about dyes and scent.
I love them in the spring. During the fall and stuff when they get more aggressive.
That's the part that gets me.
Yeah, you got it.
Crazy amount of taxes you probably pay on that.
Yeah.
House.
It's insane.
Yes, the system is insane right now.
Year after year,
Josh.
no matter what.
Give me 80
He's worrying.
acres for a pond.
Yeah. I'll take my own pond for sure.
Come on, Josh.
Maybe then I could catch a bass.
There, you got to keep your head
if
into
I
it.
had my own
You
pond.
got to keep your head into the game. Got to go after it.
Man, as a tournament angler, we can all relate to this
Oh, yeah.
moment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. He can catch a fish at any given time and be in the lead.
Yep. I think for myself, the hardest thing is to do what you have confidence in, and not to allow yourself to spin out.
Yeah, I try many different lures and work different things. A lot of guys are just jig fishermen. They're jig fishermen, and I haven't thrown jigs in years. But tubes replace that. The French fry replaces that. The Senkos replace it. I don't throw Senkos much, but I get a lot of clients that like do wackies or something like that, and they'll do that.
So let's get back to the scent and to the dyes. What do you do with them?
I just do the tips of tails or something like that. In the tournament I was doing, I was dyeing my French fries, a little tip on the orange there. Sometimes it's a flavor. Early in the spring they're not real aggressive, so sometimes flavor or taste will help, or the sight will help.
Sure.
Come summertime and everything, it's really not needed that much because they're more aggressive. But I also don't take a lot of time to do it, because it takes time to do so. Sometimes I'll dip them and I'll put them in a plastic bag separately so that we can use them later on. But yeah, dyes can be very helpful, very, very helpful. I knew a guy who used to dip them up in the blue all the time and used to catch the heck out of them.
Really?
But you get blue craw, when crayfish molt, they'll turn blue and like a greenish blue. Beautiful stuff, and they just turn soft. And they're a specialty for the bass. They just suck them up like crazy. There's nothing to hurt them. Even their claws are soft.
Wow.
And that's usually around a new moon, not a full moon. So you gotta check on that.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of different things out there. A lot of things. Another thing I like to do is, like when I go to a body of water, is I'll put a stick in the water by the boat ramp, and I'll know what the water's doing. Is it coming up? Is it going down? Just by looking at that stick. And that tells me a lot, because if it's going down, the fish are coming off the shore. If it's going up, they're coming to shore.
Right.
Because we used to, back in the days, we used to go out and do BFLs and stuff. We'd be out there for a week. So that stick told me a lot over that week time.
Tell you what, this is some phenomenal knowledge.
I have one of the kids, Colin Steck. He goes to UW-Madison. Been working with him since he was in 10th grade in high school. And he's won all kinds of high school things and college now. He's done very well in the system down there. He's fishing the head-to-head on the Madison chain.
Oh man!
So I got to work on his head game. That's the one part he needs to get worked on, because when he's behind, he's going to freak out. I know he's going to freak out.
Right. So how addicting is it to fish this style, the head-to-head format?
I love it. I really do, because like I said, it's a head game. It really is. You got to put a plan together and work it. And when, like right now, Matt's down, 3 fish. He needs to go to work.
Right.
And I don't know if dragging a tube's going to do it, because you got to cover water.
Yeah.
You got to find one fish.
Right.
You got to find one fish to start.
What's that?
And I'd be more of a jerkbait. Even a spinnerbait right now might help a little bit with this cloud cover. Let it roll over through the weeds and snap it through the weeds.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges that I always face is the mental game in my head, where it's almost you're trying to force something to happen in an area that you like, as opposed to listening to what the fish are trying to tell you.
Exactly.
And that is probably my biggest thing. Chris Johnson tells me all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, get out of your head.
Yes.
He's like, just go fish.
Yeah.
Just fish.
Yeah. Believe in your spots.
Yeah.
Believe in your spots. I've had Brian in the boat, Jeff Williams in the boat, Mike Durant, Jim Barzak. I mean, when we come back downriver or come back out to our spots and stuff like that, we have sweet spots that we go run to, and we believe they're going to be there. And I'll tell you, Jeff Williams, one of the times we pulled up to a rock spot, and I threw my bass assassin out there and pulled a 4.5 pounder in the boat. We had 18 minutes to get back into the weigh-in, and he's freaking out. We gotta go. And it was, he was just nuts. Had big fish for the day from that one fish, and we won the tournament.
Really?
So yeah. But you just believe it's going to happen. You just put it together.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't happen, next. Hey, Justin Anderson, just put some hot sauce on that stick. He won't touch it much more after that.
What is this question?
He says every time I put a stick in the water, my dog goes and gets it. Come on, guys. I'd like to see Mike get another good one here. Oh, I forgot. They took it off of him. He just caught one. I'm not going to show it now.
No.
I mentioned it, right?
Right. You get credit.
You used these yet?
I've not used a Nico nail skirt, but I've used
done our own where we threaded them through with a needle and stuff. I've done that.
Yeah, I've used the nail weights. Yeah, right here we got a couple of the nail weights. We got a couple of the Lunker City nail weights, and you got the VMC Nico skirts. But I've experimented with this a little bit, and I got to say I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. It's a cool way to cover water.
It's a new presentation.
And it really allows you to fish a finesse bait fast.
Yes. Yeah, very good point. Very good point. And especially if you get that right wiggle on its way down.
Yes.
Oh, watch out.
Yes, absolutely.
No. Buzz baits.
I was looking at that Omega.
Omega custom tackle has this buzz bait out. That
Look at that.
divine.
It's got the two blades that are separate. That'll
They clank together?
Clank together.
Oh.
Look at that.
I could tell you all kinds of secrets about a buzz bait, but I won't.
Tell me off the air.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I had lures designed a long time ago. They were just called the what the hell did these be called? Wow, that's bad. The
is that the one that would swim into
go off to the sides?
Oh my God! What
how
was
bad is that? I have boxes of them at home.
Yeah, the where you could change the direction on them.
Yep, you rolled the head and everything. Everything started from the buzzbait.
Yeah,
it was really weird. I was with a buddy of mine.
Bump and run.
Bump and run.
The bump and run.
We were out with a buddy. We're up on by Berlin, right in the town of Berlin, on the Fox River, and we pulled away from a spot. And all of a sudden, as I turned around, the bass were blowing up on the same spot we just got done fishing. I picked up the nearest thing I had, threw the buzzbait up there, and it wham, 3.5 pounder, just like that. And I said, well, let's go back and try that. Every time I got the buzzbait near the wall, wham, another fish. Hey, let's try it down below. Hey, wham, another fish. We won the tournament. It was unreal. And from then, I just decided I started cutting up jerk baits and putting the heads on my buzz baits and spinner baits and seeing if that would allow it to move, and it did. It was crazy. And Matt Pichanich worked with Uncle Josh. He was one of the guys that helped me get everything started with it.
Wow.
So that was a lot of fun.
That is awesome. Look at this matchup right here with Tyler and Douglas.
Unreal.
Close. 5'8".
One fish does it all.
4'10".
Yeah, he's got to have 6'10" just to get him. So
right, Tyler, he started off the day on fire. He was catching quite a bit of them, and you know,
but he was up around the docks and stuff too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was shallower.
Yeah.
And then he was originally fishing greenfish, and then he said he's going to switch over to brownfish, and he did. He caught a couple of smallmouth, but kind of the momentum has shifted on that one a little bit. Oh,
finally.
Fine.
Josh
well,
is hooked up.
Let's get it in the way in the scale there, buddy. Come on. Come on. He's jumping pretty quick. Oh.
I'll take 2 minutes.
I couldn't tell if it did or didn't. Okay.
Jeez, that little bastard.
Oh, and the swear jar.
Hey guys, if you're watching, got to share this with your friends, man. It's going to be very, very huge over the years. They'll be loving it.
Yesterday, the last hour really turned on.
I had a hell of a time turning it off. I really did. I had a lot of work to do. I had a migraine going on too.
I told. Let's see what this weighs.
I don't think so.
Oh,
it's a teaser. It's a teaser. He
Probably
didn't want to tell the guy.
again,
Let's do this real quick.
Dude.
Come on.
Oh.
Yes.
Sometimes. It's just how
How bad you suck.
Oh, come on now. Believe in yourself. It's just today, bud. Come on.
The self-talk can kill you.
You got to do this.
You know, I would look at that and go, all right, I'm around fish and I'm starting to figure something out.
Exactly. It's in your favor.
Right.
And, it's a smallmouth, too. So if it's one smallmouth, you know there's 21 smallmouth.
That's right. They're going to be there. So you got to look at that as information. That's feedback. That's positive feedback.
He just did a tube right there, and he caught a smallmouth. I would actually go and pick up a jerkbait and try it in the same area. Reason being is it's a much faster, covers more water.
Right.
And if he gets one on that, and usually on the jerkbait, they get to be pretty decent size.
Right.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Yeah, this timeout could help him collect his
Haven't had a
thoughts.
bite in so long at it.
He could really kind of think of something special to do.
Yeah.
He's got to think it through, buddy. That's why I tell everybody, keep your head in the game. Keep your head in the game, because it is a game. There is no ands or buts about it.
Tell you,
and you're only down one fish.
2 minutes
Come on.
is a long time.
And I think we're always our biggest enemy, aren't we?
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah, you're always thinking of something different.
Right.
Always. But you got to give your spot a chance, then get out. And that's why I call sweet spots. I don't go fishing everything and anything. I go to a sweet spot.
Yeah.
Because if they're not there, they ain't there. Yes, Stu, this mental game is huge on this body of water. All kinds. You know what's really messing up is they got no boat traffic out there. A lot of times that stirs the fish up.
Yeah, you made that comment that, you know, that boat went past you when you were fishing that tournament. And you threw right in behind the boat.
Love it.
You know, sometimes that can... Oh,
here we go. He's on again. Come on, don't be
Come
a
on.
pike. Come on, don't be a pike.
Hashtag no teeth. H2H, no teeth.
Another freaking. Here, buddy.
He's not happy about it. He's got the right color on jerkbait for the pike. I might switch that. Because the pike are what's loving that. They're liking that side. It's not good. Sometimes color can change the bass to pike. I've had where spinnerbaits would do that. You throw a Willie spinnerbait, you catch the hell out of the pike. You throw a Colorado blade, you don't catch pike.
Really?
Yep, unless they're extremely aggressive at the time.
Another northern.
Speaking of spinnerbaits, look at that baby.
The Omega. They got some great stuff, don't they?
Yeah.
Great
So now what I
colors.
do here is I'll take that back blade
Yep.
and make it into a Colorado. This blade will go ting, 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 ting as it hits it on the way around.
Really?
Yeah.
So the back blade of Colorado, leave the willow blade on the front?
Yeah. It's
spots.
pretty cool. It's really cool. It makes them come to it big time, especially
Yeah.
in a rainy storm or something. Oh,
Go to a
wow.
spot that does-
Go whack it.
Yeah, smallmouth are kind of known for, you can get on a spinnerbait bite with that smallmouth. That would
There's
be
a
pretty
baby.
cool.
You know what you need. Go. What?
All right, what's
Okay.
bigger ones?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on, Mike.
So what do you think it's going to have? I mean, later, you know, as the week starts unfolding, the weather starts, you
Get
know,
nicer.
the sun's supposed to come out. It's supposed to be a little
We're gonna have
nicer.
sun this week? Really?
It's
Wow.
rumored. It's
Nice.
rumored. But, you know, temperatures are going to come up. How do you think that's going to affect these fisheries? Think
It's
it's
going to be awesome.
turn them on?
Very awesome. Yes. It'll definitely bring them in. The biggest worry I have right now is the bluebird sky that's going to come in behind this. Because when the front moves out, the bluebird comes in, the high pressure comes in, it slows them down a little bit. But then you just go to the weeds or something like that, and, you know, pull them up out of the weeds. They'll lock down tighter to the docks. You gotta fish a little harder when you have a high pressure come in. Just like last week on the walleye tournament, we had high pressure there for 4 days in a row. I mean, they were not catching walleyes.
Right.
But you get over here, you're probably gonna have Wednesday will be a high pressure day, and then you're gonna start coming in on Thursday, Friday, and the sun's just gonna warm everything up, and they're just gonna be traveling. You could have a school out there, and they're just gonna start moving around.
Right. Talk about how that pressure affects those fish. You know, you get the different barometric pressure changes, and you know that pressure on that.
Okay,
fish.
these fish are already in water, so they already have a ton of pressure around them.
Yep.
So when they get barometric pressure, it actually pushes the water, like it tightens up the box around them. Is all it does.
Right.
So they feel that, and they literally just, it's like everyone gets a headache or something. They're sitting down going, oh, I'm hungry, but I really don't want to eat.
Right.
They do the same thing we do. But they got it bad because they already have the pressure of the water already around them. And the barometric pressure affects it very much so. Very much so. Yeah, everybody, and as a guide and everything, when I'm guiding stuff, you always have the clients, they want to come up on the prettiest of days and all this kind of stuff. And, oh, yeah, that next week on Friday, it looks awesome. Yeah, it's bluebird skies, not a cloud in the sky. You guys are getting a great tan, but fishing's going to be interesting. They all look for that perfect day to go. And now 3 days of that, then it's a little different.
Right.
Where
you
then they adjust. You always want 3 days of something, east wind, west wind, or something. On the third, fourth day, phenomenal.
Right.
Problem we have in this state is the wind just changes directions every day.
Hourly.
Yes, very
hourly.
much so. It's not fun.
There's nothing like being on a body of water where the waves are coming from the north and then the wind is coming from the south. As
so
it
you got a storm
switches
coming.
around.
Yeah.
It is something. You're dealing with 3-footers going the wrong direction, and now boat control is completely out.
You ever hear the word rogue wave? That's when you get
absolutely. Yeah, we got to see that on head to head with who was it? Matt? Mike. Yeah, as he was pulling in that anchor, he got hit by a couple of 4-footers right in a row.
Not fun.
Cleaned the front deck right off.
Yeah, it's not fun. Hey Ed, how you doing, buddy? Ed Oaks, good friend of mine. Oh boy, what the?
Oh, I think
side of the boat?
Yeah, I just set the camera down for a bit.
Nice view of the beautiful sky they have there.
It is. Start picking out shapes in the clouds.
Yeah. Now, I think tomorrow will be a much better bite. Only reason being is this cloud's going to start breaking up, but by midday, probably you're going to start seeing a bluebird sky come in.
Yeah.
And that's when it's going to start getting worse. But tomorrow morning should be a very good bite. Yeah. Well, problem is today you're after how many inches of rain we had in the last couple of days, and everybody's still readjusting here.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it. And that's a good thing to do. You got to go out and believe that. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. Yeah. And any given time, these guys could pull up on a school of fish, and one after another.
Right.
You just got to find them. And I'm sure that storm really moved them around a lot. A lot of guys were saying that they were on them on Friday, Saturday, and then come Sunday, and it was like, now, and then they don't get the pre-fish when the first day starts. So all their fish they had Friday, Saturday, and I promise you, they were not out there on Sunday. If they were, they was nuts.
Yeah, absolutely, they were nuts.
30-mile-an-hour winds with 2 inches of rain. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you, I went up on Saturday. I went up to Sturgeon Bay and did some fishing, and I was glad that I picked that day.
Captain Keller joined up. What's up, Captain? How you doing? Hope everything's going well. Getting ready for the season. He's got a big salmon tournament coming up too.
Yeah?
Yeah. Let's see. They got. Oh man, this is a close match right here.
It is.
Come on, guys. Matt, come on, show up, buddy. He fishes with a good buddy of mine, Chris Wilson. Chris is a real good stick. Gets around all over the place. And that one went down. Oh boy.
It almost looks like Big Green right there, doesn't it?
Sure, there's
like sugar
loaf.
Yeah,
there's sandstone.
Yeah, for a minute.
Wow, it sure does. What's up, Corey, buddy? How you doing, man? He's coming into the walleye tournament on the in June or something. In the head-to-head. Corey Clark. That'll be fun.
Let's see, Joey said I was out there Sunday about drowned.
Joe, I tell you, man, you went out there on Sunday. You had balls. That's crazy.
Yeah, that you did.
I woke up Sunday morning. There was supposed to be a tournament on Green Lake, and I looked at the weather map, and I went back and cuddled with the wife. I said, oh, God, that's it. Ain't doing that. I'm too old for this stuff.
That's right.
Done it many, many times. But they still caught them. They had 19 and a half pounds one, so that was pretty good. But all largemouth. Four smallmouth were weighed in.
Really?
Which is amazing for that body of water. But that's just, you know, what the weather conditions did to it. You couldn't get out there to get to the smallies, they said. It was that bad of a wind.
Oh, yeah. I suppose you had to duck for any cover you could find.
I would have went smallie fishing for sure, so I'm glad I did go.
That lake can get nasty.
Last year, the MLF was out there last year.
Yeah.
And I was out there, and literally I drove between two water spouts. It was cool as shit. It was really cool. Yeah, I mean, and it was right by sorry. I got paid 50 cents. But yeah, two water spouts either side of me, and literally it was wild. I mean,
are you kidding?
No, totally serious. That's when they had to take a break in between. They had to get the guys off the water.
Yeah.
And they were coming right towards the landing and everything. And where I ran into them was right there found the hideout house, right there by the bar.
Yeah.
And I was running over to go to the goose blind and stuff to go have something to eat.
Oh my God!
I couldn't believe it. I was like, "Yeah, this is wild." Also,
that is something. You know, out on Shawano Lake once. I don't know if I was. I don't know if I was touching too many baits or baking this up, but I swear I drove through a rainbow out on Shawano Lake.
You should have parked right there, buddy.
I know. I know. I was too scared, though, because some of that weather was coming.
Usually when the rainbow shows up, it's already gone. So.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm done for the time.
Well, Mike, I got to tell you, this was a ton of fun.
You got it, brother.
Fantastic
Good seeing
talking to you.
again,
Yeah,
too.
good seeing you again.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see you soon.
I can't believe Otto didn't stop in. What the hell?
I know. He should have came in here.
Stories.
Oh my God, we could have got some real stuff going.
Yeah.
But yeah, congratulations again. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for dropping all the knowledge. And you know, good luck to you this
got
year,
it, guys. Hey guys, if you want to go fishing or something, give me a call or go to my Facebook page, Mike's Quality Guide. Ask some questions there, whatever you got. I'm out to help, whatever you want to do. Be good, be safe, and awesome talking to you guys. Awesome talking to you too much.
Yeah.
That was awesome seeing you
We'll
again.
see you, Mike.
Man.
All right. Oh, here we go. Josh is hooked up. Thanks, Mike Mann, for sitting down and joining us. How'd everybody like to have that special guest in here?
Get off there. Get off.
Oh, he was shaking it up, did he? That's a smart move right there.
Yeah. Those are 2-minute penalties too, aren't they?
What?
Any fish is a 2-minute, right?
No.
If I like clap or flop it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's why I didn't want that sucker in the boat.
Oh, wait, no. We don't have landing violations. It's release violations for non-speed.
Ah, okay.
There you go. Good correction. I was going to say something.
Just because it's a little harder to handle a pike or a muskie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Stuff like that.
It's crazy to look outside here in Appleton. It's sun shining. It's pretty nice out. Then you look down there. It's nuts. How's everybody doing in the chat? Everybody having a good afternoon. Looks like the fishing's picked up quite a bit. It's not even afternoon yet. Mid-morning, I should say. Matt Trott's back in the chair. Andy's taking a brief little break as well, stretching the legs. It's be a long time sitting here. Clean release, I agree, Tony. Back to Gary and Gregory. who out there is still playing that Sportomotive sponsorship game, it's right now, it would be a good time to take a sip of your ice cold beverage. It's all tied up there. What I'm talking about is sometimes the logo on the far right and the logo on top of the Way Live scoreboard are not always the same, and right now they are. So, and there it changes. The Real Shot. Remember, on therealshot.com, you can use the H2H10 code. It kind of was stepping back into the warehouse where the orders come out of, and there's quite a few orders going out. So thank you, everybody. And we got Motorsock, another awesome sponsor. I'll go ahead and share a link there on Facebook. You can find them on there. Share a link to them. Meg's Custom Rods. Well, I got that one right here. I'm going to drop a link to Meg's. With everything going on with COVID and Corona, now we're talking beer. Orders are a little bit behind, so Meg's is working diligently to get us an order back in store and online. But check out Meg's Custom by clicking on the link here. YouTube, you're going to see it first. Andy, it seems like I had to step in. You guys are having way too much fun while I was away.
Man, I tell you what, I'm going to give you guys a piece of advice. If you're ever in a bar, sitting around a guy caliber of Mike, you just keep buying him drinks. That's all you do.
Is that all it takes?
Yeah, you buy them drinks and get your notebook out and you learn, because that was too much fun. No, I have a ton of respect for Mike. Always been a fan of his, and you know, he's a fisherman. He is a fisherman, and it was so fun to get to talk to him and just get the insight of so many years of experience and just everything that he has. So absolutely. You know, I was just thinking, it's we have not seen the umbrella rig play a major role today. You know, and a lot of the fish that are getting caught look like they're on tubes or you know, craws, jerkbaits. But I don't think we've seen a fish caught on an umbrella rig today, which is actually surprising.
Quite surprising. Well, we've talked about it before. The weather is probably playing a big factor in a way. We're not seeing that as much.
Right.
We'll make one more.
Tell you, Tyler and Douglas, that is a great battle right now. You know, Tyler, he started off a house of fire catching a lot of fish. He caught a lot of short fish. And, you know, in the last hour, Douglas really came back with those 2 fish.
Yeah, it seems like I stepped away and the fish have picked up.
For us. I know it.
She's out there. Just got to get her to hit.
I was just saying how you step outside here in Appleton, look at the difference it looks compared to where they're at right now.
Right.
It's sunny here. It looks pretty tolerable outside. This looks like it's a brutal.
Right. Yeah, it was fun sitting here with Mike. We got to dig through our basket of goodies and talk a lot about a lot of the different great products here.
Nice.
You know.
Yeah, there's a lot of good, interesting stuff here. The Real Shot, our tackle sponsor for head-to-head fishing, does a great job. Remember, we talked about it briefly. Just use that H2H10 code. And the one thing I want to...
We just had the hookup.
Oh,
sport. There it is.
Yeah, there. Yeah, it was just, he's talking about our sponsorship game. But remember, if you do not use that H2H10 code, you lose it. So what I mean is if you order and you forget to put it in there, unfortunately, you're going to have to order something again. We can't go back and enter that code in for you. So make sure to use the H2H10 code, enter it into the checkout box, and then that'll take that 10% off your order. Just shared a link to Sportomotive, who you were just talking about on our amazing screens that you're looking at. They're sitting right on top of the Way Live scoreboard at the bottom. Have you recapped the battles here recently?
Not recently.
Okay, it sounds like a lot of people are on the move, so once everybody's kind of settled into their new spots, we'll recap our battles. But Hour 17 left here. We almost went the Dink Fest.
Almost.
With a minute and oh, here we go. Gregory's putting some fish on the board. Is it the right species?
Yeah, it is. It is.
What's it gonna weigh is the question.
Look at that. All right out. Zeros?
Zeros.
Oh, there we go. 2-1?
Yep, I can see it.
2-1. Nice. Did you hear that? Just got my back to pot. I've been waiting on that all day. Ounce. 2-1. All right.
Good job.
Nice fish catch for him.
Yeah. Creedio's still looking for that first 2-pounder, huh?
Yes, he is.
Well, this is that battle we were just talking about that was real close to going into the tiebreaker, or as we call it here, sudden Dink Fest.
Dink Fest.
Dinkapalooza. But Mike was able to put that 2-pound 8-ouncer in the boat with a minute and 23 seconds before the 2-hour time frame.
Right.
Which is nice because nobody wants to go to the tiebreaker format.
No.
Firing up a chainsaw on shore there, you hear it?
It might have been that same guy as yesterday.
Could be.
We'll have to listen a little closer to see if we get the same motor sound here.
Right.
They said it was. I checked the temperature this morning. And said it was supposed to be 62 when we get done today. Man, I don't know about that. I think it'll be 52 or 42.
Tell you, Gary, he's been catching some pretty impressive pike and muskie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Just not bass.
Not bass.
Oh, did he get it?
Oh, that was a nice hook set.
Are we kind of locked down now, Brian? We can recap some of the scores? Okay. I know you'll give me a heads up.
Rod good, that one did.
Is that the house you made a down payment on?
Camera 5 is... What's that?
Is that the house you put the down payment on?
Maybe, I hope. Camera 5 is good to go, Zach. I changed them around. I'm good to go. All batteries are swapped.
Gary's having a good time here. We're looking at Matt flying across Geneva.
Yep. Getting a little air.
Wonder how fast you can shoot across those 5,400 acres of water. It might be a little tougher with the waves the way they are. Jamie says I could get a kick out of these hooks that these bass guys do. It looks like they're musky fishing. And then Steve replies to Jamie and says, me too. It reminds me of that fishing meme where the guy is dancing, where he's winding up and about to throw the cast. That's very. I love it. You gotta put your whole body in a hook set and bass.
What's that?
You're still ahead with the one fish, and he has none on the board. So.
Oh, Mike just getting a little
get a couple
scoreboard
more
update.
Two more 2.5
All
pounders.
right, let's take a ride.
Or 1.5.
Take a ride.
Sounds like Josh is gonna reel up and
Let me know when you're ready. No hurry.
make a move.
Just you can toss that back to this front thing.
Set. A final hour kind of dance now. You see
I
they're
think guys are positioning for that final hour.
making a little bit of a push here to get themselves set up for that final hour of head-to-head fishing, the original head-to-head, the Southeast Smackdown. Remember, tomorrow we take the winners of Monday, we take the winners of Tuesday, and then we go fish a completely different body of water.
Yeah.
We interviewed Kyle briefly. Back to John with dem jigs.
Dem jigs.
Boom, rip it.
He almost lost that hat.
He almost lost dem jigs with that hat. Bet you that is a dem jigs he's throwing.
I think it is. You gotta believe in what you do.
That's right.
He believes in his jigs. Yeah, it looks like John's in a much friendlier area as far as the wind.
Yeah, it's crazy. So you see he's testing it right there. He's ripping through the weeds, but he's also with some force behind it in case there is a fish there. Sometimes it's just tough to tell between a grass or a weed,
right,
and a bass.
Right. That's where they say hook sets are free.
They sure are.
You know what? Have you noticed a difference between guys fishing in calmer water and guys fishing in rougher water as far as fish catches? I mean, I've been seeing the guys in the rougher water catching fish.
That's true. That's a good point.
And I'm trying to remember, have we seen guys in calmer water catch as many fish? I'm not sure. Oh, are people watching? Light up the chat with that.
Yeah,
help us out.
That's a real good point. We were talking earlier, just kind of kidding around about how long it would take Matt to fly across that lake. Well, there's a speed limit on Geneva, they're saying in the chat. I think the speed limit is 35, which Thomas is saying here. So you don't want to get a speeding ticket.
You know, that's good information because it's very easy to drop a boat in and to let it rip.
Right. Yeah, I'm kind of guessing that speed limit is an all-the-time thing. Maybe the people in the chat. Now that they're saying that here, I can remember Kyle was telling the anglers over the loudspeaker saying, if you get a ticket, it's not on the head-to-head format. It's on you to pay that. So these guys had to adhere to all the rules, which we typically, we always adhere to all state and regulate rules that we have to, but like you said, it's once in a while you just want a full throttle, full tilt, let her rip, tater chip,
Yeah, that Ryan said that 511 yesterday I was caught in the calm water on the docks.
Normally it warms up throughout the day. It's going down. Sure, I'm glad I brought a cooler for
So Joe on YouTube, Brian, is saying it's 45 during the weekdays and 35 on the weekends. Oh, so Zach was messaging me as well, and it's not that they're responsible for their ticket, but if they were to get a speeding ticket on this lake, they're actually disqualified.
Because they'd be violating.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Zach. I appreciate it.
Cold.
See?
Yeah, Matt's kind of mummed her down a little bit. He came out of the gate, chatty. Again, everybody, this is just what the head-to-head format is all about, how things can be going your way, can be feeling confident, and then here's the tournament world for you.
Right. Right. And you feel that pressure, that clock as it counts down. It's like Mike just got done making a move.
The best way I found to keep the red dry is just keeping it in your sleeve.
Okay. Did Josh already make his move, or was that Mike talking before that he was going to move?
Yeah, Josh was
moved already?
Yep, sounds like he made his move already. So in all your fun over here, Andy, playing
Be careful with that.
Playing with these Omega hooks and this Strike King umbrella rig. I mean, have you come to a consensus on anything, or are you going to take advantage of the umbrella rig and go throw it at any time soon?
I am. I actually, like I said, Strike King I think just came out with that one that has the extra small willow blades on it to give it a little bit more flash and more flare. I am definitely going home with a few of those. Definitely.
I want to try to take a picture of this so people can see it on the Insta stories and whatnot.
You want me to hold that up?
Yeah, that might be a bad idea. I was going to actually do a little bit of picture marketing and get what
well, just like that.
Yeah, there we go. Here. Yeah, here we get that. Let's get a fancy photograph of what Andy had built in here.
I'm going to try and not to hook myself.
Yeah, don't hook yourself. Okay, 3, 2. All right, I got it. That looks good.
I think that is Gary whistling.
Yeah, it is.
I think it is.
He's just having a good old day fishing on the water.
See, if you look at Gregory's boat, I think he's got that new Lowrance trolling motor, isn't that? That's the, what is that, the Ghost? The Ghost, yeah.
It looks like it, yep.
Yeah. Back with John DeMay. Oh, John is hooked up.
Shit. It's a small mouth and my net's not out. I gotta boat flip it. I'll take the cut.
Oh!
That's a good fish.
Oh, yeah.
Did you hear him? He said he's got a smallmouth and his net wasn't out.
Yep.
Note to self. Put your net out.
Oh yeah.
Nice fish.
Good one there. That's
Mike just yelled in. It looks like a 3-2.
15. Oh.
It's got a nice belly.
Let's go
on it.
3-2.
Oh.
Zero.
Zeros.
You know, we're approaching that last hour. Yesterday, that last hour was amazing.
Yep.
What did I say? 3-7?
3-6. 3-6. Yep.
Nice, Smalley.
Here, let's get a good picture. You want to back up a little bit? There we go, right there. Nice, beautiful, excellent.
Wow,
That's a nice,
that's a beautiful fish.
Beautiful Lake Geneva Smalley.
All right.
3-6.
Boy, John is having a great day. 11 pounds, 8 ounces total, 4 fish.
Yeah, his biggest is a 3-pound 6-ouncer.
We're gonna move.
Andy, it's day 2 in here, and today we got to experience a little bit of fast fishing.
Yeah.
Today you're experiencing a little bit of the slow grind.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what the anglers are feeling like right now?
I tell you, the roller coaster that they got to be on. Because, you know, put yourself in Mike's spot right now. Caught a nice 2-pound 8 ounce, you know, and the pace of the day is obviously slow. But Josh could catch 1 fish. And the quality of the fish that have been getting caught, it could be a 3, 4, 5 pound fish. So it's just the pressure, the emotional ride, and it's amazing, you know, like what 1 fish can do.
Right. Even if it's the wrong fish, you know what I mean? You know, if it's a short fish, let me say.
Right.
You know, it still helps you, like you said, lets you know you're in the area of potentially some more. A lot of people are chiming in that could be your dagger sandwich right there for John. Which one of these guys would crawl a football jig with the crayfish plastic for smallies and 10 to 12 foot offshore of Trinkies to Maytag Point?
It's kind of some specific knowledge right there.
Yeah, mark that in your book there, so you know where the heck to go when you go fish Geneva.
Let's back that up. Now I gotta navigate my table of hooks.
Yeah, don't hook yourself. Who's excited to see a different lake for tomorrow? This is why a head-to-head was the set up the way it was. We can fish as many different bodies during the week as we can. It was Triggies to Maytag Point. Can you find those?
Dang it! I'm gonna have to get a better map.
But yeah, it's I think it's exciting. What's Maytag? Somebody's asking here in the chat. You know, it just shows the. Oh, John just missed one.
I must be bed fishing down there because they are just nipping.
Jesse says, just post the spots already.
Perch is missing an eye right now.
Jesse Heineke, how are you doing, buddy? Uncle Jesse.
Old Maytag residence is what they're talking about. Anthony's on YouTube joining us. Thomas up there says, John can go order a pizza now. You can go order a prime rib pizza if you wanted. I'm getting hungry, my man.
Now you got me thinking about that from yesterday's conversation.
Delavan tomorrow. Does the whitewater come into play later in the week? Yeah, so it's Delavan tomorrow, and then whitewater on Thursday. I can't believe it's Thursday already. We're talking about that far, but and then Friday's a surprise. Friday's a surprise. We won't know that until Thursday of where the advancers are going to be fishing.
Thank goodness.
Jesse says, Andy, tell the punching bag story.
All right, so just to prove that I have no pride. So at the time, I was president for the Bass Nation, Wisconsin. Jesse was the youth director. We were down at the Northern Divisionals down in Louisiana. And the hotel we were staying at had a little arcade, and in this arcade had one of those punching games, right?
Yep.
Where you know the punching bag comes down and you hit it.
It gives you a score.
It gives you a score for how hard you hit it, right? Well, me and Jesse, you know, we were having some fun that night, and there were some kids around that were playing ping pong and doing other things. So me and Jesse walk up to this thing, and you know, I mean, Jesse's a nice big guy, you know, and these kids are, you know, their eyes are getting big, looking like, holy crap, these guys are gonna go. We want to see this, right?
Yep.
Well, Jesse, he puts his money in first, right? He winds up, takes a swing, and he barely grazes and misses this thing, kind of falls forward, and the bag is just hanging there. And I'm sitting there cracking up, laughing, you know, and Jesse's holding his arm and just laughing. So, oh, it's my turn. So I put the quarter in, I wind up.
Oh, there we go.
Doug's got another one.
That was a triple hook set.
What do we got? He's fighting with care.
Come here, girl. Come here.
Nice. It's a long one.
Look at that. Oh my God.
Jig just fell right out.
Look at that. Nice largemouth. Boy, that's gonna. I think that's gonna be close. What do you think?
A close one.
That I just still can't get over. That was a triple hook set.
Zero.
Yep.
Nope. 113.
Oh, so close. So close.
Dylan Williams says he's ready to see some Delavan donkeys tomorrow.
Absolutely. So to finish my story, so then I put the quarter in, right? And I wind up and I swung with everything I had. I missed. I extended my arm. I fell forward. I can't, you know, and I'm sitting there holding my arm. So you go from us two guys standing there, and these kids are just, they're looking in disbelief. We can't even make contact with a stationary object. And me and Jesse are both groaning in pain, and we can't even straighten our arms out. So those kids to this day, I think, tell the story about when these two guys came up and couldn't even hit anything. So,
oh man, that's awesome.
Yeah, so that's when I realized if I ever made Jesse mad, just stand still. He ain't gonna touch me.
That's a good story.
Yeah.
Will says, how did the field get selected? Well, Will, we leave that up to Facebook to select that field. So what we did is once we get the anglers entered, we put them on a live video. We hide them behind a hashtag angler and a number, and then we let Facebook pick those on a voting system, and then we place them on the bracket, and then we reveal them one by one. Andy, were there beverages consumed before attempting this?
Oh, well, hello, Jeremiah. Well, you know, down south it's warm, and the main thing that you have to do is stay hydrated.
Right.
And you know, Jesse and I, we were very hydrated at the time.
There you go.
And so yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, I tell you, that was a lot of fun. You know, Jesse and I got a chance to make that trip a couple of times, and it was fun. I love you too, Jesse. You're a bud.
Hope they won't be Delavan dingleberries instead. Yikes. I want Doug to win this whole thing so bad.
Looks like Matt, he's back in that choke point down that bridge. We've been seeing a lot of guys coming through here.
Yep.
Leading into that backwater.
Yeah, I like the change of pace. I like the change of pace from walleye to bass. And I would have been excited for another walleye event, but if it would have been a different body of water, and that would be my other factor, is I'm excited for the different body of water. Even today, you know, Geneva's been a decent lake today, but it hasn't been phenomenal, so I think it just kind of makes it more interesting to see what a whole nother body of water could add for tomorrow.
Right. Absolutely.
It could be an absolute struggle and a grind tomorrow again, and I can be like, dang, they should have stayed on Geneva. But we could go into that lake, and it could be on fire. Could be some giants caught. Whole different scenery. Could potentially see some cool stuff. So for those who aren't familiar, Delavan Lake is in Walworth County as well. It's a little smaller. It's only 1,900 acres. Max depth 52 feet. Now this one is a different body of a bottom structure. So it's built. It's 30% sand, 30% gravel, and the bottom has potentially 40% muck as well. So the water clarity is going to be a different than what we have here. You know, we could hear some guys saying they were seeing some fish, seeing some structure, where Delavan is relatively dirty. The water clarity is pretty low. Species, though, are kind of the same. There's some largies and some smallies, pike, walleye, muskie, and panfish. So
Gary looks like he just missed a bite. So where's everyone at home watching from?
Yeah, they're supposed to be sending us some pictures to Instagram and everything like that. I haven't seen those yet. What the heck, everybody?
Oh, we got one from Milwaukee, Pewaukee. Canada, baby.
Yeah.
We love our Canadian.
You watch.
Canadian
you
neighbors.
watch. That's going to say hashtag H2H come to Canada.
I love it. Wausau, Ohio. Arizona, Green Bay. Oh, look at that. Rochester, Milwaukee, Michigan, Plainfield, Grand Lake. Florida. How is the weather down in Florida?
Don't tell us. Don't rub it in.
A little nicer in here.
Elkhorn, Watertown. About 3 blocks from the real shot.
Who is that, Ike?
Ike.
Yep. What's up, Ike?
Nice. Iowa. Look at that. Madison. South Dakota. Boy, there's some great smallmouth fishing out in South Dakota.
Yep, one of our sponsors, Oahe Wings and Walleyes, is out there.
Wow.
Chad.
Mosinee, Brookfield. What is that, Batavia?
Yep. He's Troy.
Waco,
West.
Texas.
Tim Ward says West Dundee. Crocodile Dundee. That's not a knife. I think, is Tim Meyer on? Were you just in the store, Tim Meyer? Did I walk right by you and not say hi? If I do, I apologize.
Kentucky. Here we're watching Tyler and Doug.
Here we go. Somebody wants to send us a message.
Tell you, it's been a bit since we did a little angler fun fin fact.
Ooh.
So let's talk about Tyler a little bit. He said he's been fishing, bass fishing, all of his life. And he's been helping his dad run his soft plastics lure company, Z Team Lures. I said it was been a part-time job as a kid. He got to start in competitive bass fishing at the college at the University of Wisconsin Whitewater. So
Awesome.
shout out.
There's another Whitewater.
Shout out to Whitewater. And yeah, he was a former club president for 2 years. Absolutely. He said he's competed in over 60 Anglers Choice events in the Lake Geneva Division and Southeast Wisconsin Division. Also fished multiple WAPTA events as well as many additional small club tournaments. He's got a pretty impressive resume. Spends a few weeks each year down on Table Rock. His grandpa lives down there. He said he wants to say hello to his wife Stephanie, who allows him to spend all of his weekends and post-work days on the water.
Nice.
In addition, his fishing partner and best friend Max, who competes in all of the AC tournaments.
Well, there you go.
So very cool. Yeah, Tyler, he's got a fantastic resume. It's been fun watching him fish today, hasn't it?
Yeah, I agree. It's been another fun day watching everybody fish.
Yeah.
So we got Hunt, Eat, Sleep on Instagram sent us a picture of how they're watching. Look at that. Got two big old bass right above a Walter hanging on the wall.
Look at that. Well, that's a smallmouth, largemouth, sand carp. Walleye. Oh, God dang it. The filter wasn't on. Oh, that's a beautiful walleye.
Yeah, that is.
Beautiful walleye.
What I don't understand is why do they call bass ditch pickles? I don't see the reference. I don't see the reference there. And then a sand carp? I mean, come on.
It's not supposed to make sense. It's supposed to hurt.
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha.
Oh, look at this. When are you guys going to have a husband-wife head-to-head?
You know, we talked about having a couples battle. I mean, Justin that works here, him and his wife would probably do it.
I'm going to say right now, I know my wife is listening. Heather, we're laying on right now the money down. We're in.
We're in
We're
for
in.
sure.
We're in. We're in. And you know, I'm going to throw a challenge out to Levi and his wife, Katie. Of course, I believe they're expecting a baby, so it might have to wait till next season. But
might have to hold
just
up.
saying, we're gonna throw the challenge out there. You know, it'd be fun to get the tournament director Kyle and his wife Melissa in on this.
Oh, there you go.
You know, Kyle, are you listening? What do you think about that? Are you in?
Look like they're breaking up a little bit.
What's that?
Clouds look like they're breaking up.
Dale just sent us another picture of how he's viewing. Look at the size of that TV. How big is that TV, Dale? Oof. Remember, we appreciate sharing these pictures to us, but try to tag H2H in them so I can share them right back to our stories. But I'm going to double tap there. I like that one. So a lot of people are sending us pictures to Instagram, but you got to tag H2H. Just do the @. There we go. So I should be able to see that here in a minute.
going, guys? Huh? Oh, not too bad.
Oh, look at that mount display here.
Yeah.
Some fish underneath the
Oh,
TV. That's cool.
That is nice.
That was sent to us by Basscaster70 Mike Morrell. That's cool.
I'd love to find out who did the work to make that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Maybe he can chime in here.
Yeah.
All right, so we got 40 minutes roughly left here. Let's kind of recap where we're at for our battles right now. So let's start with Tyler and Douglas. Right now, that's a 14-ounce separation. Tyler has 5 pounds, 8 ounces total with 2 fish, where Douglas has 2 fish as well for 4 pounds, 10 ounces. So again, that one's down to 14 ounces. So we're going to look at Gary and Gregory, where Gregory has a comfortable lead here with 41 minutes left of 6 pounds, but don't get too comfortable. I wouldn't whip out that Dagger sandwich yet. And then we move on to Josh and Mike. So Mike is at 1 fish. Was that a largie or a smallie that he caught? I think it was a largemouth, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Yeah, 2 pounds, 8 ounce. And so he's sitting at 2 pounds, 8 ounces. So obviously Josh is down 2 pounds, 8 ounces. But again, that's only 1 fish away, really.
Right.
And last but not least, we got John and Matt. Matt is down. Oof. His deficit's 11 pounds, 8 ounces. John has 4 fish total for 11 pounds, 8 ounces, with his biggest being a 3 pound, 6 ouncer.
Yep. Yeah, Matt's got a lot of work cut out for him, but, you know, we saw yesterday, Josh, how many fish did he catch in that last half hour? 3?
Yeah.
You know? So if you look at catching, you know, with the quality of fish that are in here, it's very possible that turn that on in that last half hour.
So Mike, who sent that picture and said, I designed the setup, taxidermist did the fish. So he did all the woodwork around that television setup. Oh, yeah! Gregory's ripping into one here. Big time hook set right around those docks. He's looking to pad that 6 pound lead.
Should be weighable. Get in here.
Oh, right there, he's got a largemouth. I think it's gonna go.
Colin Martin times in on Insta Slam. Says he's pulling for Tyler Zimmerman because he's running an express boat.
To 9.
Wow.
Yep. Can you turn it just a little bit more? Yep. 2.9.
2.9.
2.9. Nice fish.
Here Bryce is watching on a 55-inch. Look at his mounts in the background. Ducks, a nice buck, walleye.
2.9.
To have a room like that, I'd have to hit a lot of rummage sales.
Save some of these pictures here. Dale's watching on a 60-inch. Oh yeah, we talked about Dale. That had the nice mounts and everything.
Yeah. Well, you can see the flag in the background of Matt. I think that's that same flag we saw a few times yesterday with the anglers, isn't it?
Well, that one had a Packer flag on it. I personally don't remember that one. You probably paid more attention.
I think I remember seeing that one. I remember the Packer one because, you know, being a Bears fan, not to, you know,
bring up
not to bring up some bad
Yep.
memories again, but,
Yep.
you know, it's like I kind of have that allergic reaction when I see the green and gold.
So Chip, how are people sending us pictures? So a lot of them are sending us pictures through Instagram, which I personally like because I'm a big advocate of Instagram. But it's really important. So if you are going to send us a picture, on the top, kind of see you have some different logos there. There's one that's like a square kind of smiley face. So if you look at that one and it says @ and mention, if you click on that and you type in head to head, when you send me that, then I can, that's called tagging us. Then I'll be able to take that and share it right to our story with your tags right on it.
Nice. Yeah, so Corvette 7444. Yes, all of these guys are on Geneva right now. They're all fishing Geneva today. And then the winners from yesterday's matches and then today's matches tomorrow, they're on Delavan.
So Bryce and Dale, I just put your pictures on there. Hunt, you send me that one again. Send me that again, please.
And Shelly watching on her phone at work. Good job. Glad you're with us. Yeah, it looks like Tyler, he's fishing some sort of a channel right now. You can see the buoy marks right there.
Oh, yeah.
Mike making another move.
That was the spot I wanted to fish, but I saw him down there. I didn't even want to go in front of him. Who knows what he's got, and I don't want to mess with him.
My dad's on. Him and a grandson are watching H2H live on the big screen. Devin's watching on a work computer. What's work, a lot of people say. Shelly's watching on her phone at work. Oh, there you go. Eric says the all-time head-to-head battle is the Packers versus the Bears. It's 99-95 Packers. I think that's the. Was it last year? Was a 100-year battle?
Awesome.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
John's putting another one on.
It ain't gonna go. In fact, it might even be rock bass. It's that small.
Oh, rock bass.
Got some big rock bass in here.
All right. No penalty.
Yeah. They should weigh that one.
That's a big one. Almost looks like a real smallmouth. Yeah, so I think it was just last year. Brian would probably know that question. Was I think the 100-year battle?
It was. It was.
And the Packers have that one by 4 games.
You know what? Let's just not talk about this right now.
Let's keep talking.
You know
about
what?
it.
Let's. I mean, it's almost a half-hour mark. Why don't we have the guys at home, the viewers? Let's do shout-outs.
Yeah, where are you watching?
Well, where are you watching, or who do you want to say hi to? I'm gonna give another shout-out to my wife Heather, daughter Autumn, son Jack, dog Biederman. How are you guys doing?
Corey Clark says, on my way to pick up my order from TRS. Hope there's a free hat inside. Ha ha.
I think you're wearing it, man.
Yeah, this fits comfortably, Corey. I'm trying to think. I've we've done so many giveaways now. I think Corey was original winner of something. I don't think he won anything recently. Corvette 744 on YouTube said I fished Geneva this morning for 2 hours. It's real bleep. Unusually the bag is 18 to 25 pounds at this time of year. Horrible conditions with massive rains we got. Rose DeMay is watching with my son on YouTube on the big screen.
Right. Just about a half hour left.
Greg's watching from Kennewick, Washington.
Nice.
Just to have a house on this shore is like $500,000.
2-pounders look real good right now.
Back with Gregory.
Oh! Get him.
Tiptoe.
Yeah.
Oh, get over here.
That's gonna be close. Hey. 2-5.
That was from the gut, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right away, man. Oh no, Rose says John DeMay is her son. I apologize, Rose.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's a little light.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna say 2-1.
I'm gonna say 110.
Come on, Greg.
We're optimists here.
112.
Oh. Virtually teaching on one screen, H2H on the other. Thanks, Deb. Hey, Brian. Once we get, if there's no other hook sets, can we replay this hook set here? I want to talk about how when he's testing this fish, watch how he brought the rod tip up higher, reeled down, then he brought the rod tip up, and it didn't go quite as high as it did the first time. Yeah, Gregory's hook set, please. You'll notice that people are talking how they like the hook sets, but
yeah.
He's checking, right?
Yeah, yeah. You're feeling that fish,
yep.
and you want to make sure when you feel him, you want to make sure that he grabs it.
Yep.
And so that way, you give him just that little bit, and then pow.
So you'll watch how high the rod tip gets on the. Oh no! Can you go back a little further on it? Keep going, keep going. Yeah, okay, right here. So watch when he gets it in there, the rod tip is almost way up. You know. See, he's checking it. See how high it is?
Yep.
Now he feels weight there. Now he reels down. Now look at, not nearly as high. Whoop! There it is. Just checking. I love it.
That is awesome. Nice hook set.
There you go. Okay, thank you. And around them docks, there's probably not a whole lot for obstructions. So I'm thinking that that's either some sand bottom there. So that jig is probably just skirting across the bottom. So he knew that it wasn't a snag when he checked it the first time.
Probably, because that lake, Geneva, it's mostly sand.
Yep. Aaron on YouTube says, I'm watching head-to-head bass fishing this week since Battle on Bago is over. Right around 27 minutes remain here on Southeast Smackdown. Real good time for us to recap some of our amazing sponsors here of Head-to-Head Fishing. If you want to follow along with me, it's really easy. Just go to the headtoheadfishing.com website. Click on the current sponsor list. You're going to see right there, it's top front and center, Sportamotive. Been in the business for 30 years, 30 plus years, I apologize. We're located right here in Appleton, off of Highway 15. A lot of awesomeness over there. Boats, ATVs, service department, parts department. We dropped down to Meg's Custom Rods. Interested in Meg's. They're out of Marquette, Michigan since 2016. Pat's been doing a phenomenal job in there. I can drop a link in here in a second to Meg's. Otherwise, you can also check the Rio shot once our order comes on in. Omega Custom Tackle, Brad and Michelle over there. Omega. Phenomenal bass tackle. I think Andy's been falling in love with the Meg's products as he's been sitting here.
Yes.
He almost took some home by accident by having them lodged in his finger.
Yeah, I'm successfully bandaged up.
Successfully bandaged up. So then Motor Sock is our last sponsor for that we got for today. Yeah, Deb, Delavan is tomorrow. When's the next H2H event? Well, you can follow along with that too on h2hfishing.com. That's really easy. Click in that events tab. Let's find out when the next event is. So right now we're on the May 18th through the 22nd battle, the Southeast Smackdown. Where do we go then? Then we go to June? Yep. So the June 1st through the 5th is the Winnebago Walleye Challenge 2, which is full. Then we jump around to Big
My hat's almost dry.
Green Walleye Challenge, which I thought was changed. Yeah, I believe that Big Green Walleye Challenge has been changed. I think that's another bagel event. Yeah, 15th through the 19th. It is full. It still says Big Green on the website. We'll get that updated.
Tell you, watching Gregory, he's pretty good around those docks.
Yeah.
He is not part of dock dingers.
Oh.
Yeah, he is very calm and under control with what he does.
Jim's watching from Denver, Colorado. What's up, Jim? Doug's up in the house here. Doug takes all our pictures for head-to-head on the boats on the water. Does a great job. Doug Sauce. Hey, Brian.
Thanks, Billy.
Are you listening? Court Brewer wants to know, why did you guys cancel the Big Green tournament? Do we really want to get into it or just sugarcoat it? Brian lives his life full throttle with his foot on the pedal. I'll sugarcoat why Big Green got it changed to another Bago event. Yep. It's just nobody, to be honest, nobody signed up for the Big Green event. We had one person sign up for the Big Green event. We let it soak for, I think, almost 2 weeks. You know, nobody signed up. Nobody wanted to give up the information on Big Green that lake has walleyes in it.
Right.
Good quality walleyes.
I can attest to that because bass fishing Big Green, I've caught some pretty impressive eyes out there.
Yeah, and a lot of people in the chat where they're like, well, we didn't want to give up the secret, so on and so forth. So then what we did is we changed it to another Bago event, and it filled up within 7 hours, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this is part of what Head to Head wants to show off, flex our muscle per se, is the how we can fish quality lakes that don't get abused, right?
Right.
Now, somebody can argue with me right now saying, well, by fishing those quality lakes, they're going to get abused because people realize the reputation of it. Yeah, okay. We've had talked about this. There are no secrets anymore, right?
No.
There may be a secret bait for a minute or two.
Right.
Secret spots, yeah, you think you have a secret spot until you leave that spot and somebody else goes there.
Right.
So
Well,
there's your sugar-coated answer of why the Big Green event got changed to a Bago event.
You know, there in Wisconsin, there are so many quality lakes.
The
that you can
DNR
go
website
fish.
says that we have 15,000
15,000
bodies of water.
Yeah, which we smoke the land of 10,000
Yeah,
lakes, right?
yep.
Right? So there's so many quality fisheries to go to, and it's so cool to go and show the diverse fisheries that we have and the quality fisheries we have, because I tell you what, you really, you know, you don't need to go far for world-class fishing.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, Bago is no doubt a draw. I mean, that is, you know, kind of the mecca of walleye fishing around here, along with the bay.
Yep.
But the quality walleyes in the other bodies of water, phenomenal.
So Tony Malika says we need more bass events, and I agree with the bass events. And you know, we would love to do more bass events. We just need good. If we're not going to sugarcoat stuff on here, it's a Russell Hagen quoted says, in my opinion, the viewers, we have to come along for the bass ride. Then,
yeah,
the walleye numbers, we don't need to really get into specifics, even though we did yesterday. The walleye numbers outshine the bass numbers on the live stream.
Right.
For a bass event, if we have 1,000 to 1,500 people on at one time between 3 different platforms, we feel like we're doing really, really well.
Right.
A walleye event crushes it. It's twice those numbers. We're averaging about 3,000.
Oh,
there we go.
John's
John DeMay's
hooked up
got
again.
one. That's a big fish.
There we go.
Come here.
David's watching from Nebraska.
Oh, yeah, I thought that fish might be dropping.
Irregardless whether this thing weighs or not, I hit the side.
Okay.
I want to sit down for 2 minutes.
He wants to give himself a penalty.
Did he do it on purpose?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think it's going to weigh.
I don't know. I think it will, but I was wrong on the other one. Zeros?
Extra grass in there. Wait. I don't think this is going to go. Or it will.
Oh, hey, we're one apiece, so it is 2.
Come here.
2-4. 2-4 it settled in at.
Good.
I did not know if that one was going to go. Nice fish. John's having a great day.
Yeah, he's. I think he can have a comfortable
Okay,
sandwich
so you
now.
go-
Yep.
Put your fish in
It's
first.
great.
Yeah. And then I'll sit down here for 2 minutes. Self-inflicted.
Yeah, the other one came close to your counsel, but I saw it. It
didn't touch it.
No, the other one didn't. No, it was close, but it didn't.
That was
2-4.
Yeah, he's giving himself a voluntary timeout.
Tell me now how you want this event to go for 8 hours. Please tell me how you want this. I mean, I just love it. Guys ask all the time, how come this isn't an 8-hour event? Most bass tournaments
There you
are.
go. You can talk. You can
It's
talk
a grind
to
for
your,
5 hours,
family
man.
Or your sponsors.
I don't
And,
know
you know,
if they
you
can
brought
handle
up-
118 seconds to say I love my wife. Yeah, crazy stuff. It's hurting.
Made some darn good moves. That's all I can say.
Yeah. It's a stingy lake today. It's very stingy.
It's humbling a lot of anglers. Humbling a lot of anglers.
Yeah. Even a blind squirrel finds an acorn every once in a while. It's
Sleep.
Yeah, he's having a great day.
Yep.
But you know, to your point, when you look at how this event is, you know, in case you have to double up because of weather or you know, other factors.
So we kind of woke the chat up here a little bit. They've been really, really good the whole day, and they're still behaving themselves. But we had talked about the walleye watching the bass guys watching the walleye events, and so on and so forth. And you know, somebody's like, it's just something about watching trolling for 5 hours is like watching paint dry, as somebody had mentioned. But then again, you get a walleye guy that says watching somebody bass fish for 5 hours.
Yeah.
It's different.
You know,
Brights are different strokes for different folks, right?
It's like introducing somebody to NASCAR for the first time. You can look at it and go, I'm gonna watch guys go turn left for 4 hours. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
But it's so much more, you know, once you start getting in and understanding the sport, and and really where it is you know, creating that desire for people to want to learn more or know more. And you know, we were talking about it before, we're in a walleye world up here.
Yep.
And you know, bass has made in the last 10 years leaps and bounds where it's becoming more and more popular. It's hard to look at and go, yeah, we don't have the numbers yet that the walleye guys do, but we can change that in a heartbeat by blowing up this chat right now.
That's a great point.
Blow it up right now.
I'll tell you what though, walleye, bass, it doesn't matter. If they're not catching fish, it's still boring.
It is. It is.
But the cool thing about both of the formats are, even if they're not catching fish, we're learning.
Yeah.
We're learning something. We're watching a little bit different techniques. That's what head-to-head is awesome about, the innovation, right?
Absolutely.
These guys are reaching down deep in the trick bag, bass or walleye, and they're pulling out all the stops to put some fish in the boat.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the different techniques you're learning, the different ways. And if you're a weekend guy, how much better do you feel about yourself?
Right. That's it, yeah.
You know?
I agree.
Because you sit there and you think, oh, God, these guys go out there and catch fish at will.
Yep.
That is certainly not the case. I tell you, I would still love to see a combination bass walleye event. Let's get 8 bass guys, 8 walleye guys. We'll go to Big Green.
Yep.
Oh, no, maybe not.
Yeah, not the Big Green.
Yeah, I went there.
You went there. David, these guys are fishing for $5,000. So not particularly, they're all fishing they're trying to make their way to the championship Friday for the chance to win $5,000. So the way the new pay schedule works and the way the new bracket works is we'll pay out to 5th place. So we go 5 for first, 1,500 for second, 600 for third, 500 for fourth, and then 400 for fifth. Garth, I don't know, man. Walleyes bring the most money because they buy multiples of the same lures. I don't know. Bass guys buy.
I would say no, because I can show you multiple.
Yeah.
I open up my boat right now, and I think the best marketing tool for lures companies are Northern Pike.
Yeah, I would agree.
You know, because you can go out and it's painful to get those lures bitten off. So yeah, and especially if you got a color and you got confidence in the lure, you are going to have a lot.
I would agree. It doesn't matter what the species is. I mean, salmon, panfish, they're all buying the same thing. And as when I used to work the sales floor here, I had that happen all the time. Is you had to have that specific bait.
Yeah.
And if you didn't have it, I wasn't going to buy anything that was somewhat similar to it. And then when you did have it, I'm buying 3.
Yeah,
I'm buying the peg out.
I am guilty of holding the basket underneath a row at a tackle store and just going to the back and pulling to the front.
Yep.
Because I want them all.
Yep.
$12 minutes to go.
Yeah, so a lot of people are I think we're getting a lot of new viewers on. Thank you, everybody. That means people are sharing this and tagging friends and everything like that. So the easiest way to find out about a head-to-head event, when they're coming up, how you get signed up to it, is just simply go to h2hfishing.com. I'll share the link to the website. There's a lot of cool stuff on there. You can kind of see the upcoming events. You can see more about the head-to-head sticker contest that we're running here for head-to-head. That gets you in the running for a chance at a $1,000 gift card to therealshot.com. You can see our amazing sponsors on there. If you're interested in becoming a sponsor, there's a sponsorship tab on there. You can fill that all out. So if you're curious about what head-to-head really is, just go to the head-to-head fishing website.
Oh,
boom, John again.
He's out of the.
That was a big one too. Oh, dang it. He pulled off.
So just go ahead and click that link there that I dropped in the comments. That'll take you to the website. Find a lot of information out.
Oh,
Gregory with a nice hook
up
set.
Again.
That's going to be close, but I don't think it's there. Thanks, Scott. Just kind of giving some tips on here. Jeremiah's on YouTube. Scott's on YouTube.
Heroes.
Jay, Aaron, Josh Pink. A lot of fans chiming in on YouTube. Facebook always has the stronger numbers.
Wow. Right. Well, 2-1.
2-1.
It was right on the button. 2-1. Say 2-1.
Yep. 2.1.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah, that Gregory
Nice
is
job.
very
Thank you, sir.
even.
Yeah, he's even keel.
Even keel.
Guys, sounds like it's a hammering a pry bar underneath something.
Yeah.
Working on a dock, maybe.
Yeah, it might have been the same people we heard yesterday.
Yep.
Nine minutes to go. I tell you, this Josh, Mike, man, one fish could turn this thing upside down.
Here we go. Let's get to Mark's comment on here. Mark says, spent 5 years living in Florida and got spoiled catching bass. Live in Ohio now and mostly fish for walleye. After watching 2 days of head-to-head bass fishing, the bass gear is going in the boat for tomorrow's walleye fishing. Gonna go for both. You've inspired me to get out in the bass box.
Nice.
Hey man, we watched a lot of walleye anglers implement bass tactics.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. You know, when we talk to the walleye guys, it's kind of a running joke. They tell us about how many big smallmouth that they catch, and they show us the pictures, or we show them the pictures of the walleyes that we catch. Yeah, and absolutely, there's a lot of crossover between the techniques, because especially when you look at walleyes and smallmouth bass. You know, Walleyes for Tomorrow did so much work out in Lake Winnebago, and they did such a phenomenal job at adding structure to that lake.
Yep.
The smallmouth bass population benefited from that so much.
Yep.
And so when you look at the walleyes and the smallmouth, yes, they're going to be in that same area. They're going to be going after that same food.
It's just kind of like one of those things. Is, well, can't we just be friends? Can't we just be friends on this? I love how when you we sometimes go to Gregory, look at how he's fishing that offshore structure of those floats. You know, I think those are buoys for tying up boats and stuff to it, but those fish will relate to those.
Yeah. Well, what'll happen a lot of times is they'll tie up those boats to it, and under those boats, because it's blocking the sunlight, you have a bare spot or a sand spot from the grass, and so you have those fish that'll relate to that, so they'll go in there. And I'm not sure if those areas year-round, just because of the conditioning, don't typically grow weeds in those areas.
Right.
You might have those different sand spots.
Another knowledge bomb from Andy here.
Whoa! John just swung.
Michael Durant says, no, we can't be friends. Ha, ha, ha. No, yeah. The basketball, I guys, can be friends. Let's get together. Yeah. Yeah. You have to be careful about having cocktails on that one. I agree. Can't we all have a big fish fry? A big walleye fish fry?
Big walleye fish fry. We can do that.
And I agree. Who set it up here? I got to find it. Garth says, love all fishing. I love it all. I know you're kidding, Michael. I know. It's fun. That's what this chat's all about. As long as we keep it clean, it's fun. Nick says, need to get this advertised across the nation so I can't talk, dude. Sometimes I just hit gurgle mouth. I know. Words are hard. He's saying we got to advertise head-to-head across the nation so more people know about it. Well, you can help us out by that. It's really simple, Nick, and everybody else. Just share it. Yeah. Tag as many groups, tag as many pages. Let them all know. Heck, go after our competitors. Let them know we're right on your heels. We're coming for you. Head-to-head is going to grow big the rest of 2020. It's going to be monstrous. I mean, Brian's already talking about moving locations here so we can have more room for 2021. It's going to go crazy.
Absolutely.
And the chat is a big reason for that. The support that we get through the chat by buying from our sponsors, paying attention to those.
Yep.
Sharing this is so super critical, so we appreciate all that.
Let's give a shout out to the chat guys, because they are doing it. They're here, they're supporting us, they're giving the love. Share the love. They're doing such a great job, and it's fun.
So Will Ferrell has a basketball movie out there, and he says ELE. Everybody love everybody. Whiskey time and barbecues, I agree. We can get Russ to bring that Traeger, and we can fire up a Traeger. Dustin, yes, we have considered a mixed bag tourney. Leo says, is it beer time? Should be. Anyone a fan of 39 Hours? I've seen that on YouTube. It's a great compilation show. They do a nice job. That's one thing, too, here. Here is a challenge. A challenge for the chat. Say that 3 times fast. We are going to potentially have a YouTube, a influencer head-to-head battle.
Oh.
Think about that. So for those of you younger, maybe you're not younger, maybe you're my age and you watch the Guggen Squad guys. Maybe you watch Fish more, Samuel more. Maybe you watch some of those big-name YouTube social media influencers. Just tag them. Tell them to watch head-to-head.
Right.
Challenge them.
Right. Maybe we should send invites.
We will send some invites.
I like that.
I think it'd be great. I think it'd be awesome. Those people can fish, and I say those people, those influencers can fish.
Absolutely.
But I think a lot of people out there are daring them. Come on, come to head-to-head.
Right.
Let's do a 16 angler influencer battle. Maybe it's a couple battle.
I like the sounds of this.
Opportunities out there. Randy, TRS, I believe, price matches. So why'd you buy anywhere else? We do price match. Go check out my commercial. Come on, let me toot my horn for a minute here. I got an amazing TRS price match commercial out there.
About 2.5 minutes left.
Thought it was on YouTube. Yeah, let's go right through the battles here with the Finnel 2-minute warning is coming up. All right, so let's go. Let's recap. Here we are. Where are we looking at? John DeMay and Matt. John's having a dagger, Sammy.
Yep.
He's at 13 pounds, 12 ounces. That's 5 bass. That's a grand total of an average of 2 pounds, 12 ounces per fish. Matt's still at 0. So then we look at Josh and Mike. Mike is up not so comfortably with a 2 pound 8 ounce lead, but with Finno 2 minutes here.
Yeah,
throwing that fin in there.
That's John's got another one.
Yeah, John just put it. Oh my God, you go ahead and enjoy that sandwich, John.
I think he just puts another layer of meat in that sandwich.
I have no idea.
Zeros.
Steve Mortensen is just all over us wanting to know when more bass events will be added to the website. I mean, yeah, it's I don't know if there's enough room for the schedule for another bass event, but Brian called that one. But I do not run it. I would not, let it slip past Brian. He might add another event. All right, so we got a minute left here. Gregory and Gary. Gregory is also at 10 pounds, 10 ounces. That's with 4 fish. And then Tyler and Douglas is a 14-ounce battle
An interview.
with 40 seconds left.
Oh, yeah.
Tyler has 5 pounds, 8 ounces. Douglas has 4 pounds, 10 ounces. Remember, 4 of these guys are going to move into tomorrow. So then we move to a whole different body for tomorrow. We're going to Delavan. Tyler just swing and miss. All right, 10 seconds left. We're going to, typical head-to-head fashion here, we're going to come back to the studio. Then we're going to go back to the water to get some final interviews. You get to look at Andy and I, unfortunately. I apologize for that. Hey, you had talked about you're going to hold this up and you're going to show the camera this.
I am. He's got to be careful not to bleed.
All right, that I believe is it.
You're good.
Gregory.
Lines out.
Lines out. That fish was
Look
in
at
the
that.
boat.
All right. Zeros?
Zeros.
See you, Mike. Thanks for joining us today. Mike Mann is heading out.
Let's see here.
Watching Gregory play his last-minute fish.
2-9.
2-9.
2-9.
Good job.
That fish was in the boat before the buzzer, right, Brian?
Good one to end on.
We need to do a post interview. You won your match. You probably don't know
Yeah,
that.
it doesn't really matter for Gregory. He's got a 10-pound, 10-ounce lead.
He had a great day out there.
All right, so let's show this here, and if
Okay.
we want, how do we want to hold it? I don't know. It's up to you.
I don't know the best. All I know is stay away from them hooks.
Stay away. So you have so you have it rigged up here with the Slayer head. This is
Right.
the Ned heads from Omega, and you have some Kitech plastics on there.
Kitech plastic. Now these are the ones that have the screw locks on there.
Yep.
So these baits are going to stay on there really nice, real nice.
Especially these soft Kitech plastics. But this is what
Absolutely.
a lot of people are interested in the chat about the Alabama rig, the umbrella rig. This is a Strike King version of it.
Right.
You can see these willow blades are on there to act like a bait fish.
Right.
School
Give it a little bit
ball.
more flash, a little bit more flare.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's what that looks like. And the cool thing about this one is you said these are titanium, right?
Right. They're titanium, and so what happens is unlike some of the other ones that are fixed wire, you can obviously bend them and move them around, but this one, you can actually, as you flare that reel, you can do a quick flare, and it'll make that school pulse. So it looks like it's a bait school that's just kind of flaring or evading, right? And that can trigger an instinct strike from a fish. But so again, in Wisconsin, it's one presentation, so we have it rigged up right now with 3 different hooks.
And you were saying, depending on how you wanted to retrieve this through the water, you might put something heavier here, you might put something lighter there.
Absolutely. So how you control how this comes through the water. So right now, rigged like this, it's going to come through exactly like this. We have 2 baits on the bottom. We have one coming off the back. But if you wanted to balance that in a different way, you would just put you know, a 1/4 ounce down here, and then have the rest as 1/8 ounce. And then that way you can control how it comes through the water. And then on these other two, as we found out today from Stu, right?
Yep.
We have to make sure on here that they're just blades, because we can't have a dummy presentation in
Correct.
Wisconsin.
In this state, yep. I mean, some other states, you know, check your rules. But this is the A rig, the Alabama rig, the umbrella rig, whatever you want to call it. We didn't see it as much today. We saw it a lot yesterday.
I was surprised that it didn't come into play. You know, you look at today, and today obviously it looked like a little bit tougher day for these guys out there, and just the weather that was happening. I just think that these fish are kind of getting in that negative mode right now. So, you know, we had a couple of guys that did fantastic. You know, catching you know, the 5 fish. You know, Gregory at the last minute, he did great there, but all in all, it was a little tougher. Average size of the fish was down a little bit today.
Yep. So just quick before we get into the interviews here, some of the other things we're looking at. This is the Spartan. I know it's hard to see from a distance here. I can bring it a little closer. That's the Spartan swim bait head from Omega. That's one of our sponsors. We saw a lot of these today. We saw a lot of the Mega Bass, the Vision 110s, not maybe these colors in particular, but we saw a lot of jerkbait fishing. And these are these cool weights here from Omega, these laser engraved stamped Omega tungsten weights. So again, you can check all this stuff out here. I know it's hard to see from a distance on the realshot.com. But anyways, Andy, what did we see for fishing today? It was, like you said, a little slower day.
A little slower.
Weather was a little different than it was yesterday.
Yep. So it was a grind.
Yep.
It was a grind. You know, we saw, you know, unfortunately a couple of guys didn't get on the board with a fish. You know, I mean, Josh, you know, fantastic angler. So just to show you, I mean, yeah, it was a grind.
Yep.
It was a grind. So it's going to be interesting. Like you said, we're switching to a different body of water tomorrow.
Yep.
And it's just different all the way around. You know, much shallower.
Yes.
So
different water clarity, different
water
bodies
clarity.
or bottom structure,
different bottom structure,
which actually could warm the water up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
If it's a little more murky.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, well, that's enough from us. Let's go to the water and get our winners' interviews here.
Ready for camera for his interview?
Woo! What a day! I only caught 1 fish, but it was 2 pounds 8 ounces. It was enough to do the job. Very exciting, especially in the last hour, last 15 minutes, last 10 minutes, last 5 minutes. Just, it's a lot of fun. You're fishing against one person, and that's it. And I had a great time doing it. I didn't set the world on fire. I didn't give the fans anything to watch except 1 fish. Shout out to my wife, Sari, the grandkids, all my kids, all my buddies watching, Anastasia and Tyler. Thanks for Judy and Jeff down in Florida. Everybody, you know, hey, ice cream cones for everybody. Thank you.
Hey, started off a little slow, but putting a 4-pound smallmouth in the boat it really made me calm down. So it was a good day. Caught some fish, lost a few fish. Just glad those didn't hurt me. But moving on to tomorrow. So I want to say hi to Mom and Dad, and hi to my wife and daughter that are at home, hopefully watching the stream. Hi guys, and hi to the guys at Maple. I know you guys are watching it. And I got to say hi to the guys over at Bolingbrook Bass Pro Shops. The sales guys over there and the guys in the shop, they're best in the business. So if you need something, go look them up. Bolingbrook Bass Pro Shops, great, best guys in the business. That's it. Happy to be moving on to tomorrow, and really looking forward to Delavan because I've actually been there this year. This was my first day out here on Geneva. I've been here before, but not this year. So glad with the way it turned out, and looking forward to tomorrow.
You know, it was slow. Every time I turned around, the water got colder. I mean, the water, it was 53 in practice, 54 in practice. It's below 50. Coming in and fishing a jig slow kind of made me feel better. I was fishing kind of a style that I wanted to fish this morning. Had a couple bites, lost one. was able to weigh one, made me feel good, got me just, you know, that monkey off your back. But gosh, it's a tough day. Going to a moving bait, trying to get a reaction strike, you know, going on just I can't be here type thing, you know. So yeah, it was a good day. I'm happy.
What are your thoughts for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I don't know. After half a bottle of Advil, a cup of coffee would be great for in the morning tomorrow. I wasn't thinking about tomorrow. I'll think about that tonight. I think I'm going to do some finesse tactics. The water's got to be cold. They were a week ago, 2 weeks ago, they were trying to bed, and it's you know, it's the furthest thing from my mind right now is tomorrow.
Okay, and anybody you want to thank before we end this?
I do. I was receiving texts all day today, and I apologize. Obviously, you can't get to texts because we use our phones for the weigh-in, and I think it's against the rules in some way, shape, or form. Just want to say I love you to my wife, and thanks for letting me come out here on a weekday and have fun. And thanks to all my friends who have just supported me through this. They're just messages and messages. Just love everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So unfortunately, we're having some audio issues with Tyler's camera official. So unfortunately, we can't get his closing interview, but Tyler was the last winner, Tyler Zimmerman. So he's moving on to tomorrow. So remember, different body of water tomorrow, Delavan. Yep. I'm watching up to the chat here. There's a lot of people that said it should be a Slam Fest tomorrow. You know, maybe John doesn't feel that way, but I think we're all praying that it's a Slam Fest tomorrow.
I am. You know, it's exciting to go to that different body. It's like a fresh start. Gives you new life, new hope, right?
Clean slate, clean slate. And the weather is supposed to be progressively getting nicer throughout the rest of the week.
Right.
So hopefully that brings them water temps back up, and we're right back on Delavan tomorrow. Or not right back, we're new Delavan tomorrow. Should be exciting. So we got the winners from Monday, the winners from today, meeting on Delavan tomorrow at 8 o'clock for head-to-head fishing, the original head-to-head for the rest of the Southeast Smackdown. Thanks, everybody. Yeah. Thanks, Andy. You did a great job. Thanks to our special guest, Mike Mann.
Yes.
And thanks for the chat. You did a great job, and we'll talk to everybody tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
See you then.